Li Huowang is a high school kid suffering from severe mental illness. Every time he closes his eyes, he imagines a bizarre, ancient world. In this world, people use mortal flesh to refine immortal pills. But when he opens his eyes, he's back in the modern world. He's convinced he's just crazy, and that the ancient world is nothing but a hallucination. But then, he discovers that objects from that ancient world can be brought back to the modern one. He starts to think, maybe the ancient world is real, and he's just insane there. But no, that's not it. Li Huowang actually has the ability to travel between two parallel worlds and bring magical items back with him. But that's not it either. In reality, he has two bodies in two separate worlds, sharing a single mind. This means whatever he does in the ancient world controls his body in the modern world, making him look like a lunatic, and vice versa. But that's not true either. He's just an ordinary person with a mental illness. Those other worlds are just hallucinations, all figments of his imagination. But is that really the case? He can't tell anymore. All he can do is scream, "Mom, I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell anymore." The story begins deep within a mountain, in a colossal cave carved vertically into descending levels. Rows of ancient houses cling to the cliff faces, interconnected in a dizzying vertical maze. Faint light spills in from the cave mouth, and near the top, there's still green foliage, a lingering sense of the normal world. But the further down you look, the colors begin to distort. The light thins, and at some point, becomes stained red. The rooftops below are dark and warped. The trees are leafless, their bare branches reaching out like claws. Even the air is different, thick and heavy, as if something is pressing down on your chest. At the very bottom, two figures sit on the damp ground, their clothes filthy. A young man is hunched over, grinding something in a bowl, the heavy, rhythmic thuds meant to drive away the little girl beside him. "Hey, can you please not bother me?" But no matter what he said, the girl's fingers kept trying to poke into his bowl and stir things up. She mumbled absent-mindedly, "Eat, candy," but was immediately shoved, her body losing its balance and sprawling onto the ground. It's only then we see they aren't alone. The young man from before is a medicine guide from the Qingfeng Temple, named Li Huowang. He clicks his tongue coldly and explains, "These are medicinal pills, not candy." But seeing the delighted look on her face from being pushed over, Huowang couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Forget it. She wouldn't understand anyway. He glanced around the cave, disgusted. This hellhole, full of idiots, cripples, and freaks. It was like a museum of deformities. Why did he have to be stuck here with these people? Suddenly, a scream makes Huowang whip his head around, right behind him, and while his mouth kept spouting shameless words, "Let me just touch you once. I swear, it'll just be for a second." The girl he was pinning down was as beautiful as a fragile snowflake. She was whimpering and begging, "No, please stop." But since this place never followed any rules to begin with, the only response she got was the lustful stares of the men around her, and their eager desire to see her torn apart by that guy. Li Huowang was silently grinding herbs off to the side, but his eyes were fixed on the situation. He kept trying to reassure himself, "It's fake. It's all fake. It's an illusion. It's all fake." But despite his reassurances, Li Huowang couldn't just stand by and watch. He walked right up and smashed the pestle straight into the guy's head. A thought rang in his head. "Fake my ass. I can't let this slide." The man who got hit groaned, clutching his face, then roared in fury. "You're dead meat, you hear me? Do you have any idea who I am to the master? If the old master finds out about this, he'll strangle you to death." Li Huowang, completely unafraid, tilted his head up and retorted, "Who the hell does he think he is? He's nothing." Seeing his calm demeanor, the man froze instantly, unable to believe his ears. "You dare insult the master?" The entire cave fell dead silent at his words. Everyone was stunned, their faces frozen in astonishment. Suddenly, someone walked in from the entrance and asked, "Are you done arguing?" Then announced, "Li Huowang, Junior Sister Wang, the master summons you." The two who were called out immediately fell silent, looking toward the newcomer. The man from before laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, you're finished. Today's your turn." Hearing this, Li Huowang's face darkened, and he shot the man an icy glare. Suddenly, a small hand gently tugged at the hem of his robe. It was the girl Li Huowang had just saved. She shook her head worriedly and kept saying, "Don't go." But he paid her no mind, brushing her hand away and following the man in white in front of him. He slowly walked out of the cave, leaving the girl alone with a look of utter bewilderment. The scene shifts to the area outside the cave. Only then did Li Huowang, grimacing, realize what he had just done. What was wrong with me just now? Why did I get caught up in something like that? My personality isn't usually this impulsive. I can't let these things affect who I am. Suddenly, Junior Sister Wang tapped him lightly. Li Huowang closed his eyes and exhaled, ignoring her, and remaining lost in his thoughts. That wasn't the real me back there. Calm down. Just calm down. But Junior Sister Wang put more force into it, repeatedly hitting him and calling out. Annoyed, Li Huowang grabbed her hand and raised his voice. What on earth do you want? To his surprise, Junior Sister Wang held out her hand, offering him a black bundle. Then she playfully asked him a question, her face smudged and innocent like a child with a melting candy. Contrary to its name, the thing inside Junior Sister Wang's black bundle was actually a glob of thick, melting liquid. Li Huowang froze for a moment, seemingly realizing he had taken his anger out on the wrong person. He coldly took the candy without a word, while Junior Sister Wang cheerfully licked her fingers, mumbling, "Master is so nice. If you follow Master, you get candy to eat." Li Huowang and Junior Sister Wang followed the man towards another strange place. He looked up coldly. He hadn't expected to find a giant alchemy furnace here. Right next to it, a man was diligently grinding herbs with a massive pestle. Junior Sister Wang obediently clasped her hands and timidly called out the two words, "Master." The man who was called Master spoke. "So you've arrived, have you, my good disciple?" Then he slowly turned around, revealing a face as ugly as a mangy toad's. "You really kept me waiting." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man did a somersault from above, landing right behind Junior Sister Wang before Li Huowang's astonished eyes. Without a word, he grabbed her by the neck and threw her straight into the stone mortar. Then he let out a huge, gleeful laugh. "Ding Si, grant me longevity. Ding Hai, protect my soul." The old man leaped onto the rim of the mortar, grabbing the pestle. With a droning chant, the words fell out grotesquely. "Jiazi, protect my body. Jiasu, protect my soul." Inside the mortar, Junior Sister Wang was still dazed, her hands touching the sticky substance around her as she giggled. "Is this melted candy? Master is so kind. Jia Shen, guard my life. Jia Wu, guard my spirit. Jia Chen, guard my true self." Immediately after, Junior Sister Wang's entire body was instantly crushed, and fresh red blood splattered onto the mortar's walls, mixing with the guts that burst out, before sliding down in streams. The old master looked down, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk, revealing a sparse set of teeth, each one clearly visible in the faint red glow. Lighting the alchemy furnace, Li Huowang, who had witnessed the entire horrifying scene, was rooted to the spot, his whole body frozen stiff. A moment later, once Junior Sister Wang had been pounded into a pulp, two other figures appeared with sinister smiles, dumping Junior Sister Wang's remains straight into the alchemy furnace. The stench of blood rose, and Li Huowang trembled, his mind growing hazy as he repeated over and over in his head, "This smell is fake, and this scabby-headed old man is also fake." Suddenly, a voice echoed right in his ear. "I heard you said I, Dan Yangzi, am nothing but a nobody. Is that true?" "But no matter what," the old man asked. Li Huowang was determined to ignore it, believing this was all fake, including the voice itself. Seeing his silence, the old man flew into a rage and lunged forward, shouting, "Cat got your tongue?" Li Huowang kept his eyes shut tight, mumbling, "It's fake, it's all fake, it's fake, it's fake." Suddenly, a faint aura emanated from him, causing the old master to pause. Then, in an instant, everything seemed to vanish. Li Huowang's eyes shot open in panic. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, tightly restrained, his breathing ragged, and cold sweat soaking his back. He stared at the stark white ceiling, affirming once again, "It was all fake. Is there anything different this time?" After a moment of thought, he replied, "It's still the same scene. I'm still doing the same things as before." But as he said this, Li Huowang's gaze suddenly dropped, and he hesitated for a moment. The doctor frowned at him, confused. "Except for what?" After a brief silence, Li Huowang turned and said, "Junior Sister Wang. Have I told you about her? This time, that scabby-headed master brutally crushed her right in front of me. And then used her for pill refinement." The doctor listened intently as he recounted every detail, his fingers constantly tapping on his tablet. Li Huowang stared blankly at his own palms and asked, "Dr. Li, can you tell me what these different hallucinations symbolize? For my inner self and my psyche, what do they mean?" However, Dr. Li didn't answer Li Huowang's question. He stood up and gave a few instructions. "No, you don't need to worry about those things. You should be more concerned with the duration of each hallucination and maintaining your mental stability. Because you have overcome your perceptual and hallucinatory disorders, you must understand that everything on that side is fake. Absolutely do not get sucked in any deeper." After thoroughly instructing Li Huowang, Dr. Li turned to leave, but before he left, he added another piece of advice. Every time you fall into a hallucination, remember to act according to the logic of that world. Only then can you be discharged soon. Just then, a girl with glossy black hair walked in from outside and said, "You heard that, right?" Li Huowang looked up, startled, and immediately saw his childhood friend, Yang Na. She smiled gently as she walked toward him. "You have to be a good boy and listen to the doctor, okay?" Li Huowang froze for a second, then softly called her name. Yang Na sat down comfortably beside him, then suddenly looked up. Seeing Li Huowang's dazed face, she pouted and teased him with a shy laugh. "You look so ugly. Stop laughing. Look what I brought for you." As she spoke, Yang Na rummaged through her bag and pulled out a stack of exam prep materials that her teachers had prepared specially for him. Seeing it, Li Huowang propped his chin on his hand, tilted his head, and whined, "Huh? We've been friends since we were kids. Is this how you get your revenge on me?" Yang Na just laughed and playfully slapped the stack of papers on Li Huowang's head. Of course not." As she finished her sentence, she pulled out a handheld game console and held it out in front of Li Huowang. He excitedly reached out to grab it, but Yang Na immediately leaned back, teasing him, "Call me Big Sis and I'll give it to you." Without a second's hesitation, just as their faces were close, Li Huowang seized the opportunity to sweetly call out, "Big Sis," before quickly snatching the game console and giggling. Hey, you really are the best big sister. You have no idea how boring it is being locked up in this mental hospital every day. Even if I'm not crazy, I'm about to go stir crazy from boredom." Seeing her friend in better spirits, Yang Na felt relieved and reminded him, "Don't play too much, okay? Remember to do your homework. Don't forget what you promised me." At the mention of the promise, Li Huowang paused, lowered the game console, and turned to Yang Na, saying, "I remember. We promised to get into the same university." He gently reached out, bumped his forehead against hers, and then wrapped his arms around her slender frame. "I'm going to get better, Na." Visibly moved, Yang Na gently hugged him back and whispered, "Don't worry, just focus on getting better." Li Huowang kindly offered to walk Yang Na to the hospital gate, but the moment his feet touched the floor, the atmosphere around him instantly changed. He felt his head spin, and he lost his balance, grabbing onto the table for support. In that very moment, a familiar image seemed to enter his line of sight. Startled, he glanced at the table. A medicine grinding bowl? Impossible. He had been following the doctor's orders perfectly these past few days. Noticing the color drain from Li Huowang's face, Yang Na worriedly asked him again and again, "What's wrong, Li Huowang? Are you okay?" After a moment of silence, Li Huowang decided to hide it. He quickly composed himself and turned to her with a joking smile. "Haha, did I scare you?" Yang Na puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "You're still pulling these tricks. Do you think I'm still a kid?" With that, she quickly walked off ahead of him. Li Huowang glanced down at the table, confirmed to himself that he had been mistaken again, and hurried after her. "Nah, wait for me." By the time they reached the main courtyard of the hospital, Li Huowang was still clinging to her, trying to win her over. "Nah, don't be mad. I was just trying to cheer you up." The other patients were walking around as usual, but all of their eyes were fixed on him, following his every step. Their lips were turned up in the exact same warped smiles as the bizarre figures from his hallucinatory world. Anxiously, Li Huowang continued to follow Yang Na to the hospital gate. "Nah, don't be mad. Are you really going to ignore me?" Suddenly, she turned around and poked him gently on the cheek, giggling. "I'll visit you again next week. You have to take good care of yourself in here, okay?" Li Huowang nodded obediently and saw Yang Na off. It wasn't until he was alone again in his room that he replayed the earlier image in his mind. That moment in the hospital room, I really did see the medicine grinding bowl. Could my condition be getting worse? If my condition is getting worse, and I can't get out of the hospital before the university entrance exams, doesn't that mean I won't be able to go to the same university as Yang Na? "Dr. Li, it'll be fine, right? He's the best doctor Dad could find." Li Huowang threw his hands up in the air in frustration and yelled, "This is so annoying." Just then, he froze, feeling something in his pocket. "Wait, there's something in my pocket." A tense look appeared in his eyes, and unable to hold back his curiosity, he finally took it out. In that instant, something crazy happened. Li Huowang stood frozen, staring at the gooey mess in his hand. This was the malt candy that stupid senior sister had given him. His breathing became ragged, his mind went blank. An object from his hallucination had actually appeared in reality. With a trembling hand, he poked the candy and brought it to his mouth. Sweet. It's really sweet. Li Huowang turned to run and find Dr. Li, but his body abruptly stopped as if pulled back. Wait a minute. If this thing is real, Li Huowang's face slowly twisted into a sinister expression, the corners of his mouth curling up as his distorted eyes gleamed in the darkness. The next day, the scene began again in that strange cave. For some reason, Li Huowang directly asked the people there, "Do you have any money on you?" "Money, don't you understand? Gold, silver, or jade pendants will do. It's not like you can spend it here anyway, so just lend it to me for now." No matter how many times he said it, the group just stared at him blankly. Li Huowang let out an exasperated sigh. Forget it. How could these medicine primers possibly have money? Suddenly, a voice called out. The girl he had saved before was actively approaching him to talk. "Senior brother Li, could you come over here for a moment?" The two of them walked to a secluded spot and stood apart. Suddenly, she took off the golden anklet from her leg and handed it to Li Huowang. "Could this help you?" Senior brother Li Huowang walked right up, took the anklet to examine it. Although it was a bit thin, it seemed quite heavy. After all, it was gold. Satisfied, he put the anklet away, promising to return it to her after his business was done. He then gently offered her the malt candy as compensation. They kept talking, completely unaware that behind the stone pillars, the others had gathered to spy on them for some time now. They were even snickering in anticipation. Tisk, tisk. And here I thought it was something interesting. How boring. Suddenly, the voice of the man in white from before rang out. This caused the group to stiffen, and everyone's expression darkened. "What are you all gathered here for? Get back to work." Seeing him, they all quickly scattered in every direction. "It's an inner sect disciple. Let's go, let's go." Suddenly, the man struck up a conversation with Li Huowang. "Oh, Li Huowang, it's a real pity you couldn't become Master's Medicine Primer last time." He said nothing, only glaring at him. This guy seemed to be Li Huowang. Li Huowang arrogantly tilted his chin and turned to leave. "All of you, get to work properly for me. If you can't finish Master's Medicine, be careful or he'll peel your skin off." Li Huowang watched his every move and accidentally caught sight of Li Huowang's jade pendant. A strange desire immediately welled up inside him, and he couldn't help but crack a smile. That jade pendant must be an antique. A beautiful piece. But it'll be mine soon enough. Late that night, at the third quarter of the hour of the pig, outside Li Huowang's cave residence, Li Huowang somehow strolled out of the main entrance, holding Li Huowang's jade pendant in his hand. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. It turned out Li Huowang wasn't in his cave tonight. If he could take this out and sell it, it would at least cover future college tuition for himself and Yang Na. His mood now cheerful, Li Huowang skipped and hopped down the steps. Humph. Humph. My dear jade pendant. Oh, my precious jade pendant. Suddenly, there was a strange noise ahead. He grew cautious, stopped, and tiptoed forward. Unexpectedly, Li Huowang appeared behind Li Huowang like a ghost and asked, "Li Huowang, why are you here at this hour?" Startled, Li Huowang turned around and asked, "Senior brother Li Huowang, why are you wearing a medicine primer's clothes?" Li Huowang suddenly clicked his tongue and pouted. "Consider yourself lucky, kid." He then forcefully dragged him along. "Come with us and escape this hellhole. We've already bribed the senior brother at the gate." Li Huowang froze for a beat, quickly understanding. "Leave? So you guys are planning to escape?" The air suddenly grew cold. Li Huowang stopped abruptly, spun around, and pinned Li Huowang against the wall. "If you're not coming with us, then you'll die right here. There's no way we're letting you stay behind to report us to that bald old geezer." Suddenly dragged into this damned situation, Li Huowang felt annoyed. He tried to close his eyes, to shift his mind elsewhere. After all, I can return to the hospital anytime I want. What can a bunch of NPCs in a hallucination do to me anyway? The space around him began to twist. Layers of images overlapped, warped, and slid like the surface of disturbed water. Sounds distorted, light fractured. When Li Huowang opened his eyes, he had indeed returned to the hospital, his entire body still tightly bound as always. He lay back down on the bed, helpless, and thought, the nurses are probably asleep by now. There's no way to confirm if the jade pendant and the golden anklet were brought here. I'll just have to wait a bit and go back to the other side to check on the situation. With that thought, Li Huowang closed his eyes again, his consciousness gradually surfacing. Time and space intertwined, twisting, swallowing, slowly pulling him back to that hallucinatory world. When his vision cleared, he was surrounded by emptiness. No Li Huowang, no one at all. Li Huowang stood alone in the mountain range, a slight smirk on his face. How can my own hallucination possibly harm me? The next day, at dawn, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Get up, stop sleeping. The master has ordered everyone to gather at Huiyan Hall. Hearing this, the entire cave immediately burst into a commotion. What's going on? I don't know. Hurry up. We'll be in trouble if we're late. The chaotic noise swelled, but Li Huowang just lay there, silently watching Chen Hang. He was completely expressionless. The scene changed to Qingfeng Temple's Huiyan Hall, where everyone quickly gathered as commanded. The old master calmly opened the hall doors and slowly walked out, asking, "Is everyone here?" Standing in the crowd, Li Huowang looked at the old man curiously. What kind of trick is this old geezer planning now? Suddenly, the old man dragged a long rope from inside the hall, speaking as he walked. Last night, at the third watch, some people tried to escape. Among them were even 2 of my own true disciples. As a Taoist master, I am deeply heartbroken. As he finished speaking, he yanked the rope hard, pulling out 4 tightly bound men from inside. He paid them no mind, continuing to drag them as he spoke. The rule of my Western Mountain Donghua sect is that merits will be rewarded, and crimes will be punished. Li Huowang watched in silence, his gaze landing on Li Huowang. So he got caught? How pathetic. Suddenly, the old master threw the 4 men down in front of the hall. In that very instant, the space before them cracked open. A bottomless black hole gaped wide, sucking all 4 of them down, pulling along a heavy, gloomy aura. Li Huowang tensed up, his throat going dry. He quickly reassured himself. It's all a hallucination, Li Huowang. Everything in this illusion is created by you. You have nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly, something shot past Li Huowang, jolting him out of his thoughts. They looked like long, grotesque tentacles, piercing straight through the body of the person next to him, leaving Li Huowang completely frozen. What is this thing? Could it be something I created in a hallucination? Things in hallucinations can't hurt me. Nothing like this has ever happened before. The old master stood amidst the giant tentacles, coldly reminding his disciples, "From now on, anyone with treacherous intentions, remember what you saw today. I, this Taoist master, am telling you, helping someone achieve immortality is a great merit. If I, Dan Yangzi, become an immortal, I will naturally not forget your kindness." He emphasized this as he walked past each person, and soon arrived beside Li Huowang. "Last night, those traitors tried to get you to escape with them. Why didn't you go?" Li Huowang didn't say a word, his mind repeating over and over, "This is just a hallucination. He and these things are just my illusions. He's just a thought in my head. Why should I be afraid of him?" Suddenly, the old master patted his head in praise. "Not bad. You're quite something. I, Dan Yangzi, see that you have quite a gift. From now on, you will be a nominal disciple of I, Dan Yangzi, in charge of managing the ingredient room." Hearing this, Li Huowang was slightly startled, his mind trying to piece everything together. A nominal disciple. Managing the ingredient room. Has my status actually been elevated? It's probably because so many people died that this guy doesn't have enough help anymore. Suddenly, the old man remembered something and turned back. "Ah, you also need a Taoist name. As a disciple of I, Dan Yangzi, you must have one. Li Huowang. From now on, your Taoist name is Li Huowang." Hearing the name he was given, Li Huowang couldn't help but scoff internally. The last Li Huowang just died, and now I'm the new Li Huowang? The old man then tossed him another bag and said smugly, "These 5 pills are divine elixirs refined by I, Dan Yangzi. Taking one will not only increase your lifespan by 10 years, but also grant you temporary divine strength to protect yourself." Before leaving, he arrogantly planted one more idea into the minds of those who remained. "See, opposing Dan Yangzi only leads to death, but if you help Dan Yangzi, everyone will be rewarded, and rewarded generously." Li Huowang held the bag of pills, a suspicion rising in his heart. These pills, they couldn't have been made from people, could they? The next morning, at the hospital, Li Huowang had actually managed to bring all the objects out from his hallucination. He sat cross-legged on the bed, deep in thought. The next step was just to verify if the gold jade pendant was real or fake. If the gold and the jade are real, then could these pills actually work? Maybe I should try one. Suddenly, Yang Na burst through the door, yelling, "Li Huowang, I got your call and skipped study hall, even secretly climbed over the wall to get here. You better have something important to say. If this is a joke, then, Before Yang Na could finish, Li Huowang suddenly pulled her aside and glanced around. He then quickly shut the door and drew the curtains, causing Yang Na's face to turn beet red as her imagination ran wild. "Li Huowang, why are you drawing the curtains? The nurse's station can hear us." Suddenly, a voice giggled from the speaker above them. "Hee hee, it's okay, we won't hear a thing. You got this, little brother Li." Li Huowang suddenly showed something to Yang Na and replied to the nurses. Hey, could you guys mind your own business? Why don't you focus that extra attention on the critical care ward? Yang Na held the jade pendant in her hand, confused. What is this? He whispered to her. Don't say anything, just listen to me. He then quietly told Yang Na everything. A few days later, Li Huowang sat alone on his bed, his heart tangled with worry. No one on the outside believes me, not even my parents. They all think I'm crazy. The only person I can turn to is Yang Na. She's the only one willing to listen to me seriously. Yang Na, you have to believe me. A moment later, an announcement came over the speaker in Li Huowang's room. Little Li, your little girlfriend is here to visit you again. Hearing this, Li Huowang couldn't help but brighten up. Nah, she really came back. He rushed to fling the door open to welcome her, but unexpectedly ran into the security team. Li Huowang asked curiously, Uncle Zhao, what's going on? Is there a problem? The man named Zhao adjusted his cap and informed him, Little Li, you should close your door and don't go out. If you see old Liu, make sure to report it immediately. That old geezer probably spat out his medicine and snuck off again. Hearing that, Li Huowang could only nod in compliance. How could that frail old man even escape? Whatever, it's none of my business. I have to go see Yang Na. The scene changes to the hospital courtyard. Yang Na and Li Huowang were meeting in secret. She quickly informed him, I did what you said. I found someone to appraise the jade pendant and the gold bracelet. The jade pendant is a genuine antique, and it's valued at no less than 400,000 yuan. The gold bracelet is real, too. Li Huowang lowered his head, running a hand through his hair. I knew it. I knew it was real. His shoulders trembled slightly. Then he slowly pushed back his messy hair and lifted his head, a strange smile spreading across his face. I'm not crazy. The air around them began to twist and distort into an indescribable chaos. Overjoyed, Li Huowang swept Yang Na into his arms and laughed loudly. Ha ha, Yang Na, I'm not crazy. But in that very moment, the girl in his arms changed. Her hair turned white, and a strange face was superimposed over her familiar one, as if two worlds were overlapping. The space around them continued to warp, but Li Huowang, still holding her tightly, didn't notice a thing. Not long after, the scene suddenly shifted, as if it had been pulled askew. The two of them were strolling through the hospital grounds, as if nothing had happened. Li Huowang excitedly leaned in and teased her. Looks like this power of mine is the real deal. I can't let them cure me so quickly. Yang Na, are you ready to be a little rich lady? Yang Na pouted and lightly poked him in the waist. Rich lady? What kind of nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? But then her gaze fell, and her voice grew quiet, tinged with a bit of worry. Li Huowang, I don't need money. Compared to this power, your health is much more important. Promise me you won't stop your treatment, and you won't stop taking your medicine. Otherwise, I'll never help you again. Li Huowang looked at her in silence for a long moment, his expression wavering slightly, before he finally gave a small nod. I promise. But just then, a figure appeared right behind them, unnoticed. Without a word of warning, the man suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Yang Na, and violently shoved her to the ground. Old Liu! Li Huowang shouted in shock, immediately rushing forward. That's my girlfriend. Let her go. But before he could get close, something hard flew straight at his head. A sickening thud echoed out, and blood instantly started to gush. Li Huowang lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Yang Na screamed in panic. Li Huowang, his consciousness began to fade, and his breathing grew shallow. Don't stop. At that very moment, the familiar voice of his old master from the other world echoed in his mind. Swallowing it will not only grant you 10 more years of Yang life, but it will also temporarily give you immense power to protect yourself. Yang Na looked at him, trembling, about to say something, but the words caught in her throat when she saw him slowly take out the pill and bring it to his lips. In that instant, the space around them seemed to collapse as a bizarre, deep red aura erupted from Li Huowang's body, spreading out like smoke. In a flash, Li Huowang shot forward and appeared in front of Mr. Liu, his hand grabbing straight for the old man's face. His eyes had completely changed. They were now blood-red, crazed, and bloodthirsty. With a sickening crack, Mr. Liu's face was crushed in his hand. But Li Huowang didn't stop. He tore at the man's flesh while growling, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing both his hands red. But the smile on Li Huowang's face only twisted wider. His initial innocent smile was completely gone, replaced by that of a true bloodthirsty killer, his red eyes glowing with a blinding intensity. After the incident, Li Huowang was taken to a high-security ward for dangerous patients, chained up completely, unable to move a muscle. He kept trying to explain himself. Let me go. I told you. I was just defending myself. I did it to protect young Na. That guy laid his hands on her first. But Dr. Li was completely unmoved, merely pushing up his glasses and saying coldly, "What you did wasn't self-defense. That was overkill. Xiao Li, tell me the truth. How did you manage to injure him that badly back there? A normal person couldn't do something like that." Li Huowang looked flustered, avoiding his gaze and looking away. Suddenly, the doctor's expression turned bizarre. His gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by the look of a soulless puppet. "Think carefully before you answer. I hate it when patients lie to me." If that's the case, he decided to just close his eyes, ignoring the doctor who kept calling his name. When he woke up, he was once again back in the familiar cave. Li Huowang clenched his fist and then tightened it, looking towards Chen Heng. Well, this is one way to solve the problem. The scene shifts to another strange place, where the low chant of the three officials' sutra can be heard. Of the three, the one is the saint, the smallest Taiji, bestower of providence through endless calamities, giver of grace through infinite offerings, savior of all heavens, bestower of blessings and dispeller of misfortune. Finishing the chant, the old master called Xuanyuan to give him a task. Li Huowang has just joined our Qingfeng temple. There are surely many things he doesn't understand. You are his senior brother, so guide him. After giving his instructions, the old man waved his hand dismissively. All right, it's past the hour of the rabbit. If there's nothing else, you're all dismissed for your meal. In the crowd, Li Huowang noticed someone constantly glancing his way with a scrutinizing gaze. Who is that? Why is he staring at me like that? When you see him around the temple later, remember to be respectful. He's a very petty person. After hearing this, Li Huowang feigned innocence and asked, Xuanyuan, I've just become the master's disciple. What should I do next? I hope senior brother can enlighten me. Xuanyuan didn't think much of it, and replied immediately, although the master personally accepted you as his disciple, and even put you in charge of the dispensary, you're still a long way from receiving the Taoist techniques to achieve immortality from him. Hearing this, Li Huowang was stunned and immediately lunged forward, pressing him. Become an immortal? The master. Can he really become an immortal? Xuanyuan frowned and pushed him away. Of course, the master's divine abilities are formidable. Don't get so worked up. But as for the techniques for immortality, only inner disciples like senior brother Zheng Kun can learn them. Those words caused Li Huowang's expression to slowly change, as a flicker of unconcealable ambition ignited within him. There's definitely a lot of good stuff here. I have to find a way to earn more money. The scene shifts to the alchemy room of the Qingfeng temple. In the center of the room was a pill cauldron, radiating a suffocating heat. The old master eagerly opened the furnace, and immediately, a brilliant red light burst forth, splitting into hovering specks of light that solidified into pills. He quickly took out a green porcelain bottle, sucked all the pills inside, and laughed heartily. Haha, not bad, not bad. My vision is still too narrow. If only I could bring this power back to reality. Just then, the old master called for Li Huowang. Startled, Li Huowang immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Master, what are your instructions? He thought to himself. Something's up already? I'd better handle this well, so this scabby old man will teach me his divine techniques. The old master gently shook the porcelain bottle in his hand and turned his head. You're in charge of the ingredient room now, correct? Bring me the medicinal catalyst named Bai Lingmiao. Upon hearing the name Bai Lingmiao, Li Huowang froze. His entire body went rigid, and he didn't dare to move. The old master suddenly leaned in close, relentlessly pressuring Li Huowang. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? With no other choice, he squeezed his eyes shut, trying to force himself back to the real world. The voices of people echoed in his ears. Li Huowang, Li Huowang. Then, he suddenly returned to his senses. Once he confirmed he was in the hospital, Li Huowang spoke up in confusion. Mom? Why is Dr. Li here too? Li Huowang's mother touched his head worriedly. Your head is all wrapped up like that. Does it hurt a lot? He managed a small smile and replied, I'm okay, Mom. It doesn't hurt. Hearing his answer, she let out a sigh of relief and asked tenderly, You poor child, look how skinny you've become. Is the hospital food not good? Here, these are your favorite cream puff grapes. Let me feed you. As she spoke, she popped the grapes into Li Huowang's mouth one by one. He accepted them and said awkwardly, Mom, take it easy. It's rare for you to visit. Just being here with me is enough. Li Huowang's mother pulled her hand back and forced a smile at him. All right, I'm just glad you're awake. Otherwise, Dr. Li was going to drag me to meet the family of that old man who hit you. Suddenly, Dr. Li interjected, Miss Sun, patient Liu's family has indeed been waiting for a very long time. She nodded and looked down at her son. I know, Dr. Li. Let me just say one last thing to my son, Li Huowang explained with a pained expression. Mom, I was only fighting back. Old man Lu started it with Yang Na first. Miss Sun tried to appear strong in front of her son to ease his worries. The doctor already told me everything about what happened that day. Son, you don't need to worry. Mom's here. Okay. I'm heading over there now. You need to listen to the doctor. Take your medicine on time. But the moment Miss Sun turned away, her gaze fell, and her expression became incredibly distant and strange. Li Huowang felt a surge of joy, thinking his mother would surely give them a piece of her mind. But suddenly, his vision began to twist violently, and his mind grew foggy. Oh no, my consciousness is about to slip to the other side again. My mom showing up so suddenly made me forget how to deal with that scabby old man. Li Huowang's vision blurred, and the image of Dr. Li began to distort. Just like that, Li Huowang was once again transported to the world of illusions. Before he could even open his eyes, his old master's voice rang out. Oh, so you're awake? He staggered to a sitting position and replied, I'm awake, master. He trembled, thinking to himself, I wonder if he's let go of that whole incident with taking Bai Lingmiao for alchemy? Suddenly, the old man grabbed Li Huowang's jaw, holding something in his hand as he yelled, Since you're awake, open your mouth for Dan Yangzi. In an instant, disgusting creatures crawled into his mouth. Li Huowang was terrified, having no idea what this scabby-headed master was feeding him. The old man kept pushing the creature deeper, stuffing it into Li Huowang's body. That's right. How can you swallow the black tai sui if you don't open wide? The scabby old man watched with delight as each tentacle wriggled its way into Li Huowang's mouth. This black tai sui is good stuff. Just swallow it, and it will suppress your madness. Li Huowang refused. He used all his strength to pull the black tai sui out of his body, cursing silently in his head. I won't eat it. I'm not sick. Seeing him resist, the scabby old man called for his disciple, Chang Ming. Chang Ren. Quickly, two strange men appeared behind Li Huowang. Each one held a blade, and they immediately forced his head down, threatening him. The scabby old man walked over step by step and said casually, Not eating, kid? This isn't something you get to decide. Li Huowang was confused. Why isn't it my decision? He squeezed his eyes shut, and his whole body felt like it was sinking into a mire. In an instant, he was back in reality. Right in front of him now was Yang Na. She asked him worriedly, Are you okay? Li Huowang. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Li Huowang let out a sigh of relief and quietly called her name. Suddenly, Dr. Li's voice cut in. What did you see in your hallucination? Your emotions have been quite volatile lately. Li Huowang was startled and looked at the doctor. A strange, gloomy aura seemed to surround him, making Li Huowang afraid to look directly at him. That's right. I haven't completely escaped the illusion yet. He asked urgently. Dr. Li, is there any more medicine to temporarily suppress the hallucinations? I want to rest for a bit. Hearing Li Huowang's question, the doctor was silent for a moment, then turned to leave. There's still a little left from the last batch. Let me go get some more for you. Suddenly remembering something, Dr. Li added a reminder. But little Li, medication is only a supportive treatment. To completely escape the hallucinations, you still have to follow my methods. A moment later, Yang Na walked over, holding a cup of water in one hand and offering the medicine to Li Huowang, about to feed it to him. Just then, space seemed to overlap again. Nothing felt real anymore. Li Huowang hastily swallowed, swallowing each pill, not realizing that he was actually biting and tearing at something else. As soon as he finished, he flopped onto the bed with a sigh of relief. I'm safe now. As long as I take the medicine, the hallucinations from that other place won't appear anymore. Yang Na looked at him, confused. Safe from what? Li Huowang, what scared you in the hallucination just now? He smirked and replied, It was just those people over there. They talk so strangely, saying I have some kind of delusion, and they wanted to feed me some weird thing to cure me. Obviously, that place is the illusion. As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle suddenly slithered out of his mouth. Immediately after, the entire creature called the Black Tai Sui began to squirm its way out. Li Huowang lost control. His body arched backwards, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Didn't I just take the medicine? Why are the hallucinations still happening? But something was different this time. If before only his consciousness had left, this time, his entire body was sinking into that muddy pit. When he opened his eyes, the image of the scabby old man appeared again. Just a moment ago, you said you wouldn't eat, but you almost swallowed my entire hand. You're this far gone, and you still say you're not mad. All right, the illusion is over. Now get to work properly. And remember, Qingfeng Temple doesn't support useless people. Come to me on the 1st of every month to get your medicine. Li Huowang sat there, drenched in sweat and tears, He was so devastated that he didn't even care, as the black Tai Sui burrowed deeper and deeper inside him. How did it come to this? Could it be that this place is reality, and my reality is the illusion? This truth crashed down on him, shattering his sanity. Li Huowang couldn't accept it. He struggled wildly, trying to force the black Tai Sui out of his body, but it was all useless. The creature had already slipped deep inside, merging with his flesh and blood. His throat constricted, Li Huowang dry-heaved, and a pool of foul-smelling mud spewed from his mouth. His whole body trembled, his spirit utterly broken. Impossible. Just then, through the hazy mist, a voice softly called his name. Startled, Li Huowang turned, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Nah, you didn't leave. You're still here. But before he could finish, his gaze froze. The image of Yang Na before him was as fragile as smoke, blown away by an invisible wind. Li Huowang reached out, trying to grasp this last shred of reality, but she slipped through his fingers like dust. He bit his lip in anguish. Why? A scream tore from his throat, shattering in the void. Why did I have to come to this god-forsaken place? Why won't this sickness leave me alone? Time passed, and Li Huowang once again found himself back in the cave. From the darkness, Bai Lingmiao approached, carrying a tray of steamed buns. She gently placed it in front of him and said softly, "Senior brother Li, please have some steamed buns. You haven't eaten all day." Without replying, Li Huowang slowly took out a jade pendant. He stared at it with a blank expression, then suddenly asked, "You said before, how did you end up with this jade pendant?" Lingmiao stammered for a moment before quickly answering, "Senior brother Li, you gave it to me. I said I wouldn't take it, but you insisted on forcing it into my hands. After you gave it to me, you also." "Here." Lingmiao paused, then continued shyly, "You were laughing and shouting that you weren't sick." Li Huowang paused for a beat, then tilted his head, listlessly asking about what happened next. Lingmiao, having no reason to lie, told him the truth. "After that, senior brother Wang took advantage of your episode and hit you over the head with a rock. Senior brother Wang thought you were dead, so he tried to have his way with me." Li Huowang tried to recall the person Lingmiao was talking about. Senior brother Wang, the fat guy with the hair lip? He leaned in closer and asked her, "Where is that guy Wang now?" Terrified, Lingmiao's face went pale as she answered, Senior brother Li, too. You beat him to death. Don't you remember any of it?" The air seemed to freeze. Li Huowang stood there, stunned, as a chilling thought slowly surfaced in his mind. Wasn't the person I beat up old Liu? So, there was never any old Liu at all. I really am insane. The scene changes to the alchemy room. The giant furnace, having been stained with the blood of so many people, was finally being washed. Streams of dark red water trickled down its side, staining the ground with a pungent, lingering color. Li Huowang stood dazedly in a corner, his gaze lost in the remaining wisps of hot steam. If this side is reality, in that case, Junior Sister Wang, and those other medicinal people, not just them, but everyone here will die. And the mastermind behind all of this is that fungus head. As he was lost in thought, a cold voice suddenly cut through his musings. "Li Huowang, you seem to have something to say." Huowang jumped, a chill running down his spine. When did this scabby-headed old man get here? He quickly schooled his expression, clasping his hands and bowing to greet his master. But the old man didn't care, repeating his previous question. "Answer me, what are you thinking?" Faced with his master's savage gaze, Huowang broke out in a cold sweat, his head bowed low. His voice stammered, I was admiring your alchemy skills, master, and was wondering when I might ever reach such a level." Zheng Kun, standing beside them, had a flicker of contempt in his eyes, sneering inwardly at such cheap flattery. But unexpectedly, the master actually bought it. He let out a delighted laugh amidst the red, stained water at his feet. "Ambition is a good thing. Not bad at all." Zheng Kun's face immediately turned pale. He actually believed that? So the master likes hearing this kind of stuff. Suddenly, the old man stroked his chin, his voice drawing out slowly. "But it's not that I, Dan Yangzi, don't want to teach you. It's just that the path of external alchemy is not that simple. Ordinary medicinal pills are one thing, but if you wish to cultivate both internal and external alchemy, to achieve immortality through the path of the pill." Huowang kept his head bowed, feigning innocence as he asked, "Is master about to achieve immortality?" Inwardly, he let out a silent sigh of relief. "Phew, I'm in the clear." The old master stepped forward, embracing the giant, blood-stained cauldron, his eyes wild. "Achieving immortality is never simple, but I, Dan Yangzi, will surely succeed. Do you know why?" Huowang trembled slightly, sneaking a glance up before looking down again. "I do not know." In that instant, The old man's eyes suddenly darkened, becoming as black as an abyss. He said nothing more, just staring intently at Huowang. Just then, Jung Kun's voice rang out, breaking the oppressive silence. Master, it's almost the Z hour. If we don't start preparing the refinement now, I'm afraid we'll miss the right time. Hearing this, the old man immediately waved his hand. Then begin the preparations. Jung Kun quickly acknowledged the order and turned to Huowang, his voice sharp. I told you to go to the ingredient storage room and bring the medicinal guide from the other day. Huowang paused, confused, and asked, What medicinal guide? Faced with Huowang's irresponsible question, Jung Kun frowned, stepping forward angrily, his finger nearly poking right through his chest. The other day, you had a fit of madness. Master told you to bring the white medicinal guide, but you didn't. As a result, you made Master miss the proper time for the refinement. Have you forgotten? The properties of the guide and the time of refinement both affect the quality of the final pill. There can be no mistakes. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Now hurry up and get to work. Hearing Jung Kun's words hammer down on him, Huowang stood frozen. He numbly realized, the white medicinal guide. The refinement using Bai Lingmiao wasn't over. The scene changes to the ingredient room at the Qingfeng Temple. Seeing Huowang approach, the people in the cave immediately scurried away in fear, not daring to come out. They whispered among themselves, There's no escape. We're all going to die here. He's here again. Dressed in white robes, Huowang stood in the gloomy cave, looking down from above at the people below his feet, his voice cold as he gave the order. Bai Lingmiao, you come with me. She silently kept her head down, showing no expression as she replied softly, Yes, Brother Li. After walking for a bit, Bai Lingmiao gently started a conversation with him. Brother Li, if you manage to get out of here alive, could you please pass on a few words to my family for me? My parents live at the foot of Mount Yusin in the Liang Kingdom. Just tell them that their daughter has been unfilial and can no longer serve them in their old age or handle their final rites. At this point, Bai Lingmiao couldn't hold back her emotions and began to sob uncontrollably. Suddenly, Huowang bluntly refused her. I won't help you with that. You don't have much time left. He unexpectedly turned back with a knife in his hand, calmly ordering her. Now, take off your clothes. Lingmiao stared blankly, her eyes shimmering with tears, not understanding a thing. A while later, back in the alchemy room, the old master was still manically grinding ingredients with a human corpse, as usual. Huowang dragged Bai Lingmiao over and reported, Master, I've brought the medicinal guide. The old man turned to look at the two of them and raised his hand. Li Huowang, you've done well. As he finished speaking, he shouted, and a green aura suddenly appeared around his hand. Good disciple, come here. In a flash, Bai Lingmiao's body was seized by an invisible force, lifting her completely off the ground and pulling her forward. In an instant, she was dragged before the old master, suspended in midair like an object. The old man's eyes scanned over her, and then froze. He looked down at the red stain on Lingmiao's pant leg, clicking his tongue in annoyance. What terrible luck. Why is she bleeding at a time like this? The medicinal properties are completely ruined. Without a moment's hesitation or a shred of pity, he flung her back, like tossing aside a useless piece of trash. His voice was ice cold as he continued his command. Li Huowang, take this medicinal guide back. Success. A flicker of madness flashed in his eyes. Next, he just needed to lead Bai Lingmiao out of here. However, in the next moment, it all fell apart. The old master's voice suddenly rang out, as sharp and cold as a knife cutting through the air. He continued slowly. Wait, Li Huowang, if this medicinal guide is no good, go and fetch another one. I remember there's still one more of this white medicinal guide type. Go quickly and come back quickly. Don't delay the auspicious hour for this Dan Yangzi's refinement. Hearing this, Huowang's expression froze, his pupils dilated, and the breath caught in his chest. He bit his lip so hard it bled, trying to suppress the wave of hatred surging within him. Returning to the storage room, Huowang was to get another white medicinal guide and bring it to the alchemy room. It was only then that he realized he had been wrong. Huowang hadn't saved Bai Lingmiao at all. As long as this scabby-headed old man continued his alchemy, he couldn't save anyone. Tomorrow and the day after, another medicinal guide would have to die here. Huowang could not become his accomplice. There was only one way to save the medicinal people and himself. Huowang had to kill him. After swallowing the pill given to him by the old master, a terrifying heat suddenly erupted from Huowang's body, so hot it felt like his blood was boiling in his veins. His mouth fell open, his tongue lolled out, and he gasped frantically for air like a drowning man, his chest heaving violently. Something's wrong. This pill is. It's too hot. Too hot. High on a rocky outcrop, the old master stood, his voice drifting down nonchalantly. Ah, Li Huowang, go and rest. The effect of this medicine is very strong. It will take a while to fully absorb. After hearing this, Huowang bowed obediently and left. He staggered back to the cave, his steps unsteady, steam rising from his body like smoke, his skin flushed red. His head spun as Li Huowang staggered, clinging to the cliff walls to walk. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and effortlessly crushed a piece of the wall beside him. The image of Bai Yao, bowing his head and begging him that he didn't want to die, flashed in his mind. Li Huowang groaned in agony, his eyes rolling back. I've eaten it. A pill refined from a human, but just from eating one pill, I gained this transformative power. So how can I possibly kill that scabby old bastard who's eaten countless pills like it? The thought had barely passed when his throat constricted, and a violent wave of nausea surged up. He bent over, choking and vomiting. Just then, Bai Lingmiao's voice called out. She came closer, gently supporting him and asking, "Senior brother Li, are you all right?" Understanding Li Huowang's torment, Bai Lingmiao tried to comfort him with a pained heart. "You don't have to blame yourself. You had no choice in the matter." The two of them stood in silence for a long time, neither saying a word. Suddenly, Bai Lingmiao clutched the hem of her clothes, her eyes strangely calm as she asked him, "Senior brother Li, are you planning to deal with Master?" Hearing her question, Li Huowang flinched, his pupils shrank, and a look of panic immediately filled his eyes. Startled, Li Huowang lunged forward and clamped his hand over Bai Lingmiao's mouth, his voice urgent and low. "Shh, do you have a death wish? He can find out everything that happens here." But contrary to his panic, Bai Lingmiao was surprisingly calm. She gently removed his hand and said slowly, "It's all right, senior brother. Today is the day old Master Du returns for the market meeting. Master can't hear us right now." Li Huowang froze, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. He tilted his head and asked, "Old Master Du? What is that?" Before he could get an answer, soft whispers suddenly rose from all around. The people in the cave gathered together, their eyes filled with both fear and despair. "We've been captured to be medicinal guides? We're doomed." Li Huowang merely glanced at them, his expression turning cold, not bothering to explain. "Just as I thought. Now everyone sees me as that scabby old man's accomplice." He grabbed Bai Lingmiao's hand and pulled her away. "It's not safe here. Let's go somewhere else." The two left the crowd and walked deeper into the cave's darkness, completely unaware of the eyes silently following them from behind. After walking a short distance, Li Huowang lowered his voice and asked again, "Continue what you were saying. What is this old Master Du you mentioned?" Bai Lingmiao replied carefully as she walked. "Old Master Du is just Old Master Du. It can't be seen or changed. I heard my grandfather say that only enlightened masters can command them. However, on the 1st and the 15th of every month, Old Master Du will return for the grand market meeting." Li Huowang listened in silence, each word forming a picture in his mind. Old Master Du has to go to the market meeting on the 1st and the 15th. In other words, during these 2 days, that scabby old bastard has no way of monitoring the entire Qingfeng temple. This is truly crucial information. Just then, Bai Lingmiao stopped, turned to look at him, and her voice grew serious. "Senior brother Li, back to the main point. Do you really want to deal with Master?" Without a hint of hesitation, Li Huowang's expression hardened. He gritted his teeth and answered truthfully, "Of course. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood." Hearing him say that, Bai Lingmiao's eyes lit up. She clenched her fists, eager to join him and lend a hand. At that very moment, an interrupting voice made them both whip their heads around. "Can't count me in, too." From the darkness, a dirt-covered man emerged. He was short, holding 2 steamed buns in his hands, and smiling as he walked. "Senior brother Li probably doesn't remember me. This little one was born of the heavens and raised by the earth, without a grand name. You can just call me Puppy." After that long introduction, Puppy bowed as he approached, pushed the steamed buns into their hands, and chuckled. Hey, senior brother, senior sister-in-law, have a bun." Bai Lingmiao immediately frowned, her eyes wary. Were you eavesdropping on us?" Puppy hastily rubbed his hands together and explained. No. How would I dare to eavesdrop? I was originally just coming to find senior brother Li to ask for protection, and just happened to overhear senior sister Ling's last sentence. Still, Bai Lingmiao didn't lower her guard, her voice turning cold. "You don't know anything. How can we trust that you sincerely want to join us?" Puppy immediately lifted his head and said, "I'm sure of it. I admire senior brother Li. Can't I join because of him?" The atmosphere suddenly grew still. Li Huowang watched the scene, an indescribable feeling of familiarity rising within him. Li Huowang. Li Huowang, did your original companions also gather like this? Suddenly, Li Huowang asked softly, Puppy, aren't you afraid of me? Puppy scratched his head and gave a naive smile. How could I be? Senior brother Li only did what he did because he had no choice. Hearing this, Li Huowang suddenly laughed, an unreadable smile on his face. All right, you're in. Just as long as you don't regret it, puppy. But another thought quietly surfaced in his mind. I hope I don't end up with the same fate as Li Huowang. In the following days, Li Huowang continued to look for a way to kill Dan Yangzi, but relying on just himself and the two people by his side, dealing with the old man was basically impossible. During this time, the medicinal guides in the living quarters were brought one by one to the alchemy room by Li Huowang, and the only thing he could do was burn their last words into his memory, until it came to the 8th medicinal guide. That day, Li Huowang kept his head down as usual, obediently bringing the guide to the alchemy room to hand over to Dan Yangzi. His every movement showed no flaws, as if all the rebellious thoughts in his heart had been buried deep. The old man's voice drawled, carrying a tone of praise. I've said it before, the rule of our Jishan Donghua sect is that merit is rewarded and faults are punished. Since you want to learn alchemy, then I will teach you the formula for the blood-nourishing pill first. As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a beat. Li Huowang's pupils contracted, and he couldn't help but startle, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Dan Yangzi saw his expression and suddenly laughed, then pointed a finger straight up at the sky, his voice becoming stern. Don't you look down on this formula. Though it may sound simple, it is an immortal method from the heavenly scrolls. After nodding to accept learning the blood-nourishing pill, Dan Yangzi quickly recited a series of medicinal ingredients, as if every word was already carved into his mind. Remember this well. Human pill, 12 tails, aconite root, half a caddy, yang qi stone, 2 tails, and 4 mace. Li Huowang didn't dare delay. His eyes darted around quickly, then he bent down, hurriedly picked up a sharp piece of rock, and began writing it all down on the hem of his robe. At the 3rd quarter hour of the Shu period, light the furnace. This is the time for purification. Use your eyes to reflect stillness. Use your breath to stoke the flames. Use your spirit to forge. Slowly nurture it. At the 4th quarter hour of the Mao period, open the furnace, and it will be complete. Scrawled characters appeared on the white cloth. There was no ink, only rough scratches, but he still gritted his teeth and recorded every sentence, not daring to miss a single word. After finishing, Li Huowang let out a long breath, a sense of relief washing over him. He looked up and reported, Master, this disciple has recorded the pill formula on my Taoist robe. But suddenly, Dan Yangzi's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes, staring at Li Huowang as if looking at something that extremely displeased him. Just as Li Huowang was about to ask the old man to see if he'd missed anything, he got a swift kick straight to the face. Li Huowang was sent flying, tumbling across the ground as blood sprayed from his nose and mouth. What's wrong with this scabby-headed bastard? How can he just turn on me like that? His vision swam as he lay sprawled on the ground, only able to gasp for air as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth down his neck. My handwriting isn't great, but it's still legible. But that bald bastard didn't even glance at it. It was more like he was reacting to the act of me writing down the pill formula itself. He froze, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I remember during our morning studies before, we never had any scriptures. Plus, I've never seen any calligraphy or paintings displayed in this Qingfeng temple. All knowledge was passed down orally. The thought sparked and immediately took root. Could it be that this scabby old man can't read, that he's illiterate? If the old bastard is illiterate, then who's been deciphering that celestial scripture he's always talking about for him? Suddenly, Zheng Kun walked over, looking down at him with a sneer. Well, what a surprise. To think Master would be willing to pass on a pill formula from the celestial scripture to you, Li Huowang. It seems the old man is truly quite pleased with you. Li Huowang shot up, retorting defensively. Senior brother Zheng Kun, Master favors me because he wishes to. Even if he were to tell me every immortal technique in the celestial scripture, I'm afraid it would be none of your business. If there's nothing else, I'd ask you to step aside. I still need to help Master clean up the pill ingredients. As he spoke, he even shooed his hand dismissively at Zheng Kun. Zheng Kun's face immediately darkened. Without a word, he lunged forward, striking Li Huowang squarely in the ribs. In that instant, he felt a pain that seemed to pierce his very marrow, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Furious, Zheng Kun kicked Li Huowang's thigh, knocking him to the ground. His tone had changed completely. You get one lousy pill formula, and you think you're hot stuff? Master hasn't even passed the immortality technique to me. You think he'd give it to you? And stop using the damn master to pull rank on me. When I was on the run with him, being hunted down, who knows what shithole you were rotting in. Li Huowang refused to back down. Propping himself up, he shot a taunt right back at Zheng Kun. It seems your talent for cultivation isn't that great, is it, senior brother? Otherwise, after following the old man for so long, why hasn't he passed on the immortality technique to you? Driven mad by Li Huowang's words, Zheng Kun snapped and slammed him against the stone wall behind them. You scum, you're asking to die. Time passed. Xuanyuan sighed and walked over to Li Huowang, admonishing him. Junior brother Li Huowang, why are you so unwilling to take advice? It's a good thing you've taken Master's elixir, or you'd be dead by now. Didn't I tell you to be more respectful to Zheng Kun? Why do you keep provoking him? As he spoke, Xuanyuan extended a hand and pulled Li Huowang up. Li Huowang coughed and staggered to his feet. What's he going to do? Kill me. If another disciple in this temple dies, this place probably won't be able to stay open. Besides, Master's old Master Yu is watching from the sidelines. Xuanyuan was silent for a moment, then asked, Old Master Yu? What's that? In that instant, Li Huowang froze. A dozen thoughts raced through his mind. Xuanyuan. He doesn't know about Old Master Yu? That's right. The day Li Huowang and the others tried to escape wasn't the 1st or the 15th of the month, and the scabby old man never passed the immortality technique to an inner disciple like Zheng Kun. It seems the scabby old man doesn't trust anyone, disciples taught by someone like that. Thinking of this, Li Huowang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Startled by his reaction, Xuanyuan called out, Hey, didn't Master already give junior brother Li Huowang his medicine? Why is he going mad again? Li Huowang was ecstatic. He couldn't stop a wide grin from spreading across his face, which was still smeared with blood from earlier. The breakthrough. I've found it. After that, Li Huowang took the opportunity during another conflict with Zheng Kun to reveal the information about Old Master Yu to him. Seeing the look on his face, Li Huowang knew something was bound to happen later. He watched him secretly, but Zheng Kun continued his cultivation as usual, just when Li Huowang thought he had misjudged, and that Zheng Kun wasn't as greedy as he thought. 1 month later, on the 15th, the scabby old man went to open the pill furnace, but Zheng Kun didn't show up at Zhengyi Hall to cultivate, as he usually did. The scene changes to Qingfeng Temple, in Dan Yangzi's residence. Li Huowang silently tailed Zheng Kun, watching his every move. The door to the scabby old man's quarters was open. It seemed Zheng Kun had found someone to help him scout inside. So suspicious. Choosing to stay outside at a time like this. Suddenly, the back door to Dan Yangzi's room opened on its own. Li Huowang was startled to see another person step out. Is that him? The nominal disciple, Xuanyin. Zheng Kun and Xuanyin spoke for a moment, then chanted a spell and quickly vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Li Huowang also snuck into Dan Yangzi's hall. They're finally gone. The restrictive wards in the room must have been dispelled by them. Next, it's my turn. As soon as he stepped inside, the pungent stench of a deathly aura assaulted his nostrils. Suppressing the urge to gag, Li Huowang pushed deeper into the room. Suddenly, a strange stone slate on the table caught his attention. Li Huowang immediately approached it, examining it eagerly. This stone slate must be the celestial scripture the scabby old man was talking about. The characters were incredibly hard to make out. He squinted, trying to read each one on the slate. Shi bu pu yin qian fei quandaru yun yan bu pu yin zai miao hao shen ling yi qie huo and le jie tuo men. But no matter how many times he read it, Li Huowang couldn't understand it. This celestial scripture was clearly just a religious text. There were no pill-making methods on it at all. How could the scabby old man possibly use this to refine pills? A girl's voice threatened, Don't you move. I just have to ring this bell, and my father will be back immediately. Seeing her clearly, Li Huowang lowered his head, smirked, and provoked her. So that's how it is. Fine then, ring it. It'll be the perfect time for our esteemed master to find out that you can't understand this celestial scripture at all. You've been lying to him this whole time. Faced with Li Huowang's cold, calm expression, the girl backed away in fear. How? How did you find out? In that moment, Li Huowang knew he had guessed correctly. The one deciphering the celestial scripture for the old mushroom head was indeed her. She fidgeted and pouted at him. But you can't blame me for this. I can't understand that damn celestial scripture at all, but father kept forcing me to read it to him. Hearing this, Li Huowang crossed his arms and asked, Aren't you afraid he'll find out? She immediately shot back. Pfft, he's illiterate anyway. He just believes whatever I tell him. Suddenly, Li Huowang's gaze turned icy cold. He glanced at her and continued his questioning. The recipe that uses living people for alchemy. You made that up for that evil old man, didn't you? The girl cheerfully swung her 2 pigtails and nodded. That's right. I only remembered that much, so I just told my father it was written in a book. Don't worry, it's not fatal. I wouldn't want something bad to happen to father after he eats it. I'm just afraid that father will find out I'm useless and won't need me anymore. Look at me. I have no arms and no legs. But before she could finish, Li Huowang suddenly grabbed the mouth of the jar and smashed her onto the floor. She shrieked in pain, with tears and snot streaming everywhere. It hurts. It hurts so much. Li Huowang looked down coldly at her gooey, shapeless body and hissed out every word with hatred. Your recipe might not be fatal, but because of it, that scabby old bastard has been constantly eating human flesh. What happened in Dan Yangzi's room was quickly discovered by the old man. On his orders, everyone gathered in the main hall. The moment he stepped inside, the already gloomy and oppressive atmosphere grew even heavier. Dan Yangzi was holding the corpse of his daughter, and he growled in fury. Who was it? Who was it? Who snuck into my room while I, this master, was refining pills? Faced with his question, no one dared to speak. They could barely even breathe. Dan Yangzi walked forward slowly, his cold voice ringing out. No one's talking. Is that it? Fine. Then I, Dan Yangzi, will question you one by one. In the blink of an eye, the old man appeared before Trong Min. He interrogated them. What were you two doing while I was refining the elixir? Terrified, Trong Min's face went pale as he looked down at the old man and answered, Master, the 2 of us were following your instructions, guarding the Thonfong gate. But after seeing the old man's furious face up close, all the courage Trong Min had moments before completely vanished. He looked straight ahead and finished his sentence. Chang Ren and I did not dare to be negligent for even a moment. Pausing for a beat, the old man glanced elsewhere and continued questioning. And what about you, Xuan Yuan? Xuan Yuan quickly gave his explanation. Soon enough, the next person was Li Huowang. The young pup stood from afar, trembling in fear, his head bowed low as he stared at his own feet. Finally, Dan Yangzi walked over and placed a hideous hand on Li Huowang's shoulder, asking, Li Huowang, it's your turn. After you brought the medicinal catalyst today, where did you go? He tried to stay calm and came up with an excuse. I was in the ingredients room preparing the medicinal herbs you'll need for next time, Master. Inside, he couldn't help but feel the oppressive pressure. No wonder Chang Ming and Xuan Yuan were sweating so much. Dan Yangzi, half convinced and half doubtful, turned to ask the people from the herb room, did you all really see Li Huowang in the ingredients room? But after a moment passed, still no one dared to make a sound. The air remained heavy with silence. Seeing this, Dan Yangzi immediately resorted to psychological tactics, tempting them, think carefully before you speak. If anyone can help me find this person, I, Dan Yangzi, will not only send them home, but will also give them money for their travels. Just then, a soft voice spoke up. Master, Bai Lingmiao said, mustering all her courage. Senior Brother Li was indeed with us at that time. I can vouch for Senior Brother Li. Dan Yangzi glanced at her and asked, You'll vouch for him? What about the others? Suddenly, Puppy peeked out from behind another person and chimed in, Immortal Grandfather, let me tell you, that Li Huowang guy didn't come to the ingredient room even once today. Hearing this, everyone in the room froze, and the atmosphere grew even more tense. After Puppy finished speaking, he rubbed his hands together and said to Dan Yangzi with a fawning smile, Immortal sir, I've helped you find your man. Can you take me home now? But in the next moment, the old man flew into a rage, crushing the head in his hand as he shot back. Nonsense. Li Huowang personally brought the medicine catalyst this morning. You say he never went to the ingredient room? So where did he get the catalyst from? Are you tired of living? In that instant, Puppy's spirit completely shattered. He collapsed to his knees, kowtowing to Dan Yangzi. Immortal sir, I was wrong. I was possessed by a demon. That's why I lied. The entire cave echoed with Puppy's pleas for a long time. Xuan Yin glanced over for a moment, only to have something fly straight into his face. Dan Yangzi's horrifying voice boomed right next to his ear. A moment ago, when Li Huowang was being framed, were you smiling? The old man roared madly at Xuan Yin. What's wrong? Did seeing Li Huowang get framed make you happy? Seeing the old master's hideous face right in front of him, Xuan Yin couldn't help but tremble all over. He stumbled to the ground and immediately confessed, Master, it wasn't me. It was Zheng Kun. Senior brother Zheng Kun forced me to do it. Zheng Kun, having been exposed, angrily turned away. The moment Dan Yangzi's pupils flicked towards him, Zheng Kun had already bolted some distance away. A murderous aura surged from Dan Yangzi, his eyes turning blood red like a demon's. He growled, So it was you. I should have realized it sooner. Only you could have bypassed the restriction spell in my room. But did you really think I'd let you come and go as you please? As he spoke, he pulled a blood-stained coin from his pouch and flicked it to the ground at his feet. Through some wicked art, another coin suddenly appeared on Jung Kun's forehead. The moment Dan Yangzi stomped on the coin at his feet, all of Jung Kun's limbs were torn off in an instant. The fool didn't know his own limits. He groaned in agony, dragging his crippled body and leaving a long, dark red trail of blood behind him. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong, Master. Everyone watched, not daring to say a word, their breath caught in their chests. It was my two younger brothers who used their lives to buy us a chance to survive. But the old man wasn't listening at all. A gloomy, murderous aura filled the air. He looked down on Jung Kun coldly, as if staring at an insect. Humph, this Taoist master, know exactly what you're thinking. Jung Kun was terrified. He begged desperately, Master, I'm a cripple now. Please, spare me this one time. Immediately, a foot slammed down on his head, pressing it to the ground. The old master uttered his final words. You and your two brothers are exactly alike, a pack of ungrateful wolves. And then, he smashed Jung Kun's head to a pulp. After killing Jung Kun, Huowang's status soared. At Dan Yangzi's command, he kowtowed 9 times before a giant statue. He then turned his head and said coldly to the old man, It is done, Master. Dan Yangzi nodded and declared, You have offered incense before the patriarch. From this day forward, you are my, Dan Yangzi's, personal disciple. Immediately, everyone below clasped their hands and congratulated the two. Dan Yangzi quickly dismissed everyone, telling Li Huowang to follow him. Huowang thought to himself, The moment has finally arrived. Rest easy, you leper. I will help you achieve immortality. The scene shifts to Dan Yangzi's room. The old man began, I remember you can read, correct? Li Huowang was silent for a moment, then softly replied, Yes, Master. It's good that you can read. As he spoke, the old man began to perform some kind of spell, a blue light emanating from his wrist and gathering in his palm. All the coins surrounding the stone tablet instantly separated, floating all around. Dan Yangzi said to Huowang, Then come here and see if you can understand the words on this divine scripture. He obediently walked over, stopped in front of the stone tablet, and gently touched it. The previous cultivation method for immortality was all just nonsense made up by that empty-headed fool. If I can't continue the lie, I'll be exposed instantly. Rather than risk that, I might as well tear it all down. After thinking for a moment, Huowang started to play his trick. It seems this disciple understands now. Dan Yangzi grew impatient and urged him on. What are you muttering about? If you've figured something out, hurry up and say it. Suddenly, he scratched his head and curiously asked his old master, Why doesn't this heavenly scripture have the formula for the blood-moistening elixir you taught me last time? Hearing him say that, the old man's mouth twisted. Huowang, seizing the opportunity, continued, The heavenly scripture describes an internal cultivation technique. It says you must practice it at the very moment the old year ends, and the new year begins, combining it with several types of external elixirs for cultivation. Only then can you absorb the spiritual energy that the heavenly Tao pours into the mortal realm and achieve immortality. A startled Dan Yangzi rushed forward, pushing Huowang aside. The cultivation method also needs to be combined with external elixirs? He asked. He nodded and continued. There are several types of external elixirs. Let me see. Here's one. It requires 2 liang and 4 qian of cinnabar, 1 qian of baishao root, 1 liang and 2 qian of arsenic, and 1 old master yu, whose soul must be refined. At this point, Huowang turned and asked curiously, Master, what kind of medicinal ingredient is this old master yu? The atmosphere suddenly froze. The old Taoist's anger reached its peak, and a dark, intense aura radiated from him. He growled furiously. No wonder Dan Yangzi's daughter said this heavenly scripture would change, that it couldn't be learned by rote. So that's why I, Dan Yangzi, haven't been able to become an immortal all this time. How dare you lie to me, Dan Yangzi? You deserve to die. With a wave of his hand, the entire ground split open and shattered. Radiating killing intent, Dan Yangzi turned to probe Huowang. My dear disciple, Dan Yangzi's daughter lied to me. You wouldn't lie to me too, would you? Huowang put on an innocent face and assured him. Master, this is the method to become an immortal. How could I possibly lie to you? I want to become an immortal too. The old man paced back and forth, half believing, half doubting. He observed Huowang for a moment, then burst out laughing. Good. Recite this cultivation method for me first. After we've mastered it, we'll refine the external elixirs. We, master and disciple, will become immortals together. Dan Yangzi chuckled with delight. completely unaware that Huowang's plan had officially begun. The small candle flame trembled in Huowang's hand, its light casting upon the cold, damp cave walls, making them seem as if they were breathing. He walked in silently, thinking to himself as he walked, "Luckily, I've read quite a few novels. Otherwise, that old codger would have definitely seen through the cultivation method I made up today." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him, making his heart skip a beat. When he looked up, the flickering candlelight revealed dozens of medicine guides standing in wait, each holding a candle like a living flame. Seeing them, the tension in Huowang's heart suddenly eased. He smiled faintly. "I've returned safely now. The promise I made to help you escape still stands. You'll all be going home soon." Hearing this, a boy nicknamed Puppy immediately took the lead, and the entire group knelt down on the cold stone floor. "Senior brother Li, you are like our second parents." Flustered, Huowang rushed over, quickly trying to help them up. "What are you all doing?" "Today in Zhengyi Hall, if it weren't for everyone's help, I would have been finished. Should I be kowtowing to thank you all?" In that moment, he suddenly realized something strange. In this strange world, he found himself standing on the same side as these misshapen people. The intertwining feeling of familiarity and strangeness sent a chill down his spine. Taking a deep breath, Huowang collected his thoughts and got to the main point. "Everyone, there's something I need your help with. This concerns whether or not we can escape from Qingfeng Temple successfully." Lingmiao looked at him, confused. "What is it?" Senior brother Li was silent for a moment. Huowang looked up, his gaze turning serious. "Do any of you know other legends, like the one about Old Master Yu?" Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao slowly opened her mouth, her storytelling voice low. "Besides Old Master Yu, I also heard my grandfather talk about an evil entity. It's called the Tai Sui." Huowang frowned slightly, his voice tinged with doubt. "This, Tai Sui, doesn't sound very special. This thing is extremely evil." Her eyes darted around, as if she was afraid something was standing right behind her. She lowered her voice, each word seeming to fall into the darkness. "First, its appearance is different to every person who sees it. Some say it looks like a long-eared monster, while others say it looks like a deceased elder." Distorted images seemed to overlap in her mind. Her breath hitched, and her voice suddenly grew tense. "Furthermore, if you mention the Tai Sui often, and then suddenly stop, as if something is choking your words, the prolonged silence made the air feel thick." Huowang couldn't help but ask, "Then what happens?" Bai Lingmiao trembled slightly and continued, "The Tai Sui. It will come find you, and if it finds you, you will also become a Tai Sui." As soon as she finished speaking, the space seemed to drop a degree colder. After finishing her story, Lingmiao smiled as if nothing had happened. "So, senior brother Li, is the information about the Tai Sui useful?" Huowang didn't answer, just let out a sharp exhale, a deeply strange feeling in his heart. "You just have to be near the Tai Sui for a while and you'll turn into one? This world is so bizarre, it has all sorts of damn things. But the most urgent matter right now is killing that Dan Yangzi." Huowang didn't dwell on it and continued to ask, "This is good. The information about the Tai Sui is very useful. Does anyone else have anything?" As soon as he finished, the whole group immediately started clamoring, their voices overlapping. Everyone wanted to tell their story. Puppy scratched his head and spoke up shyly. "Senior brother, I know about someone who skins a child, puts the skin on a dog, and trains it like a dog. Then they take this dog that understands human language to the streets to perform tricks." Huowang immediately frowned and clarified, "What I need aren't these kinds of scary stories, but strange entities like Old Master Yu." Just then, Jiao Wu, a medicine guide from Qingfeng Temple, staggered out from the crowd holding a candle, the flame in his hand flickering wildly. "Senior brother, I know of a grandmother fish. I once heard the elders in my family talk about it. This grandmother fish not only has a bizarre shape, but it only appears whenever there's a big flood." After thinking for a moment, Huowang nodded in approval. "That does sound like a strange entity. All right. The grandmother fish counts as one." Suddenly, the stuttering voice of another Qingfeng Temple medicine guide, the Fool, rang out. "Senior brother, I know one too." But before the Fool could finish, Huowang walked over, gave him a solid pat on the chest, and walked away. "All right, this information is enough for now. I'm heading back. You all wait quietly for my news." The Fool watched on, confused. Not long after, with help from the people in the cave, Huowang pieced together a fake ingredient list to present to Dan Yangzi. "Take 2 hearts of a great old one and refine its essence." He deliberately looked up and asked, "Master, what is a great old one?" But the old man just frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it. Keep reading." Huowang didn't dare hesitate. He looked down at the stone tablet and pretended to read. "Next is a gong ba fish. Take its gills and soak them with 2 liang of arsenic. Hearing this, Dan Yangzi's interest was immediately piqued, his eyes lighting up. Arsenic has a cold nature. It must be neutralized with a hot-natured ingredient like the gongba fish. How marvelous. His voice was urgent, filled with an unconcealable fervor. And the celestial scripture uses a great old one to refine pills? It must be true. If humans can be used as medicine catalysts for pill refinement, why can't these demonic things be used as well? Why didn't I think of this before? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a brilliant golden dharma bell appeared in midair. The mottled golden light illuminated his face, making it look even more grotesque. Huowang was startled, and turned abruptly, his gaze fixed on the object. The moment the old man gently rang the bell, the sound exploded, spreading out in all directions like visible ripples. Space itself trembled. Waves of sound struck him directly, as if the very air was being torn apart. Caught in the sound, Huowang's head suddenly became heavy and dizzy, so much so that he couldn't stand steady. He clutched his head and collapsed to his knees. My head hurts so much. What's happening? Could it be that scabby-headed bastard found out about my plan? Where did I go wrong? But contrary to his fears, the characters on the stone tablet in front of him began to blur, then evaporated line by line, as if they had never existed. Huowang looked around in confusion, feeling as if he had stepped into another layer of reality. What is this now? Suddenly, the smoke slowly condensed, swirling, and then formed into 2 souls with bizarre, monstrous shapes, distorted. They floated amidst the mist, making one's scalp tingle. And then, in an instant, a chilling thought entered his mind. They were the old man Yu. Huowang bit his lip, his eyes wavering as if he couldn't fully process what was happening before him. Did this old man's bell summon these 2 things? Wait a minute. Is he eating dirt off the ground? Watching Dan Yangzi's series of bold and incomprehensible actions, Huowang's mind went blank for a moment, leaving only a silent astonishment that spread through the suffocating space. The old man stood there, his body as still as a statue, then slowly began to chant a series of spells. The old man Yu circled Dan Yangzi ceaselessly, its trajectory distorted, as if not following any direction, sometimes near, sometimes far, as if being pulled by the chant itself. As soon as the final word of the chant was uttered, the old man Yu abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. In the lingering smoke, Dan Yangzi clasped his hands behind his back, his calm voice laced with smugness. Though the items in the heavenly scroll are hard to obtain, that's hardly a challenge for your master. As long as I know where something is, I can just go and steal it. Li Huowang blinked, not fully understanding at first. Steal? Could those 2 things from earlier really help find alchemy ingredients? Before the thought could even fully form, Dan Yangzi suddenly whipped around, his eyes turning fierce. Of course you have to steal. Do you think people are just going to give things to you for free? The old man stepped closer to him and began to explain. The thing I just summoned with the bell is called Old Man Do. This Old Man Do has countless wondrous uses. Finding things is just one of its specialties. The old man's eyes glinted with a distant, twisted memory, and his voice gradually took on an indescribable glee. Back in the day, it took a great deal of effort for me, Dan Yangzi, to steal this bell. At 5 years old, after a beggar bigger than me snatched a stale bun from my hands, I understood a fundamental truth. He paused for a beat, as if letting each word sink in deeply. When you don't have something, but someone else does, what do? Just one word. Steal. The last word came out dry and decisive. His voice grew louder, as if excited by his own words. When I was young, I stole wives, stole horses, stole silver. Later, I stole cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, and disciples. He let out a hoarse laugh, gesturing around them. Even this very temple was something I stole. You see that clay statue of the founding master over there? Is he saying anything? Finally, he leaned down, his eyes boring into Li Huowang, his voice low but heavy. So, listen up, kid. The only reason I'm telling you this is because I consider you family. This is me teaching you how to get wise. Suddenly, Li Huang looked up, his voice tinged with a naive confusion. But, master, what if we can't win when we try to steal? The moment the question was asked, the air seemed to freeze. Dan Yangzi's face immediately darkened, becoming as black as if a shadow had fallen over it. He scowled and muttered, "Hopeless. You're absolutely hopeless." Then, without warning, he strode forward and smacked Li Huowang on the head, his voice strained. "How can your educated brain be so damn inflexible? If you can't win the fight, don't you know how to think of another way to steal?" He didn't stop, the words pouring out of him as if under pressure. If one person can't do it, then 2 people team up. If teaming up doesn't work, You can use poison. If poison doesn't work, then you play dirty. After a moment of silence, Li Huowang swallowed hard and forced himself to speak. You're right, master. You see the world so clearly. Dan Yangzi's face was grim, his trembling hand pointing straight at the sky, his voice dropping low before suddenly rising to a roar. They said I was illiterate. They said I had no aptitude. They called me a heretic and said I had no Taoist heart. After I become an immortal, I'll pry open their eyes and make them see. We'll see who has no aptitude then. Who has no Taoist heart. Shi lao fa jiang sang zan sun. Wa hang jie fa ai jiang sheng. Wu zai shi zhang lo pao tong li luan king zi shi. Liu sheng jun fu yung wa kong ming tiang zi xuan zong. Wan ki bian gang gong su wang zhe zhang wu sheng. Dong zi tiang xuan ge hua wei sheng. Lu huang huang tiang wei yi zhang yin ji. During this time, Huowang was constantly perfecting the heavenly scroll, making the path to immortality seem even more plausible. The master wasn't idle either. Before long, he had found everything Li Huowang had mentioned. Just when he thought the old man couldn't wait to start the alchemy furnace, his master said something Li Huowang never expected. No rush. There's still some time before the new year. Let's go have our New Year's Eve dinner first. New Year's Eve dinner? In a place like this? The thought popped into Li Huowang's head, feeling both absurd and out of place. New Year's Eve dinner with them? In this hellhole? On the cold stone table, portions of hot food were placed before each disciple. Dan Yangzi sat at the head of the table, raising his bowl with a loud laugh. Ha ha, now this is more like it. Everyone together. This is how you celebrate the new year. Seeing the disciples still with their heads bowed, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. The old man pointed and urged, "Go on, eat. What are you all spacing out for? You kids have it good. When I was your age, I didn't even know what a dumpling looked like." His voice slowed, pulling a layer of old memories with it. I remember one New Year's. I was smelling the food from someone else's house. Their daughter saw me and begged her father to let me in for a meal. I went inside and saw for the first time what dumplings looked like. I remember the ones they made back then were filled with pork fat and chives. They were delicious. Li Huowang couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up his bowl and chopsticks, bowed his head, and devoured the dumplings. The flavor exploded on his tongue, so real it made him pause. It was truly delicious. His eyes gradually grew dazed, his breathing became heavy, and his nose started running before he even realized it. This was what the new year felt like. With every piece he swallowed, memories from the other world quietly surfaced. It wasn't just about eating dumplings, but about family, about being together. The images overlapped, hazy yet terrifyingly clear. How could these memories be fake? But right after, everything in Li Huowang's mind began to turn white, as each memory slowly dissolved, as if being silently erased by something. Just then, Dan Yangzi reached out and gently patted his shoulder, his voice dropping to a whisper right next to his ear. "Kiddo, you should eat a little slower when you're crying. You might choke." Li Huowang froze. His face, he now realized, was a mess, and his gaze became vacant. Tears streamed endlessly, silently down his cheeks. In a remaining corner of his consciousness, a thought whispered, so faint it almost vanished. "Am I crying?" Dan Yangzi suddenly pulled out a stack of red talismans, fanning them between his fingers and waving them in front of everyone, his voice rising, full of mockery. Come, if you can't handle your food, don't try to copy Li Huowang. Here are some red envelopes for you all. Remember to put them under your pillows." Finishing his sentence, he casually handed an envelope to each disciple. The Chongming brothers immediately took theirs, their eyes lighting up as they quickly stood. "Thank you, master." The old man gave a faint smile and waved his hand. "Don't thank me. Just say Happy New Year." Xuan Yuan, with food still on his mouth, jumped up before wiping it clean. He scratched his head and grinned. "Happy New Year." Dan Yangzi laughed heartily, then suddenly threw all the remaining red envelopes into the air. "Good. Happy New Year to everyone." His laughter lingered, but his eyes gradually darkened, becoming deep pools that seemed to gaze into a future only he could see. He slowly walked over to the place settings of the deceased disciples, bent down, and tucked red envelopes under their bowls. "And for my departed disciples, you all get one. Everyone gets their share." Suddenly, he stopped beside Li Huowang, who was still hunched over, eating. His voice was low. "My boy, you don't need lucky money. You and I, master and disciple, we will achieve immortality together. From now on, we will live as long as heaven and earth." After speaking, he couldn't hide a grotesque smile, the corners of his mouth stretching wide as his tongue flicked out in an unconscious reflex. Li Huowang slowly looked up and returned the smile, but his eyes were pitch black, empty, and without a ripple. All right, master. This alchemy session will go as smoothly as always. But inside, his suspicious nature took over. He wants us to become immortals together. Isn't he just afraid that the formula he gave me is a fake? But I'm not afraid. Oh, Dan Yangzi, go ahead and cling to your dream of immortality, and die with me without a second thought. Li Huowang picked up the pill and swallowed it whole. Dan Yangzi narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Li Huowang's every move, as if waiting for a sign. A moment later, the incense stick began to emit thick white smoke, which spread throughout the space and wrapped itself tightly around Li Huowang's body. He tilted his head back, his eyes beginning to glow strangely. So much. Innate, spiritual energy. He spread his arms wide, a laugh escaping his lips, his voice nearly trembling. So this is it. I've seen the truth. I understand now. I'm about to become an immortal. Seeing this reaction, Dan Yangzi immediately shoved the pill into his own mouth and swallowed, his voice filled with ambition. This old Taoist. I will become an immortal too. The white smoke quickly thickened, swallowing them both. The white smoke quickly thickened, swallowing them both. But in that exact moment, Li Huowang's stomach suddenly clenched. A violent pain ripped through him as if tearing his organs apart, and blood sprayed from his mouth. He clutched his stomach, groaning. My stomach. It hurts so much. Then, he coughed twice. His body went limp, and he collapsed. But his eyes changed, and his tone shifted, now laced with a cold, mocking sneer. Still trying to cultivate, you bald-headed fool? Quote, all those techniques. I just copied them from some Shansha novel. You're never going to become an immortal. With that, he staggered to his knees, pulled out another red pill, and chewed it ravenously. The only thing you can become is a demon. Demonic energy erupted around Li Huowang, his eyes turning bloodshot and crazed. He walked over and stood above Dan Yangzi. Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. He swung his hand, bringing it down hard on the old man's head. Dan Yangzi's body instantly deformed, his face contorting, his eyes bulging to reveal 5 grotesque, golden pupils inside. The old man gasped, You! Inner demons! When he suddenly shot up, roaring, a burst of power sending Li Huowang flying. Don't you dare stop Dan Yangzi from becoming an immortal. Get lost. I am about to ascend. The Grand Master is coming to receive me. I am about to become a god. The Grand Master is coming for me. Blood poured endlessly from his mouth, his eyes nearly devoid of humanity, leaving only swirling pools of red and black. Li Huowang, thrown to the ground, tilted his head up to watch. This guy's obsession with immortality has driven him completely insane. Then, his body went limp, and he collapsed, his breath coming in ragged gasps. My stomach hurts so much. I really regret not having a knife to slit my own throat. He tremblingly reached a hand toward the faint light at the cave's entrance. But in that instant, the cold white light of a hospital flashed before his eyes. A sound slipped into his ears, distant yet near. Wang. Li Huowang. Li Huowang lay there, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. He just faintly raised his hand. Nah, are you here for me? Even if it's just a hallucination, it's not so bad. A jumble of voices overlapped. Patient in bed 14 is barely conscious. Initial diagnosis is food poisoning. Quick, get the suction machine over here for a gastric lavage. He was lying in a hospital bed, yet it felt like he was still in the cave. A weak curse escaped his lips. Pump my stomach. My ass. Is that a stomach pump from a mental hospital? Where did you get intestinal lavage equipment? Can't you hallucinations be a little more logical? Drops fell from above, the liquid rising slowly, silently swallowing his body. Li Huowang's eyes remained open but unfocused. Then, a fly landed on his cold, wet eyeball and began to crawl back and forth without him even blinking. His entire body was still, as if forgotten by the world. Suddenly, Li Huowang's body jerked violently. He shot up, his whole body convulsing fiercely, vomiting everything in his stomach. A red liquid mixed with chunks of raw meat spilled out. He gasped for air like someone dragged up from the bottom of the ocean, his hazy mind asking itself, Am I still alive? How could this be possible? Wait a minute. Before his consciousness could even stabilize, a chilling thought cut through. If I'm still alive, does that mean that bastard Dan Yangzi is too? Li Huowang slowly turned his head. His eyes were blood red, still simmering with a madness that hadn't faded. But the moment he saw what was behind him, all his thoughts seemed to suffocate, and a single, raw idea burst forth. Holy shit. Li Huowang stared, dumbfounded, as Dan Yangzi's body was torn in two, as if forced open by something from within. From that crack, a deformed creature emerged, its body like rotten vegetation, yet convulsing as if it were alive. 3 large mouths crowded together, opening and closing, a gruesome, squelching, chewing sound echoing from within. What the hell has that old man become? 3 flowers converge at the crown, ascension to immortality? The old man's voice rang out, distorted and overlapping, madly excited. So that's it. So that's how it is. I get it now. I've attained enlightenment. With every word he uttered, his body swelled and tore open wider, as if his enlightenment was ripping apart his own corpse to escape, until it could bear no more. A hiss erupted, long and drawn out, before shattering into a fit of insane laughter. Taoist master, I've attained enlightenment. Ha ha ha. Immediately after, Dan Yangzi's body completely disintegrated, torn to shreds. His life force seemed to have been sucked dry by that monster, down to the very last drop of blood. Then, in an instant, everything exploded, leaving only the twisted, exposed skeleton of Dan Yangzi in the center. Before Li Huowang's eyes, it all turned into a cloud of blood, falling like a thick, viscous rain. The blood fell, drop by drop, soaking into his hair, running down his face, dyeing Li Huowang's entire body a deep crimson. He didn't move, his eyes wide open, glued to the space in front of him, as if still seeing what had just happened. His whole body was stiff, motionless amidst the foul-smelling rain of blood. Splat. A piece of Dan Yangzi's face fell beside him. Li Huowang slowly tilted his head, looking over, then down. He remained silent, then the corner of his mouth curled slightly. A dry, rasping laugh escaped, lasting for a moment before falling silent again. Everything suddenly felt empty. What he had just done, what had just happened, it was all so meaningless. So, the old bastard is really dead this time, huh? But as he numbly picked up the piece of the old man's skin and looked down at it, he felt nothing at all. Why am I not dead yet? What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, the voices of the Changming brothers rang out, startling Li Huowang. Hey, you moon-worshipping sect freak, where's our master? Li Huowang slowly pointed to the ground at their feet, his voice icy. Your master? He's that thing you're stepping on. And by the way, my dear senior brothers, I am Li Huowang. The 2 Zhang brothers froze, then recoiled, their eyes glued to the ground where the pile of mushy flesh was still twitching faintly. In disbelief, Chang Ren immediately shouted, You're lying! Our master, Before he could finish, Li Huowang lunged forward, shoving the bloody piece of skin right in front of their faces, his voice suddenly sharp. Look, he's really dead. He slowly pulled his hand back, his head bowed, his voice lowering. That mushroom-headed bastard killed people like they were nothing his entire life. He should have died a long time ago, but I didn't kill him for that. It was entirely due to a personal grudge. But before he could finish his sentence, Chang Ming and Chang Ren spun around and fled. Li Huowang was taken aback and called after them, Hey, at least wait for me to finish before you go. Afterwards, Li Huowang took Dan Yangzi's ritual bell and returned to the cave to signal everyone there. He was still in his white robes, now drenched in red blood. Everyone, look, the bald old bastard is dead. You can all go home now. The people in the cave surged out, crowding around, their eyes fixed on the piece of face in Li Huowang's hand. The atmosphere suddenly erupted, everyone's face lighting up. That piece of skin. It's really the bald old man. No doubt about it. It's him. Hurry, hurry. We can finally go home. The sound of frantic, chaotic footsteps echoed. People pushed and shoved their way out, as if afraid that being a step too slow would get them dragged back in. Li Huowang walked ahead, ringing the bell continuously, its sound echoing through the cave. Everyone, hurry out. Dan Yangzi is dead. You can go home for the new year. He's dead. With every step, the blood on his body left a trail behind him, scattered by the wind like red dust. However, Li Huowang's face was devoid of all expression, as if he had willingly stepped into a bottomless mire, all in exchange for pushing everyone else out. After walking for a bit, the sound of a collision suddenly rang out. Li Huowang became instantly alert. What was that sound? He pressed himself against the door, holding his breath as he peered into Dan Yangzi's room, only to discover Xuan Yuan, Chang Ming, and Chang Ren fighting each other like madmen. A gloomy aura swirled around them. The thick, metallic smell made the air heavy. When Xuan Yuan saw him, he turned sharply, veins popping on his face, his eyes bloodshot. Junior brother Li Huowang, come quickly. Let's kill these 2 accomplices of Dan Yangzi and share the celestial scripture. Chang Ming threatened loudly. Li Huowang, if you don't want to die, then get the hell out of our sight. Master taught you the way of alchemy. In this situation, do you really think you can handle two of us who follow the way of the sword? Li Huowang stood silently, sighing internally. So it was all for the celestial scripture. He spoke, his voice weary. Actually, it's not a celestial scripture for achieving immortality at all. It's just an ancient text. Senior brothers, why don't you just come with us? The air suddenly grew heavy. Chang Ming and Chang Ren glared at him simultaneously, their voices as cold as ice. Junior brother Li Huowang, if you're not interested in the celestial scripture, then leave. Without hesitation, Li Huowang immediately slammed the door shut, blocking out the sounds from behind. Then we'll be leaving first. Please continue, senior brothers. We'll meet again someday. With that, he turned and rang the bell repeatedly, quickening his pace to lead the way. Everyone who wants to go home, stay close to me. Don't get curious and look inside. My 3 senior brothers' swords don't have eyes. A moment later, they all flooded out of the cave. Light rushed in, the world opening up before them. The wind blew past, as if tearing away the suffocating air from behind. Everyone burst into cheers, running chaotically. We're out! We're going home! Li Huowang stopped at the cave entrance, not taking another step. He tilted his head back and looked at the sky, the light shining directly into his eyes. It's already dawn. Was I in that alchemy room with that bald old bastard for an entire night? Just then, Bai Lingmiao ran up from behind. She gently tugged on his sleeve, her voice soft. Senior brother Li, let's go too. Suddenly, Li Huowang grabbed her hand, stopping her. Wait. He then placed a piece of paper in her palm, instructing her, these are the last words and addresses left by the medicinal guides who died. After you get out, please find a courier service to deliver these to their families. Bai Lingmiao looked at him, bewildered. Senior brother Li, aren't you going home? That question made him freeze. His gaze darkened. Home? But I don't have a home anymore. Where could I possibly go back to? Without another word, he let go of her hand, turned around, and walked back into the darkness alone. The cold, damp cave swallowed his figure whole. Li Huowang lay down on the old mat, staring blankly at the stone ceiling. It just occurred to him that today was the 1st of the month, and he still hadn't eaten that disgusting black tai sui. The effects suppressing the hallucinations are about to wear off, aren't they? Even if it's fake, just let me see her one more time. Just once is enough. His thoughts seemed to sink deep down, and Li Huowang's entire body once again fell into that dark space. He felt like he was falling into the boundary between two worlds. The voices of Bai Lingmiao and Yang Na echoed continuously in his ears. Senior brother Li Huowang. Bai Lingmiao tried to reach his soul, to wake him up. Senior brother Li, let's go together. But for someone who had lost everything, Li Huowang needed nothing. His lips were dry and cracked, his voice raspy and weary. There's no need. It's fine here. I'm used to it. Pup peeked out from somewhere and said, if senior brother Li wants to stay here, maybe the rest of us should go on ahead. Hearing that, Bai Lingmiao immediately flared up, whipping around and shouting, You, shut your mouth! The space fell silent. Bai Lingmiao turned back, her voice softening. If you can't go home, then come to my home. My house is very big, and the east wing is still empty. You haven't lost everything, Li Huowang. You can't give up on yourself. Just then, everything seemed to merge. The image of Yang Na overlapped with Bai Lingmiao. The scene shifted back to the hospital, where Huowang was covered in a tangle of wires. His mother was trembling with worry. Can you hear me, son? You can't die. If you die, how are we two old folks supposed to live? The beeping of the machine stretched out, then faltered. A butterfly appeared, and gently landed on his pale face. But Yang Na's voice continued to echo, and the butterfly immediately flew away. Li Huowang reached out for it, lost. After hearing her voice once more, he jolted up with all his might, chasing after that silhouette. Everything inverted, both his body and the sea of blood flew upwards. Li Huowang screamed, "Na!" and pursued her image. The moment he reached her, he held her tightly, full of longing. Yang Na gently hugged him back, whispering, "Promise me, no matter what happens, you will never fall. You must live well, okay?" It was the same repeated phrase, but it seemed Huowang had found his last bit of hope. He whispered back, "Okay, I promise you." The scene suddenly shattered, and the damp cave reappeared. Huowang was holding Bai Lingmiao tightly in his arms. She trembled slightly, her voice small. "Li, senior brother Li, let's go. This place gives me the creeps." In that instant, Huowang's pupils constricted. He snapped out of his daze. Bai Lingmiao cheerfully handed a piece of paper back to Huowang. "Here, this is for you. None of us can read, so it's better if senior brother Li delivers this last testament himself." Suddenly, the fool stammered, I know how." Zhao Wu immediately covered his mouth and reminded him, even if you can read, right now, you have to pretend you can't. Understand? Lingmiao added a few more words to bolster Huowang's will to live. Senior brother Li, you promised them yourself. A true man can't go back on his word. Hearing this, he clenched the paper in his hand and tucked it back into his robes. All right, let's go. Before leaving for good, Huowang turned and instructed loudly. You all gather some of the food here first, so we don't go hungry on the road. I still have one more thing I need to take care of. A while later, despite searching everywhere, Huowang couldn't find the black tai sui that Dan Yangzi had been raising. He scratched his head in frustration and walked away. Strange. Why can't I find that black tai sui? Did it grow legs and run off? Without the black tai sui, I can't suppress my madness. The only place left is the alchemy room where that bald bastard ascended, just as I thought. As soon as he stepped inside, the massive body of the black tai sui was writhing on top of Dan Yangzi's corpse. Huowang entered, confused. Why did it crawl out of its hole to come here? Could it be here for Dan Yangzi's remains? But he quickly realized something. Wait a minute. Why is this black tai sui so dehydrated? Could this thing be linked to Dan Yangzi's life force? He rushed over and picked up a piece of Dan Yangzi's flesh. Hey, pull yourself together. If you dehydrate and die, what am I supposed to do about my madness? Don't you want a piece of Dan Yangzi? Here, I'll feed it to you. With that, he directly shoved his hand into the black tai sui's mouth, forcing the old man's raw flesh down its throat. It chewed noisily for a moment, and as soon as it swallowed, its entire body screeched and spurted blood from its pores, splattering all over Huowang. He collapsed to the ground, stunned. How did this happen? After swallowing Dan Yangzi's remains, this black tai sui is even more dehydrated. No, even if this black tai sui dies, I can't let it go to waste. In that moment, a starkly vivid idea flashed through Huowang's mind. He slowly brought his face closer to the black tai sui, staring intently at the red spots on its body. She carefully checked everything in her head: dried rations, travel money, and a few spare sets of clothes. I think I've gathered everything useful from this Qingfeng temple. It should be enough for the road for a while. I wonder how senior brother Li is doing. She quickly made her way to the alchemy room where Huowang was. But before she got there, Pup and a few others had already arrived. Pup looked at the scene inside and couldn't help but shudder. Is this the matter he said he needed to solve? Ugh. If I had known, I wouldn't have followed him here. As he spoke, Pup couldn't hold it in and threw up everything. Lingmiao anxiously ran over and peeked inside, as Pup's voice echoed again. Heaven knows, if on the road, he'll end up eating us too. The scene inside was utter chaos. Huowang was kneeling on the ground, face down, ravenously eating the flesh of the black tai sui. His body, already covered in blood, was now even more so. Suddenly, Lingmiao approached, a stark contrast to him. Like a pure snowflake, she spoke up. Senior brother Li, you're here? Startled, he shot up and explained in a soft voice. This black tai sui can suppress my delusions, but for some reason, it keeps dehydrating. It looks like it's about to disappear. I truly had no other choice, so I did this. After he finished, Lingmiao was silent for a moment, then gently offered him a new bundle of cloth. Your clothes are dirty, senior brother. I brought you a clean set. She seemed unconcerned by his filthy, blood-soaked appearance. Tilting her head with a smile, she asked, Did you forget anything else we need to bring? Huowang gave a small, touched smile and reached out his hand. Let's go. There's one more place we need to check. The scene changes to Dan Yangzi's hall. Huowang, now in clean clothes, returned with the others to the old master's room. It's so quiet here. It seems my 3 senior brothers have settled their score. He slowly stepped inside. Li Huowang looked at the corpses scattered everywhere and said with a weary sigh, How tragic. I guess senior brother won't be needing this sword anymore. In that case, I'll be borrowing it. With that, he pulled the sword directly from Xuanyuan's body. Li Huowang walked step by step to the stone tablet, his eyes gazing down at it blankly. If I leave this heavenly scroll here and someone finds it, who knows how many more people will suffer. He idly swung the sword at it, and the blade instantly shattered into pieces. Li Huowang looked at the stone tablet in surprise. It didn't even have a scratch. The heavenly scroll is that tough? Looks like this heavenly scroll can be considered a treasure. I might as well take it with me. At worst, I can take it to a pawn shop and get some travel money. With that, he tossed the broken sword aside. He then walked over to Chang Ren's corpse and said a few words. Senior brother, you still have a sword here. I'll be taking it with me as well. You can rest in peace now. Suddenly, the voices of the people behind him called out. Senior brother Li, are we ready to leave? He let out a long sigh and called back loudly. Let's move out. Leaving that monstrous place behind, they burned everything to the ground. The entire cave was quickly engulfed in a sea of flames. Li Huowang emerged from the cave with a fresh look, taking in his surroundings. Just let it all burn. I wonder what kind of people and things I'll encounter from now on. Suddenly, he felt a sense of anticipation. All at once, Bai Lingmiao's small voice called out, "Senior brother Li, slow down. My eyes hurt so much." He was startled and turned back to see her eyes constantly watering. Is it because of her albinism? Immediately, Li Huowang cut a piece of cloth and tied it over Bai Lingmiao's eyes, instructing her, "From now on, when the sun is bright, use this cloth to cover your eyes." Bai Lingmiao waved her hands, stumbling in confusion. But like this, I won't be able to see the way." Without hesitation, Li Huowang immediately took Bai Lingmiao's hand and pulled her along. "It's all right. I'll lead you." The scene changes to another part of the forest, where a man's loud shout rings out. "Hey kid, are you done taking a crap yet?" The boy he was calling to sat in a bush, trying his hardest to push out the very essence of life. Almost done. Dad, you're even rushing me while I'm on the toilet." The boy was Lu Shukai, the youngest son of the Lu family opera troupe. Suddenly, the bushes around him began to rustle. Faint moans could be heard. Lu Shukai whipped his head around in alarm and shouted, "Who's there?" But after waiting a long time, there was no movement. He breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not a ghost, and I haven't even managed to push a single one out yet." Suddenly, a creepy giggle sounded right behind him. Terrified, Lu Shiokai's scream echoed throughout the forest. "There's a ghost! Quick!" He scrambled back to his family, hiding behind the horse cart with everyone else. The eldest son of the Lu troupe, named Lu Juren, cried out in fear, "Father, what are we going to do?" Sitting next to Lu Juren was the eldest daughter-in-law, Luo Huanhua. She trembled as she hugged her child. "Father, please, think of something." Lu Zhuangyuan, the head of the La Troupe, was helpless as he looked at his two pleading children. "How the hell should I know what to do now? We're in this mess." With no other ideas, Lu Zhuangyuan suddenly rushed forward and threw himself on the ground, begging the demon before him. "Oh, great demon grandpa, please spare our family. We're all just poor, unfortunate souls, just trying to make a living." Suddenly, the thing let out a cackle, its voice jumping an octave as it asked, "Tell me, do I look human, or do I look like a god?" Lu Zhuangyuan trembled all over, slowly raising his tear-filled eyes to look at the hideous creature. "Is this thing demanding official recognition? I can't just say whatever. One wrong answer, and my family is finished." He stammered, like a god, but the air immediately went dead silent, causing the terrified Lu Zhuangyuan to quickly change his answer. "Like a human. Of course, you look like a human." He slammed his face into the ground in fear. Was that wrong too? "Oh no, no, no." Suddenly, from behind them, came the voice of Puppy. "Senior brother, I told you, if we just followed that pile of stuff, we'd find them. After all, it's still warm." Bai Lingmiao stammered out two words. Disgusting. Hearing that, Puppy shot back, "You idiot. If it's so disgusting, why were you leaning in for a closer look just now? Were you going to eat it or something?" Suddenly, Li Huowang frowned and told everyone to stop. Puppy immediately broke into a cold sweat and looked ahead. "Holy crap, Senior Brother Li, look! What the hell is that thing? It's got a face on the front and the back, but no neck." Only then did the demon's full form become clear. It wore a dark red wedding dress that was identical from the front and back, with a plump face, blood-red eyes, and a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Lu Xiuchai burst into tears, looking at Li Huowang's group, and cried out, "Dad! Dad! Look behind you! Why are there more monsters here?" Hearing that, Puppy immediately got pissed and yelled, "Who are you calling a monster, you pale-faced punk? You looking for a fight?" Li Huang calmly held out his arm to stop them, telling them to wait there. Seeing more people arrive, the demon couldn't help but giggle with delight. Li Huang asked calmly, "What are you?" It just kept giggling, but its face was no longer gentle, and its voice seemed to gain another screeching layer. "I'm human. Don't I look it?" Without another word, Li Huowang leaped forward, his hand drawn back in a ready stance. "Like hell you are," he thought. "Whatever this thing is, I'll strike first to be safe." With that, he did a flip in midair and thrust his sword straight at the demon, but the blade passed right through it and flew out the other side. Li Huowang, quick on his feet, ducked under it, trying to figure out his next move. "So physical attacks don't work, huh? Then let's try this." He quickly pulled out a Dharma bell, and a single shake blasted away half of the demon's spiritual form. The La family jumped in surprise, opening their eyes to see the demon screaming. Li Huowang grinned. Oh, so the bronze bell works on it. The demon clutched its head in agony, letting out a blood-curdling scream before quickly vanishing. Lu Zhuangyuan joyfully walked over, clasping his hands and bowing repeatedly to Li Huowang. Master, you truly are a master. Thank you so much for your help. My family is dirt poor. We don't have any valuables. Oh, wait. Fumbling in his pouch for a moment, the old man pulled out a tobacco pipe and offered it to Li Huowang. This pipe can help sharpen the mind. It's my humble gift to you, master. But he only accepted the sentiment, politely refusing the gift with a wave of his hand before asking the old man about the creature they just encountered. The old man didn't know either, and asked back in confusion, Little Dan Yangzi, you don't know? Wasn't that the thing that was asking for an official title? The one you just chased away? Defeated, he let out a sigh and changed the question. Well then, may I ask, Lu Zhuangyuan, do you have a map of this area? We're not from around here, and we've gotten a bit lost in the forest. Lu Zhuangyuan quickly replied, I don't have a map, but my family travels around here often. I know all the roads in this area like the back of my hand. Little Dan Yangzi, where are you trying to go? If it's on our way, we could travel together. But he was secretly thinking, this Taoist seems to be quite a capable person. That thing seems to have latched on to us. If we travel with him, maybe this Dan Yangzi can keep my family safe. Li Huowang sadly recounted their story. I have quite a few places I need to go. I was the one who led these junior brothers and sisters out, so I have to take them home. What's more, there are many who will never be able to go back. I have to inform each of their families, one by one. After hearing this, Old Law's expression darkened. He seemed to understand the immense weight of the duty Li Huowang had to bear. He lowered his head and said softly, So that's how it is, huh? A moment later, he painstakingly drew a rough map on the ground for Li Huowang using the end of his pipe. The old man was a decent sketch artist. Little Dan Yangzi, take a look. Li Huowang nodded and asked, Okay, so where are we? Old La explained carefully. This is Hoshu. Below Hoshu is Siqi. A bit to the left of Siqi is our Nanping Kingdom. Right now, we're on the way to Wuli Ridge. A little further past Wuli Ridge is Jianye Town, and past Jianye Town is Xijing. Li Huowang listened and thought to himself, this world seems a bit like the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period of the past, huh? There's no unified nation, or in other words, no central government. He quickly asked, Excuse me, Scholar Law, if I want to get to the Liang Kingdom, which way should I go? After a moment of silence, Old La replied, Little Dan Yangzi, you want to go to the Liang Kingdom? Never mind that it's extremely far, but just 2 years ago, they were at war with our Nanping Kingdom. The atmosphere grew even heavier. Bai Lingmiao kept her head down, lost in thought and silent. Suddenly, Li Huowang handed her a piece of warm food to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll get you all home. Old La took a puff from his pipe and exhaled thoughtfully. Little Dan Yangzi, if you want to go to the Liang Kingdom, you'll have to pass through Jianye Town anyway. So, we can still travel this leg of the journey together. How about we join forces? Suddenly, Zhao Wu, who was sitting on the carriage, spoke up. Senior brother Li, my home is in Jianye Town. There's an escort agency there. You just have to give them some silver, and they can deliver letters anywhere in the Nanping Kingdom for you. Li Huowang thought silently. Jianye Town, huh? Then he slapped his thigh and stood up. All right then, Scholar La. We'll join you on the way to Jianye. We'll have to trouble you to guide us along the way. Old La chuckled happily. Little Dan Yangzi, you're being too formal. Just say the word if you need anything.
Oh.
And so, the group left the forest together, completely unaware that danger was still stalking them from behind, along with a familiar, eerie giggle. On the road, Li Huowang curiously asked about Scholar La's opera troupe. How's business around here? Old La answered with a hint of sadness. Sigh, times are tough for business. All across Nanping, first came a great drought, and then the floods. It's a struggle for the common people to even get a full meal. Those rich families are too stingy to hire a troupe for funerals anymore. They just have a banquet and call it a day. So unfilial, really. Just then, a group of children approached the simpleton in their group. He broke into a wide, welcoming smile. But to the children's eyes, it unintentionally made him look like some kind of freak. They whimpered in fear, screamed monster, and then took off running. Old La continued. How could our opera troupe possibly have the kind of skills you do, Little Dan Yangzi? For someone as young as you to be so formidable, your future accomplishments are truly immeasurable. Hearing Old La's praise, Li Huowang scratched his head bashfully. Oh, not at all. They walked on in silence for a bit before Li Huowang's curiosity got the better of him again. If I may ask, Scholar La, Are there any famous sects in this Nanping kingdom? You know, the kind with special abilities. Like me, for instance. What was that title? Old La chimed in. Little Dan Yangzi? If you get to Xijing, just ask anyone on the street, and they'll know. Suddenly, the scholar's son pointed ahead and announced loudly, Father, look, we've reached Wuli Ridge. Old La chuckled softly and turned to whisper to Li Huowang, Little Dan Yangzi, let's head to the village entrance, find an open spot, and put on a show. Li Huowang immediately nodded in agreement. With a shout from the old man, the La family troupe opened their chests and began to set up the stage. Li Huowang lay on a pile of straw, staring up at the sky, lost in his own thoughts. Xijing, huh? I wonder what the sects there are like. After all, their claims aren't all that believable. But if they have the guts to establish themselves in a big city, they probably aren't some kind of evil sect. Suddenly, something poked him in the cheek. Li Huowang sat up with a start to see Bai Lingmiao standing beside him. Junior sister Bai, why did you take off your blindfold? It's not even dark yet. She didn't answer, just giggled, and pulled out a golden-colored object to show him. Senior brother Li, look at this bronze mirror. The opera singers use these to do their makeup. You can see your reflection really clearly in it. Li Huowang gazed into it vaguely and said, It does seem. Time really clear, before gasping and letting out a yell. Wait a second. He stared intently at his face in the bronze mirror, then asked Bai Lingmiao in confusion, Junior sister Bai, back when we were at the Qingfeng Monastery, did I already look like this? Lingmiao was taken aback by Li Huowang's question and stammered, Yes, you've always looked this way, senior brother. What is it? Does something look wrong in the mirror? He glanced at his reflection again and shook his head. No, it's nothing. Then he thought to himself, So, this is what I look like in this world? Back in the hospital, I was still the age of a high school kid. So why am I so much older here? This is bad. My mind is a tangled mess. My memories are all fragmented. My entire existence feels like a joke. A short while later, once the stage was fully set up, Old La's family immediately began to show off their performance skills. The old man did a few laps and let out a high-pitched stage cry, and his daughter-in-law immediately jumped into character. Holding a child, she sat on the ground and sang her lines. Woe is me, my cruel uncle has cast me out. I am like a lonely swan, left to wander, no different from a weed on the roadside, for anyone to trample. Mother and child suffer from cold and hunger. It is so hard to bear, so very hard to bear. We have no choice but to beg in the streets. The people watching from below cheered and applauded. Li Huowang, standing out even in the middle of the crowd, watched them and marveled to himself. So this is how the La family performs their plays. It really is a tough way to earn a living. Spotting him by chance, Old La called out, Ah, little Dan Yangzi, and bounded over. Little Dan Yangzi, your timing is perfect. Li Huowang looked at the old man, confused. What is it? Old La immediately clasped his hands together and explained his predicament. This old man has run into a bit of a business problem. I was hoping I could trouble you for some help. Li Huowang, taken aback, instinctively refused. Troopmaster, I don't know the first thing about opera singing. I'm afraid I can't help you with your problem. Realizing he had been misunderstood, Old La quickly waved his hands and started to explain. No, I don't need you to sing opera, little Dan Yangzi. This is something you can definitely help with. There's a rich man here in Wuli Ridge, a Master Hu. Master Hu of the Hu family just sent someone backstage to ask me. He wants me to come to his estate to perform a ghost opera. Hearing this, Li Huowang started and exclaimed loudly, A ghost opera? He wants you to sing to summon ghosts? Old La was startled by Li Huowang's intense reaction. He backed up a little and cried out, Whoa, now, how could that be possible? This so-called ghost opera is really just about going to their ancestral hall to sing in front of the family's memorial tablets. It's nothing serious. Li Huang, relieved, calmed down and asked Old La, If that's the case, then what's the problem with this job? Why didn't you just take it yourself, Lu Zhuangyuan? The old man awkwardly adjusted his straw hat and replied, Because I'm scared. This is my first time performing a ghost opera, and to be honest, I'm a little nervous. That's why I wanted to ask a master like yourself to come along and keep things under control. Wang looked at the ground for a long moment before bluntly refusing and turning to leave. I'm sorry, Lu Zhuangyuan, but I can't help you with that. I normally try to avoid these things. So why would I deliberately run headfirst into one? However, just a short walk away, Bai Lingmiao approached Wang with some bad news. Senior brother Li, we're running low on food. Even if we ration it carefully, we only have enough for 3 days. He frowned and asked her, Are we out of money? I still have that jade pendant we can trade for cash. But Lingmiao quickly clarified, Senior brother Li, this village doesn't have a pawn shop. And even if we wanted to trade it for money for rice, none of the villagers would have enough to give us change. Just as this headache was setting in, the old man shamelessly came to find him again, pleading, "Little Dan Yangzi." "Oh, little Dan Yangzi," he panted, trying to persuade him. "Please, just think about it. That Hu Qinghe is known to be very generous." Hearing that, Huowang asked directly, "How much can the other party pay for this job?" Sensing he had a chance, the old man's face lit up with joy. Master Hu offered 10 taels of silver. "If you accept, little Dan Yangzi, we can split it 5 and 5. That's 5,000 copper coins. My dear little Dan Yangzi, that's a number worth considering." Huowang was taken aback. He hadn't expected 5,000 copper coins. How much food could that possibly buy? Seeing his silence, the old man thought he was refusing and quickly tried to renegotiate. "How about you take 6 parts and I take 4? Little Dan Yangzi, I'm begging you as an old man. It's not easy to earn this much money these days." After a moment of silence, Huowang gently touched the Dharma bell hanging at his waist and spoke. "Master La, is there a blacksmith in this village?" Caught off guard by the question, the old man's eyes widened in confusion. "Huh? A blacksmith?" Huowang took out the bell and stated his condition. "I'll take the job. But first, I need to find a blacksmith. I have to get this bell repaired." Hearing Huowang's strange request, the blacksmith started grumbling. "What? You can't hammer it and you can't melt it down? And you want me to fix this bell? What kind of ridiculous request is this?" Huowang held up the bell and shook it. "So? Is there a way or not?" The blacksmith let out a frustrated sigh. "Ugh, fine. It's always something." He reluctantly took the job. He waved his hand at him. "You, come here and hold this." But even after struggling for a long time, neither Huowang nor the blacksmith could make the bell budge even a tiny bit. Exhausted, they both sat down, panting, completely defeated. The blacksmith asked curiously, "Huowang, what the hell? This is weird. What kind of bronze is this thing of yours made of? Why is it so damn tough?" The old man scratched his face. He looked at him, confused. "Little Dan Yangzi, I remember the last time you took this treasure out. It was already dented. It didn't affect how you used it, did it? Let's head to the ancestral hall first. Old Hu is probably getting impatient waiting for us over there." Li Huowang didn't say anything. He reached into his robes, fumbled around, and pulled out a red pill. Holding it in his hand, he muttered, "Let me try again by myself." The blacksmith, in disbelief, tried to stop him. "Hey kid, a moment ago the two of us couldn't do a thing to it, and now you want to try all by yourself?" But the moment he saw the demonic energy radiating from Li Huowang, he swallowed all his words. Oh my god, this guy is on a whole other level. In the blink of an eye, the bell was successfully restored to its original state. Old La proudly slapped the blacksmith on the shoulder. "I told you so. Little Dan Yangzi's power runs deep. See?" The blacksmith didn't comment further, just nodded in agreement. This time, Hu Qinghe really invited a true master. The scene changes to a hidden spot in Woolly Ridge, where it seems the repairs are complete. Next, all he had to do was follow the exact same steps that scabby-headed guy took. With that in mind, he recalled Dan Yangzi's series of actions and began to perform them. First, he shook the bell. On the very first try, a wisp of immortal energy appeared and enveloped Li Huowang. He rejoiced inwardly. "It's working. It's a success." Although he only managed to summon one wandering master, he then followed the scabby-headed guy's lead, grabbing a handful of dirt, stuffing it into his mouth, and chewing on it before starting a conversation with the wandering master. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The entity immediately replied, "I can understand." Seeing this, Li Huowang frowned and asked further, "Can you be commanded by me?" He thought to himself, "Why is my voice so distorted?" He never expected the price for working with a wandering master once was 3 months of his life force. After hearing this, Li Huowang pouted in disdain. "That's it? Too steep." But the wandering master paid him no mind and repeated the phrase again, one time in exchange for 3 months of life force. It seemed non-negotiable. Li Huowang spat the handful of dirt out of his mouth, coughing. As he did, the wandering master dissipated and vanished. Commanding a wandering master once costs 3 months of life force, with no discount. Looks like I'll have to use this power sparingly in the future. The scene changes to that night at the Hu family's ancestral hall. Upon seeing him, old La joyfully turned around. "Ah, little Dan Yangzi, you've arrived." "This way?" Li Huowang asked curiously. "How are the preparations coming along?" Old La quickly replied, "Just now, Hu Qinghe mentioned that he'd hired other opera troupes for ghost performances in previous years, and nothing ever happened. Don't worry, little Dan Yangzi. Hearing old La's assurance, Li Huowang could only nod in agreement. Hu Qinghe. This is the little Dan Yangzi I told you about. With him here, I guarantee nothing will go wrong. Seeing the hero of Wuli Ridge, Hu Qinghe's expression was a smile that wasn't quite a welcome. Oh, then I'll have to trouble you two tonight. Suddenly, Hu Qinghe remembered something and asked old La. But troop leader La, I recall there are women in your troop. Stroking his beard, old La assured him, rest assured, Hu Qinghe. The womenfolk are all preparing outside. They won't break any of your rules. Hearing this, Hu Qinghe suddenly gave a strange smile and continued. In that case, top scholar La. Once the ancestors come out to watch the play, we younger generations who invited them must leave. I'll have to ask you to look after the ancestral hall. Hearing Hu Qinghe's words, old La nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes, of course. Rest assured, Hu Qinghe, we absolutely won't break the rules. Li Huowang watched this with a faint smile. Nothing seemed out of place, so he hoped everything would go smoothly. However, the more you wish for something, the less likely it is to happen. Soon enough, the ghost opera began. The La family began their performance for the departed. I urge my king to drink wine and listen to my song, to soothe his sorrow with a graceful dance. The heavens are unjust. The people suffer in misery. The hero of Nanping saves the nation from peril. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of dynasties bring suffering to the people. It is often said that a general's success is built on 10,000 corpses. Li Huowang stood behind the door, listening in silence. He shivered slightly and glanced towards the La family's performance. The stage was lively, but the audience area was deathly silent. He had to admit, it was pretty damn creepy. This opera is actually pretty good if you listen long enough, but no matter how great the singing is, listening to it at night still makes me drowsy. I feel like ever since I came here, I've been getting sleepy a lot more easily. Just as he thought that, Li Huowang's vision began to blur. Only a sliver of consciousness kept him awake. He had to stay up to get paid for the job. He couldn't actually fall asleep. Suddenly, a strange feeling jolted him, forcing him awake. Wait a minute, why did the singing suddenly stop? Li Huowang rushed outside in a panic, shouting, Troop Master Lu, why did you stop singing all of a sudden? What met his eyes was a grotesque creature, floating in the air right above the Lu family. It giggled continuously, praising them. Excellent. A reward. Li Huowang squinted at it. It was that strange creature again. But it didn't seem to have any intention of harming them. On the contrary, it was even giving money to everyone. From its sleeve, countless gold coins poured out like rain, glittering under the blood-red moonlight. Lu Xiusai trembled and cried out, Father, I'm scared. The whole family didn't dare to breathe too loudly, quickly covering their mouths in case they angered the monstrous thing above them. Suddenly, the demon let out a chuckle and swooped down close to Xiukai's face to praise him. Hee, what a great performance. You deserve a reward. As it spoke, it spat out a pile of gold coins that stacked up right in front of Xiukai. Then it suddenly flew off in another direction, gliding past Li Huowang and into the ancestral shrine, where it sat imposingly and commanded, Continue. Li Huowang seemed to understand what it wanted. He turned to old Lu and said, Troop Master Lu, wasn't tonight's performance forbidden from stopping? Old Lu looked at him, trembling. Little Dan Yangzi, this is. Li Huowang didn't bother explaining, simply walked inside and sat down next to the demon. Well, what are you all standing around for? Keep singing, don't stop. Our patron has already rewarded you. Seeing his calm and composed manner, old Lu turned to his children and nodded. Yes, little Dan Yangzi, we'll start singing right away. The opera song began once more. A bright moon rises early in the east. I think of my old mother in her grand hall. Tang, 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 ting, tang. Li Huowang watched the demon's every move, confused. This thing showed up but hasn't made a move. What on earth does it want? It's even clapping along to the beat? Did this thing really come to the shrine, just to listen to the opera? Suddenly, a thick, red mist began to rise, spreading out from inside the shrine. The opera notes, sung by Lu Xiukai, suddenly went off-key with fear. To be near a king is like a sheep near a tiger. Before Xiukai's eyes, the demon's massive silhouette appeared, brandishing its sharp claws. It slowly drove its long claws straight into his head and pulled out something red from his forehead. The demon laughed with glee. It just kept laughing as it opened its maw and began to slowly chew on the object, all while the horrified Lu family watched, their bodies frozen stiff. They couldn't look away, as if they were being drawn in by it. The demon's mouth chomped and chewed, and inside, slimy things with human faces swirled. Just when it seemed they couldn't take it anymore, Li Huowang swiftly lunged forward, his sword slicing through the red object in the demon's hand. He then spoke with a taunting tone. Unless you share humanity's depraved tastes, I'm guessing what you're eating isn't some physical part of him, but the fear growing inside people's hearts. The air around them instantly grew dark, heavy enough to be suffocating. It seemed he'd struck a nerve. The demon's smiling facade was quickly replaced by a complete 180 in its attitude. Its brow furrowed, and its lips curled into a visible pout. Li Huowang seized the opportunity, smirking mockingly. "Oh, are you mad now? That just proves I was right," he quickly yelled to the people outside. "Troop, Master Lu, don't stop. If you're afraid, just close your eyes and sing as if the wind is blowing dust in them." Hearing his words, they knew they had to obey, no matter how terrified they were. Shukai took a deep breath, and just as Li Huowang had said, he squeezed his eyes shut and began to sing. "The stars have shifted, the second watch is past. I cannot sit. I cannot rest. Gu County has never failed its people, so why must I, Zhao Jinpai, suffer this?" Hearing the song, the demon happily giggled again and lunged forward, asking, "Li Huowang, you tell me, am I more like a human or a god?" Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and sliced the demon's body in two. "I think you look like a monster." But the slash seemed to have no effect on it. Just a second later, the gash on the demon's face healed itself as if nothing had ever happened. From the watchtower, the sound of the clapper rang out. The third watch. A bright moon shone down on the steps as Li Huowang and the monster fought their way from inside the house out into the shrine yard. His sword was knocked aside, landing near old Lu. With no weapon to fight with, Li Huowang was forced onto the defensive. While dodging an attack, he accidentally dropped the celestial scroll stone. Thinking fast, Li Huowang grabbed the cloth the stone was wrapped in and hurled it at the monster. Suddenly, the monster shrieked as a purple aura erupted, knocking it backward. Li Huowang clutched the stone to his chest, watching the creature's reaction. He never would have guessed this thing was afraid of the celestial scroll. "Now, it's my turn." The monster growled continuously, shooting daggers at Li Huowang. But when the stone's aura accidentally brushed against it, it instinctively recoiled. Li Huowang cleverly exploited that opening. In a flash, he raised the stone high and pressed it right in the monster's face. He gripped the stone tightly and brought it crashing down. The terrified monster agilely leaped to one side to dodge, but Li Huowang had no intention of letting it get away. He whispered, "Die." Then, he powerfully hurled the stone slab. But just before it could make contact, the monster vanished, phasing straight through the wall. Li Huowang clicked his tongue in annoyance. This damn monster can phase through walls? Well, it sure knows how to make a quick getaway. Suddenly, old Lu's voice from behind made Li Huowang jump. "Little Dan Yangzi." He turned, regaining his calm composure, and held out his hand to take back the sword. Did my sword fall over here? Thank you, Scholar Lu." But before his hand could touch the hilt, old Lu's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Sharp fangs emerged as he looked up and asked, "You tell me, am I more like a human or a god?" In that very instant, Li Huowang realized something was wrong. This wasn't Scholar Lu, it was an imposter. He shouldn't have reached for the sword. His hands were now occupied, and he'd noticed the problem too late. Li Huowang quickly leaped backward, but old Lu's hands had already transformed into sharp, glowing red weapons. They shot toward him, and in an instant, pierced straight through Li Huowang's abdomen. The monster let out a gleeful hee-hee, completely unaware that Li Huowang had anticipated this very move. He gave a slight smile. "There's nowhere left for you to run." He then took out a ritual bell and began a summoning chant. Immediately, Master Yu appeared behind the monster, opening his mouth wide as if to swallow it whole. In the blink of an eye, Master Yu bit the monster in two. It let out a ferocious, pained shriek, then began to slowly melt before Li Huowang's eyes. In the end, all that remained was a rough, wrinkled skin that looked like old Lu's, lying abandoned on the cold ground. Li Huowang landed and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. So its true form is the shadow on the ground. No wonder splitting its body in half was useless. Judging by the time, it's almost the 5th watch. This is finally about to end. But that fleeting moment of joy didn't last more than 3 seconds. The monster's savage laughter quickly returned. This time, it even started laughing and singing opera continuously in some indescribable ecstasy. Hee. The joy god is happy. The joy god laughs. Turning its head, it bows cordially in its robed hat. Startled, Li Huowang immediately backed away, ready to fight. It's still not completely dead? He decisively struck the part that just appeared, but the monster's remaining aura split in two. Its mouth still hummed a tune. The joy god dances. The joy god is idle. pasting new red ink from a brush on the door. Just a beat later, the two split into many overlapping, densely packed shadows. Their smiles stiffened, and then twisted, each face flipping down as if it were being bent. The melody didn't stop, but layered over itself, falling out of rhythm. The joy god is angry. The joy god is sad. Skull incense lanterns glowed like a sea. Li Huowang fell back, his eyes darting across the thick crimson sea. What in the world is this monstrous thing? Will you just stop it? But the singing didn't cease. From all four sides, flesh and blood surged upwards, sealing him inside a living wall. On it, pale faces were stuck together. Joy, anger, love, and hate convulsed together on a single breathing mass of flesh. Their mouths opened in unison, and the offbeat singing rang out. The joy god gives. The joy god is hungry. Left hand a heart and liver, right hand the small intestines. The village head comes out to greet the joy god. As the words ended, the sea of blood surged, swelling like a tide and swallowing the Hu family's house. A moment later, in a cold, unfamiliar space, Li Huowang found himself completely trapped. Only then did he realize he had fallen for the monster's trick. For a brief moment, an image of his own body, mangled and broken, flashed in his mind, superimposed over the words, "Welcome the joy god." Li Huowang panted, trying to stay conscious. "No, I can't think of that name." Suddenly, a stream of pale liquid descended from above, dripping slowly as if from the sky. He looked up. What is that? Then he realized the monster was emerging from that very void. The tiny, intricate blood vessels in his eyes burst, and blood poured from his sockets, streaming down his cheeks. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from nowhere, telling him, "You can't keep looking. Close your eyes, now." From behind Li Huang, a hand with sharp claws reached out. Startled, he glanced over. Where did that hand come from? In a flash, that hand grabbed the stream of liquid and crushed the entire illusion that had trapped Li Huowang. He woke up in a daze, staring into the void before collapsing, gasping for breath. "I only held on because of that hand just now." Whose hand was that? It couldn't have been someone from the La family opera troupe. Their singing hadn't stopped for a second. Suddenly, there was a clattering sound behind Li Huowang. Surprised, he whipped around and asked, "Was that you who just helped me?" But strangely, all of the Hu family's ancestral tablets had fallen over at once. Li Huowang exclaimed in frustration. "Even if it wasn't you, you don't have to react so dramatically." But then, that hand appeared once more and called him kid. At dawn that day, Hu Qinghe's son, Hu Jianghe, quickly came to inspect. Seeing the table of ancestral tablets, he was overjoyed. This play, the ancestors were very pleased to hear it. "The incense and candles on the table have all been consumed. It's a good omen. Troop master, you've worked hard. I'll toast you a cup." Receiving the praise, Old La politely clasped his hands and bowed. "Not at all, not at all. This is merely my duty." Suddenly, someone tugged on Old La's sleeve to talk to him. "Last night, you were the one singing opera in the ancestral hall, right? I heard everything from outside. The singing was amazing. Hee. This young boy was Hu Qinghe's grandson, the young Master Hu. Seeing him, Old La warmly struck up a conversation. "Haha, it's wonderful that young Master Hu enjoyed it." Suddenly, Hu Jianghe became angry, slamming his wine cup down and ordering, "Someone, take the young master back to the study." The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Two large soldiers quickly grabbed young Master Hu by the arms and dragged him away, no matter how much he screamed. "I don't want to study. Let me go." Old La's expression darkened noticeably. As if he understood something, he could only lower his head and stand there in silence. Suddenly, Hu Jianghe coughed twice and continued, "My apologies. Here are the 10 taels of silver as we agreed. Scholar La, please take it. I have other matters to attend to and can't chat any longer." With that, Hu Jianghe turned and left. Old La bowed to receive his payment, thanking Master Hu for the reward. Right after the Hu family member left, Old La's two sons approached. One son saw a tray full of food, and his eyes lit up, rushing over to grab it. Finally done talking. "I want to eat the braised pork and the roasted chicken." But Old La had anticipated this. He quickly grabbed the plate of food, lifted it high, and brought it over to Li Huowang, offering it to him first. Li Huowang stared blankly and refused. "Huh? Eat what? You all go ahead. Don't worry about me. Little Dan Yangzi, it would be a shame not to try some." But Li Huowang still refused coldly, in no hurry to eat. "Troop master, last night, you saw those ancestral tablets all fall over on their own, right?" Old La stammered in reply, "How would I know? I had my eyes closed the whole time I was singing on the stage." Hearing this, Li Huowang mumbled, "Is that so? He narrowed his eyes and looked down at his own hand. The voice last night, though faint, was unmistakable. It was Dan Yangzi's voice. No matter what world I'm in, he's the only one who would call me kid. But the tablets all falling over, and the joy god's disappearance, none of it can be explained. Could it be? 3 flowers gather at the crown? Could it be that he really became an immortal, ascending to become an immortal? That horrifying and unreal thought raced through Li Huowang's mind. He was stunned, his body swaying. The cultivation methods and the inner core, I made them all up. There's no way he could have become an immortal. So what in the world is he now? Old La approached worriedly and asked, "Little Dan Yangzi, what are you thinking about? We're all family now. If you have any troubles, just say the word." But Li Huowang was still lost in his own unease. True or not, the only thing I can do now is go to the West Capital City first and try to find the Zhengde Gate that Scholar La mentioned. If Dan Yangzi really did become an immortal, maybe they'll know something over there. After some thought, he quickly made his excuses. "I'm fine. I just don't have much of an appetite. You all go ahead and eat." Old La hurriedly chased after him. "Little Dan Yangzi, wait, at least take some food with you. The 6 taels of silver we agreed on. I haven't given them to you yet. Wait for me, little Dan Yangzi." That night, at the edge of the forest, Li Huowang's group stopped to rest. She asked softly, "Senior brother Li, where did all this delicious food come from? Did something happen last night?" Li Huowang wasn't in a rush. He slowly recounted everything, his voice monotonous, as if he were telling a story that didn't belong to him. So, that's basically what happened. After listening, Bai Lingmiao lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "Senior brother Li, I'm sorry. We're the ones holding you back. We got you into this. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have had to risk your life like that." Li Huowang gently shook his head, reassuring her. "It has nothing to do with you. That thing was able to get into the Hu family's ancestral hall, which means it must have been targeting us from the very beginning. Even if last night hadn't happened, we would have run into it sooner or later." As he said this, Li Huowang paused for a moment. The image of Lingmiao pulling him out of his darkest moments flashed through his mind. Li Huowang reached out and gently took her hand, his voice low. "Who's to say who will be the burden in the future? We can't know for sure." Bai Lingmiao was startled by Li Huowang's sudden gesture. A faint blush crept onto her face, and she shyly tried to pull her hand back. But then, Bai Lingmiao slowly regained her composure and took the initiative, taking hold of Li Huowang's warm hand again. She shifted closer and leaned her head on his shoulder, her voice as soft as a whisper. Yes. The next morning, Li Huowang's group continued on their journey. Old La, leading the way, turned back and called out, "Little Dan Yangzi, Wuli Ridge isn't far from Jianye town. At our pace, it should take us about 4 or 5 days to get there." Hearing this, Li Huowang glanced over at Zhao Wu as a thought suddenly occurred to him. Jianye town? Isn't that where Zhao Wu's home is? He suddenly turned and asked him, "What do you think? Zhao Wu, you're about to go home. Aren't you happy?" But contrary to his expectations, Zhao Wu's expression was grim. He burrowed into his companion's shoulder and whispered weakly, "Go home? What can a cripple like me do back home? I can't lift with my hands or carry anything on my shoulders. If I just hide away at home, I'll be nothing but a freeloader." Hearing him say this, the mood of everyone around them soured, and their faces grew long and sad. Li Huowang quickly spoke up to reassure them. "Who said you're useless, Zhao Wu? When we have some free time on the road, I'll teach you alchemy." Hearing Li Huowang's words, everyone's spirits lifted a little, but Zhao Wu was quick to remind him, "Where would I even get the resources to practice alchemy?" But then, an idea struck him, and he said cheerfully to Li Huowang, "Senior brother Li, I don't want to learn alchemy. Could you teach me how to read and write?" In an instant, every single person there seemed to have the same idea. All their eyes lit up as they turned to look at Li Huowang. He was startled and flustered. "You? All of you want to learn?" Without a doubt. They all nodded in unison. Li Huowang sighed, half helpless, half amused. Why does everyone get so excited at the mention of learning to read? Old La suddenly pushed his way forward, his voice urgent. "Little Dan Yangzi, you can read and write too?" Li Huowang nodded. "A little. What about it? You want to learn too?" Old La's eyes immediately lit up like stars, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Is it really possible for me to learn?" Li Huowang spread his hands, his tone casual. "Why not? Anyone who wants to learn is welcome. If you all want to learn to read, then I'll start teaching you right now." A moment later, Old La hurriedly ran to the back of the group. His 2 sons saw him and were surprised. "Father, why did you come back here? Weren't you up at the front with Taoist Master Li?" But he didn't answer, walking straight to his daughter-in-law, his voice urgent yet insistent. Luo Huanhua, get all of our dried meat out. She quickly complied. Yes, let me go find it. A few minutes later, Luo Huanhua brought back a few pieces of meat. This is all the dried meat we have left, father. Old La looked at the small amount, and his face fell. Why is there so little? Hearing this, Luo Huanhua pouted, her voice clearly showing her displeasure. I wanted to save more, but you would have had to give me more money. We earned a little from this opera tour, but more than half of it was given to that Taoist, and it was our family who performed the entire opera. Hearing his wife say this, the Jurin was startled. He quickly stepped forward and whispered a warning. Say a little less. You know very well. Father doesn't like it when we question his decisions. Then he turned awkwardly to old La and asked, Father, are we eating dried meat tonight? To their surprise, old La held up the bag of meat and beamed. What are you talking about, eating? This is a tuition gift that I've prepared. The three of them stared blankly. A tuition gift? Old La bowed his head and sighed, his voice growing heavy. Look at you all. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. With that, he waved his hand and called out, Lu Shukai, come with me. Later, when we see little Dan Yangzi, you just do as I say. Hearing this, Shukai ran over, asking blankly, What are we going to do, father? Old La put a hand on his head, ruffling his hair before gently pushing it down. His voice dropped to a low tone. Don't you worry about what we're doing. Little Dan Yangzi is an enlightened master. I'm sure what I'm doing is for your own good. As long as you follow little Dan Yangzi, you won't have to sing in the opera anymore. At that moment, Lu Shucai froze. His gaze shifted slightly. He doesn't want me to sing in the opera anymore? Back at the edge of the forest where Li Huowang's group had stopped, he had already begun teaching everyone to read. Crooked characters were scratched into the dirt, and his steady voice echoed through the mountain forest. Old La led Shukai over to them. Ah, little Dan Yangzi, are you teaching? Li Huang nodded slightly and glanced at the old man. What can I do for you, Lu Zhuangyuan? Old La pushed his son forward, about to speak awkwardly. Actually, there is a small matter. Little Dan Yangzi, if you would please look at this. But just then, an urgent voice called out from a distance. Troop master, wait for me. I'm here to join the opera with everyone. Old La jumped and turned around. Aya, young master Hu, why have you come here? Stop joking around. You should go home quickly before Hu Qinghe gets worried. The young master ran up, panting heavily, but his eyes were shining brightly as he shouted, No, I'm not going anywhere. I want to sing in the opera with all of you. I love singing in the opera. I can never forget the troubled expression on my father's face when the young master of the Hu family insisted on learning to perform. Back then, I didn't understand what it really meant to be an opera singer, but I learned very quickly. For wanting to join the opera, the young master was berated by his own father, right in front of everyone. Nonsense. I spent so much money hiring tutors to teach you how to read and write. It's one thing that you don't study diligently. But now you want to become a common performer? Stop this at once. Opera singing is the lowest of the low. I told you to learn noble pursuits, but instead, you want to learn the ways of the base and vulgar. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped his son hard across the face. The young master panicked and bowed his head, begging repeatedly, Father, I was wrong. I won't learn anymore. I won't learn anymore. Okay? It was only then that Lu Xiukai stood there in stunned silence. No wonder. After every performance, Father never let us interact with the patrons. So this is how the world sees us? The scene changes to a deep, dark forest, where Li Huowang is trapped, wandering in circles. The trees were woven together like a maze. A thick darkness clung to his every step. He ran everywhere, exhausted, his voice hoarse. Where is this? Where are Bai Lingmiao and the others? Suddenly, a small patch of light appeared ahead. Li Huowang immediately rushed toward it, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Excuse me, I was just wondering if you were. But as soon as they turned around, he saw the faces of his closest companions. They all called out his name in unison. Li Huowang let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's all of you. But his entire body instantly tensed as he realized, no, this isn't right. How could Yang Na and my mother be here with Bai Lingmiao? I can't go any further, but I can't stop. My limbs are no longer under my control. Suddenly, a giant hand grips him tightly from behind. Dan Yangzi's voice rings out, distorted and full of excitement. Excellent work. You've brought all the medicinal catalysts. Together, we shall achieve immortality. Before Li Huang's eyes, the disgusting form of Dan Yangzi appeared, his mouth gaping wide. Inside, it was a deep, crimson eye, swirling as it stared at him. Li Huowang's eyes shot open in terror, his body drenched in sweat as he frantically sat up. Bai Lingmiao, sitting beside him, called out worriedly, "Senior brother Li, senior brother Li, did you have another nightmare?" Only then did Li Huowang realize it was just a dream. He tremblingly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lingmiao awkwardly brought over a plate of steamed buns, holding it out to him. "Senior brother Li, you must be hungry, right? I have some buns. Would you like some?" Li Huowang looked at her and suddenly asked, "We've run out of travel money. Where did you get the money to buy buns?" Lingmiao scratched her cheek and stammered, "Well, about that. I pawned my gold bracelet." Hearing this, Li Huowang paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes at her. "A gold bracelet? Didn't I already give that to Yang Na?" The thought had barely formed before it shattered. "What Yang Na?" "It turns out I gave it back, to Bai Lingmiao." Lingmiao lowered her head, fiddling with her sleeve as her voice grew softer. "Senior brother Li, you've been working so hard all by yourself. I couldn't do much else. This was all I could do." Li Huowang smiled faintly and took a bun. "This has already helped a lot. Once things settle down, I'll buy you an even bigger gold bracelet." The soft words drifted by like a spring breeze. Bai Lingmiao bowed her head to hide her blushing cheeks and replied softly, "I'll be waiting." The scene changes to the Donglai Inn in Jianye town, the noisy atmosphere filled with the smell of hot food. Li Huowang sat at a table and asked slowly, "Old master, that sect in the West capital you mentioned before, besides being effective for praying for children, do you know anything else about it?" The old man sighed and shook his head. I've never been inside that place myself, but I'd guess it's just an old master leading a bunch of young disciples in chanting scriptures." Bai Lingmiao tilted her head and asked, "Senior brother Li, aren't we staying in Jianye for a few more days?" Li Huowang immediately shook his head, taking a sip of water. "No. The last words from the Nanping kingdom have all been given to Zhao Wu to take back to his hometown. He can have the escort agency deliver the notices everywhere. There's nothing left for us to do here." Suddenly, in the distance, someone raised a hand high and waved towards them. Zhao Wu shyly started a conversation. "Senior brother Li, I'm not going home." Seeing him, Li Huowang was startled and whipped his head around. "Zhao Wu, why are you back?" Before he could get an answer, another voice cut in. "Why else? He was abandoned by his father for being a cripple. That's why. I told Zhao Wu before, maybe he wasn't kidnapped back then, but sold by his own father." The person who spoke was Chun Xiaoman, another one of the medicinal catalysts from the Qingfeng temple. Hearing this, Li Huowang immediately retorted, "Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. You're thinking far too poorly of his father." Chun Xiaoman angrily slammed her water bowl on the table. "I was sold by my own parents." She then lowered her head, holding back the pain in her heart, and forced out each word through gritted teeth, for a mere 2 taels of silver. "They sold me off just like a piece of livestock. They didn't even bother to look back once. So, senior brother Li, don't assume everyone is so good." Faced with Xiaoman's sharp words, Li Huowang could only remain silent. Chun Xiaoman clenched her fists, her voice growing hoarse. "Do you know? A vicious tiger won't eat its cubs, but some people are more venomous than any tiger." Lingmiao and Zhao Wu, full of pity, moved closer to comfort her. "Xiaoman, don't get so worked up." Li Huowang sighed, covering his face with his hands. Then, "Chun Xiaoman, do you still want to go home?" Chun Xiaoman immediately looked up, her eyes turning cold. "Of course I do. I have to make them pay." Li Huowang turned to Zhao Wu. "What about you? What are your plans?" Zhao Wu scratched his face and said in a small voice, "I'll continue on the road with everyone." Li Huowang looked around at the group, feeling helpless but not objecting. "In that case, let's all eat first." He turned and called out, "Innkeeper, we'd like to order. We're starving to death over here." From inside the inn, a voice called back, "Coming, esteemed guests." Li Huowang lowered his voice and instructed, "Everyone rest for a bit. After we eat, we'll go buy some supplies for the road." After resting and eating their fill, Li Huowang's group set out once again. He took on guard duty, constantly moving through the trees to scout the situation ahead. Worried about him, the old man brought some food and called up from below, "Little Dan Yangzi, why don't you come down and rest for a bit? We have some flatbread here. You can eat this to tide you over, and this old man will take over your watch." Hearing this, Li Huowang leaped down from the tree, landing as lightly as a feather. "Any movement in the camp?" The old man quickly shook his head and replied, "Nothing at all. Except for that tall fellow. He went into the forest a while ago and still hasn't come back. Should I have the scholar and the graduate go look for him?" After a moment of silence, Li Huowang's gaze darkened slightly before he answered, "Old master, you just need to keep watch for me. He's my man. I'll find him myself. I won't trouble you." Hearing this, the old man didn't dare say more and just bowed his head, murmuring softly, "Ah, yes, yes. In that case, little Dan Yangzi, please be careful." Leaving the camp, Li Huowang plunged into the deep forest alone, shouting as he ran, "Dummy, big dummy, are you over here?" His calls echoed through the forest, but the only response was a long silence. He searched everywhere, but there was no sign of him. Li Huowang frowned, suspicion rising in his heart. Strange. What would Dummy be doing all the way out here? Could he have run this far? His steps suddenly halted. Before him was a bizarre, empty space, as if it were separate from the surrounding forest. A figure was sitting there with their back to him, looking exactly like an old beggar. Startled, Li Huowang immediately ran forward. "Who's there? Is that you, dummy?" The person slowly turned their head and let out a soft breath. "Amitabha Buddha. Are you looking for me, for some reason?" Li Huowang was momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the man. "Amitabha Buddha? You're an old beggar?" The man dusted off his clothes and stood up. That's right. I am indeed a disciple of the formless sect." Li Huowang squinted, his gaze turning cold as his hand quietly moved behind his back, already touching the hilt of his sword. "May I ask where the great master cultivates, and which world-honored one you serve?" "I heard there's a formless sect up north that provides food and water, so I was planning to head there. As for the world-honored one you mentioned, are there different kinds?" Li Huowang looked at his disheveled appearance, his guard slowly lowering, but his voice remained sharp. "It's rare to see a disciple of the formless sect as clueless as you these days. Never mind. Whether you're lying to me or not, I'd still advise you to eat less of these offerings left for the dead." Hearing what Li Huowang said, the man was startled. He immediately rushed over and grabbed him, speaking in a rapid-fire tone. "Why would you accuse me of deceiving people? I've already joined the Buddhist sect. A disciple of the Buddhist sect is forbidden from telling lies. You don't even know the name of the revered one we worship, and you call yourself a disciple?" The man still wouldn't let go, buzzing around him like a fly. "Then you tell me, what is an old beggar supposed to be like?" Wang the tailor said a disciple of the Buddhist sect can't marry, so I didn't get married. Lu Bukai said a disciple of the Buddhist sect can't eat meat, so I don't eat meat. I saw other disciples chant Amitabha Buddha, so I copied them and chanted Amitabha Buddha too. Right at that moment, Dungok crept out from behind a large tree, waving his hands naively. "Senior brother Li, in the forest. There's wild rice in the forest." As soon as Li Huowang saw him, he flew into a rage and rushed forward, punching him square in the gut. "What do you mean? Wild rice? Those are offerings for the dead. You actually dared to eat them? Do you have a death wish?" He dragged him away. "All right, let's go. Follow me back." And just like that, the two left the forest, leaving the strange man standing there, completely stunned. He lowered his head, muttering to himself, "I've done everything they told me to do, so why can't I be considered a disciple of the Buddha?" The scene shifts back to Li Huowang's group. Old La took a long puff from his pipe and answered slowly, "It's not far now, little Dan Yangzi. Just another 10-odd days and we'll be there." At this, the old man suddenly lowered his voice to warn him, but, with the roads getting more crowded, it's not necessarily a good thing. Li Huowang tilted his head. "More people is a bad thing?" Old La gave a dry chuckle, his voice tinged with the weight of hard-earned experience. "On the road, a crowd is just like a flock of fat sheep. And when a flock of sheep gathers, what does it attract?" Before he could finish his sentence, terrified screams echoed from the distance. "Horse bandits! They're here! Run!" The crowd broke into a panic, shoving each other as they scattered in every direction. A single rider charged in from the distance, hooves pounding the dirt. On his back was a vicious-looking man who laughed heartily. "Ha! This flock of lambs looks especially plump today." Li Huowang immediately drew his sword and charged forward. The old master was right, they're really here. "The rest of you, go on ahead." He turned to give instructions, but everyone was already gone. All that was left was the fading echo of their voices. "Little Dan Yangzi, we'll wait for you in the forest over there. We're going on ahead," the savage-looking man roared. "Damn it. Don't let these little lambs escape into the woods. We can't ride in there. Kill them all, right here on the road." As he spoke, he swung his blade. Blood sprayed through the air as several people fell under the horse's hooves, killed instantly. The young and able-bodied could run, but the old and weak could not. An elderly woman was left behind, stumbling amidst the fleeing crowd. No one spared her a second glance. The horse bandit quickly galloped up behind her, raising his blade high with a barbaric laugh. "Ha! Running so slow. You must have a death wish." Just as the blade was about to come down, The disheveled man who called himself the old beggar of the Buddhist sect suddenly appeared, leaping forward to block the blow for the old woman, saving her life. The bandit shot him a cold look. "Oh? You still have the mind to play the hero? Old master, you really aren't afraid to die." The beggar struggled to his feet and replied, "Amitabha Buddha," old Tang once said. For a disciple of Buddha, saving a single life is more virtuous than building a grand pagoda. The bandit didn't care. With long hair obscuring his face, he dismounted and advanced toward them. "If you're so enlightened, old master, then I'll just kill you first. Then I'll kill the one you saved. And after that, I'll stack your heads and make my own little pagoda for fun." As he said this, he looked up, baring his teeth in a savage grin. Suddenly, his men started shouting frantically behind him, "Wait, something's not right with this Taoist. Don't come over here." In a flash, Li Huowang's sword was already upon him. The bandit was shocked and quickly raised his blade to parry. Son of a... This Taoist's strength is unnatural. But he couldn't block it. His own blade seemed to be made of paper, as Li Huowang's sword shattered it effortlessly and sliced straight through his body in the same motion. In one clean strike, the man was split in two. He collapsed to the ground without another sound. The bandits behind him froze for a second, then broke out in a collective panic. "The boss is dead. This is bad, brothers, retreat." That Taoist might be from the Directorate of Celestial Masters. In the blink of an eye, they had all fled, leaving no one behind. Li Huowang stood his ground, his blade still dripping with blood. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. In this world, a massacre that took only a few short minutes had left the road littered with corpses. The sounds of weeping and cries for loved ones filled the air, thick with the stench of blood. The self-proclaimed old beggar stood silently to the side, clasping his hands and chanting scriptures, but each prayer seemed to vanish into the void, unable to bring anything back. Beneath his calloused, bare feet, blood pooled and soaked into the earth, embracing the piled corpses. Amidst the chaos, only a single, deep, hoarse chant echoed, "Amitabha Buddha." Perhaps the escaped bandits had spread the word, because Li Huowang's group encountered no further trouble on their way to the West capital. Except, that is, for the old beggar who claimed to be a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Surviving only on wild plants and the occasional steamed bun Li Huowang gave him, he continued to tag along behind the group. After traveling like this for another 10 days or so, they finally arrived at the West capital. Guzi stretched and groaned. "This journey is absolutely killing me." Old La, however, was eager. "Little Dan Yangzi, let's hurry into the city. If we're late, all the cheap inns will be full." But Li Huowang wasn't in a rush. He waved a hand. "You all go on ahead." Old La paused. "What about you, young Taoist master?" Li Huowang had already turned to leave, his voice floating back. "I'm going to find that sect you told me about. I'll meet up with you all later." And with that, Li Huowang split from the group, walking alone through the bustling capital city. Flower petals drifted down, and the passing breeze carried the scent of incense. It made the whole scene feel picturesque, yet with an indescribable quality, Li Huowang observed as he walked. Most Buddhist sects were built on mountains. He never expected to find one right in the middle of a city. The amount of incense burning suggested it was quite popular. His gaze fell upon the main gate, the Zhengde sect. A memory flashed in his mind. "I remember, before Xuanyin died, I think he mentioned this place. Could it really have some connection to Dan Yangzi? I've found it, but what do I do now? Just walk in and announce I'm Dan Yangzi's disciple? No, that's a terrible idea. I'd probably get beaten to death." As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly spoke from right in front of him, making Li Huowang jump. "Benefactor, Amitabha Buddha." It was Jian Dun, of the Zhengde sect, offering a polite greeting. Seeing him, Li Huowang immediately clasped his hands in return. "It's an honor to meet you, great master. I am Li Huowang." Hearing his name, Jian Dun's eyes lit up with recognition. "You are a disciple of the Xuan sect. I take it you haven't come to our Buddhist temple merely to light incense and pray? Please, this way." Jian Dun quickly led Li Huowang inside and invited him to sit for some tea. Li Huowang picked up the warm cup, silently observing his surroundings. The space was tranquil, and so clean it seemed untouched by the dust of the mortal world. As expected of a Buddhist sect, so serene and free from desire. Now, how should I explain everything from the beginning? He pondered for a moment, then decided to be direct. Dan Yangzi is dead. With a crack, the teacup in Jian Dun's hand was crushed to pieces. From that reaction alone, Li Huowang grasped that the Zhengde sect had indeed had contact with Dan Yangzi before. Jian Dun's face changed, his voice urgent. "That old rosacea-nosed man, is he really dead? This is a matter of great importance. Please, benefactor, tell me the story from the beginning. Li Huowang briefly recounted the events from start to finish and then asked directly, Great Master, under those circumstances, could Dan Yangzi have truly ascended to immortality, or did he turn into something else? Jiandun stared intently at him. Half believing, half doubting, he pressed, Benefactor, did you truly hear Dan Yangzi speaking in your ear? Li Huowang affirmed without hesitation. It is absolutely true. It was definitely not a hallucination, because the god of joy also showed abnormal signs. Sweat beaded on Jiandun's brow, and he quickly made his excuses. Benefactor Li Huowang, this is not something I can decide on my own. Please allow me to report this to the sect master. I must ask you to wait here for a moment. Li Huowang silently watched his retreating back, his gaze darkening. Although Jiandun said nothing, his attitude revealed a great deal. The matter with Dan Yangzi was far from over. A short while later, Jiandun returned and beckoned for Li Huowang to follow him. The sect master wishes to meet with benefactor Li Huowang personally to discuss this matter. This is the rear hall of the Zhengde sect. The sect master is just ahead. The rear hall is deathly quiet. As Li Huowang stepped inside, observing his surroundings, a withered, ancient voice suddenly echoed. In the center is the Vajradhatu Tathagata, the world-honored one. To the east is the Aksobhya Tathagata of the Abhirati realm. To the south, the Ratnasambhava Tathagata of the Srimat realm. To the west, the Amitabha Tathagata of the Sukhavati realm. And to the north, the Amoghasiddhi Tathagata of the Prakuta realm. Together, they are known as the Five Wisdom Buddhas, Amitabha. I am Xinhui, sect master of the Zhengde sect. I greet you. Li Huowang clasped his hands and bowed his head. This humble one, Li Huowang, pays his respects to the sect master. Dare I ask, sect master, do you know what Dan Yangzi has become now? Xinhui did not give a direct answer, instead asking him a question in return. Benefactor, what's important is not what he is, but what you believe he is. Hearing this, Li Huowang's heart immediately sank. He looked coldly at the old man before him. Is this sect master playing games with me? Then he asked softly. So, Dan Yangzi really did become an immortal. Xinhui remained calm and continued to answer ambiguously. Amitabha, if you believe he became an immortal, then he became an immortal. The karma of Dan Yangzi was sown within you from that moment. Li Huowang's heart sank, but he tried to remain calm. Don't scare yourself. It's not necessarily what you think. He changed the subject. Sect master, the Zhengde sect, and Dan Yangzi must have some history, right? Hearing this, the old man nodded. Correct. In the past, he went around capturing and killing people, causing widespread chaos. I sent disciples from our sect to apprehend him, but he managed to escape every single time. Li Huowang immediately pressed touch on. Regardless of what Dan Yangzi has become now, if he's our enemy, then leaving this situation unresolved isn't an option. Sect leader, do you have a way to deal with Dan Yangzi once and for all? Suddenly, Xinhui raised a hand, beckoning him closer. Li Huowang froze instantly, taking half a step back. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, his voice carrying an invisible pressure. Benefactor Li Huowang, if you still suspect that I mean to harm you, then you shouldn't have stepped through the temple doors just now. He let out a long sigh and reluctantly replied, Fine, I'm willing to try. The words had barely left his mouth when Xinhui swiftly lunged forward, slamming a palm into his forehead. In that instant, his consciousness was torn apart, and a piece of Li Huowang's soul was ripped out. He stared wide-eyed, feeling an indescribable sense of displacement. Is it over? This sect leader really does possess some unique powers of the emptiness sect. Xinhui put his hands together and said slowly, Benefactor Li Huowang, I now have a clear grasp of the situation. This matter is of the utmost importance, and I must discuss countermeasures with the other elders. You may stay in the sect for the time being. We will give you an answer tomorrow. Li Huowang was momentarily flustered and tried to refuse. I still have friends outside. If I don't go back, they'll worry. Without trying to persuade him or saying much more, Xinhui simply turned and left, leaving him with a few words. Whether you go or stay is up to you. The Zhengde sect will open its gates at the hour of the dragon tomorrow. Benefactor Li Huowang, you know that if this problem isn't eliminated, it will remain a great disaster for both you and all the people of this world. Seeing Li Huowang's silence, the old man suddenly began to chant, The body is not me. If it were, it would not be subject to sickness and pain. This pricked his conscience, unintentionally compelling him to stay. As if on cue, Jiandun immediately walked over. Benefactor Li Huowang, this way, please. Behind them, Xinhui's voice continued to echo, but it grew distorted, twisted, and filled with lust. I wish for a body like that. I do not wish for a body like that. I do not wish for a body like that. Chasing feelings and desires. One must understand that right at that moment, something seemed to squirm on the back of the old man's head. An eye slowly opened, blood red and wet, as if it were alive. Li Huowang whipped around in alarm, but saw nothing. Did I just imagine that? He wondered. After returning to the inn, Li Huowang had everyone spread out and ask the locals about the Zhengde sect. Since this was related to Dan Yangzi, his already cautious nature became even more vigilant. After a busy period of asking around the capital, everyone soon returned to report. Dog, as usual, stepped up first, excitedly reporting what everyone already knew. Senior Brother Li, I found something out. The Zhengde sect is the biggest emptiness sect in the entire western capital, and the most prosperous. Following him were the pair, Zhao Wu and Dugu. I heard that even people from the palace come to the Zhengde sect to worship the world-honored one. If you're lucky, you might even see His Majesty, the Emperor. Chun Xiaoman and Bai Lingmiao quickly added, we heard that the inner disciples of the Zhengde sect are all very devout and strictly observe their vows of purity. They say that last time a disciple secretly ate meat, he was kicked out on the spot. Bai Lingmiao asked worriedly, Senior brother, is there a reason you had us? Ask all over about the Zhengde sect. Is something wrong? Li Huowang crossed his arms, his head hung low. He couldn't tell them that Dan Yangzi might still be alive. He didn't want them living in constant fear. He shook his head, hiding his thoughts. It's nothing. For the next few days, everyone should just rest and get settled. After saying this, he quickly turned to leave. For the next few days, just rest on your own. A thread of suspicion still lingered in his heart, but for now, at least, the Zhengde sect seemed completely normal. Seeing his secretive demeanor, Bai Lingmiao couldn't help but worry, but there was nothing she could do. She could only wait quietly for Li Huowang to return safely. The scene changes to the Zhengde sect, where Xin Hui's voice rings out. What is called purifying the heart? We will hold a salvation ceremony to deliver Dan Yangzi's soul. But before we begin, we must first treat benefactor Li Huowang's restless heart. Hearing Xin Hui mention his illness, Li Huowang immediately became agitated and yelled, No, I'm not sick. But facing their sharp, cold stares, he had no choice but to begrudgingly accept. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and ask, May I ask, sect leader, how can I calm my heart? Xin Hui immediately took out a book and handed it to him. You may take this book. The 5 skandhas are empty, with you. Chant it 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. He took it, confused. That's it? I just have to chant? There are no special techniques? I don't need to eat anything? Xin Hui shook his head and repeated just one phrase. You only need to chant. Then he gestured to him. Benefactor Li Huowang, you should stay here at the temple for the time being. All this, running back and forth, it's a nuisance for you, and it's a nuisance for us. After a moment's thought, he decided to stay as they suggested. A few days later, though Li Huowang disliked it, he still buried himself in chanting the sutra as Xin Hui had instructed. Desire is extinguished. The holy life is established. What had to be done has been done. There will be no future state of being. As this dharma was spoken, the minds of the 5 monks were liberated from all defilements, and they took it to heart and practiced it. Midway through reading, a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, causing him to drop the book right on his face. Li Huowang sprawled listlessly on the bed, scratching his stomach. He never expected that chanting this scripture would actually work. The quality of his sleep had been getting better and better these past few days. After I'm done with Dan Yangzi, I'll go find He Taisui. If I can get my condition stabilized, I'll be able to live peacefully in this world. With that thought, he slowly sat up. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered outside his door, startling Li Huowang and putting him instantly on guard. Li Huowang quietly crept over to take a look. It was one of the Zhengde sect's men. Is he spying on me? I have to see what kind of twisted games this sect is playing. With that, Li Huowang immediately followed the man to a distant building. He stood quietly behind a wall, observing carefully. He couldn't just follow him inside. Suddenly, light spilled out from a nearby window. Li Huowang immediately poked a hole in the paper window with his finger and peered inside. It looked like another hall for the world-honored one. And inside, even at this late hour, a woman was kneeling in prayer. Oh, great and merciful world-honored one, I beg you, please grant me a son. If I can't give birth to a son, my husband will sell me off. Li Huowang flinched, instinctively backing away. A woman coming to worship the world-honored one this late? Suddenly, from behind her, a pair of large hands appeared, holding a cloth. The woman was slowly blindfolded. The very next second, More than 5 men rushed forward and began tearing the clothes from her body. An incense stick snuffed out, just like Li Huowang's sanity. He stood outside, frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. So this is the truth behind their effective prayers for a child, huh? Suddenly, there was a rustle behind him. Li Huowang whipped around in alarm. Wait, have I been discovered? I don't know when Jiandun appeared, but he wore an expressionless face, waved me over, and then began to speak. I know what you're thinking. Perhaps you think the disciples of the Zhengde sect are not pure. Is that right? But have you ever considered why these worshippers come to pay respects to the world-honored one so late at night? They want a son, so we give them a son. The Zhengde sect is doing good deeds. Li Huowang didn't say much, just chuckled softly, a scornful thought crossing his mind. Well, you certainly do a lot of good deeds then. Great master. You don't need to explain so much to me. I can't control you people. I just hope nothing goes wrong with the grand salvation ceremony. After speaking, Li Huowang quickly turned to leave, not wanting to stay here another second. Suddenly, Jiandun raised an eyebrow and said, Actually, before I entered the Buddhist path, I was also a Taoist. The Taoist path or the Buddhist path, they're all the same. So, benefactor, you shouldn't look down on the Buddhist way. He didn't say a word, just sighed silently. This place is so filthy. Is there nowhere clean? A voice from VB.VN said, Preparing for the ceremony takes a lot of effort. Please refrain from wandering around for the next few days. He crossed his arms and nodded. All right, go back and tell the old sect leader that I understand. The old beggar replied, Amitabha Buddha, and left immediately. Li Huowang watched his retreating back, unable to stop thinking. The sect leader deliberately sent a message telling me not to wander around. Is he afraid I'll stumble upon the filth within the sect? Or does he have some other motive? Suddenly, a familiar face and voice popped out to greet him. Hey, Taoist, little Taoist. Li Huowang's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the old beggar. Why is he here? Don't say that. The masters of the Zhengde sect are truly good people. They saw how pitiful I was, so they let me stay and work in the sect. Hearing this, he felt suspicious. This old beggar doesn't know anything. Why would the Zhengde sect take him in? Could it really be out of kindness? He timidly asked the old man how he was living here. Unexpectedly, the man patted his round belly and replied cheerfully, It's wonderful. I get to eat my fill and stay warm every day now. It's just that I can't do good deeds anymore, so I feel a bit restless. Li Huowang seemed to relax a little, rubbing his head as he told the man, Don't worry about it so much. As long as you're not going hungry, just stay here. He thought to himself, maybe I was just overthinking things. Suddenly, the man grabbed Li Huowang's hand and started pulling him along. Come on, little Taoist. I'll take you to see my workplace. It's really big. Li Huowang yelped in surprise. Hey, the sun is scorching. Let's go next time. But no matter how hard he tried to pull away, he couldn't break free from the man's grip. He's so strong. Suddenly, his whole body felt as if it had stepped out of some kind of field. A strange sensation washed over him, as the space around him shattered into pieces, like stepping out of a deep mire. But the old man in front of him seemed completely normal, turning back with a cheerful smile to say, Once you see this, you absolutely won't regret it. There are lots of interesting things. Li Huowang looked back, confused. What just happened to me? After walking for a while, the two arrived at the old man's workplace. He happily led the way. Little Taoist, we're here. This is it. Li Huowang observed his surroundings and bluntly criticized. You work here? It doesn't look like much. The old man pointed to several statues and boasted, That's right, I'm in charge of carving the stone, so a part of my effort is in these stone statues. Li Huowang said nothing after hearing this, quietly following him. With so many statues, the Zhengde sect definitely couldn't use them all. They were probably selling them to pilgrims to earn extra income. Arriving at the entrance of the hall, the old man chuckled and pushed the door open, his voice drawing out in a tempting manner. That's not all. There's more up ahead. Taoist, take a look inside. But as soon as he stepped over the threshold, Li Huowang froze, as if nailed to the ground. A cold sweat broke out down his spine, his limbs rigid. Before him was no longer a hall, but a giant monster. It looked like it was patched together from countless overlapping pieces of flesh and blood, with a gaping maw in the center crammed with teeth, every crevice still wet with fresh, red blood, surrounded by a constant, squelching moan. The slimy masses on the ground began to stir, then coalesced into human shapes, each one twisted and stuck to the next, crowded, piled on top of each other, twitching and whimpering. The ceiling, the stone pillars, the floor, everything was stained a deep crimson, as if the entire room had been swallowed whole by that thing. Li Huowang kept his head down, his heart pounding erratically, but a crawling sensation on his skin made it impossible to ignore. Those things were climbing onto him. What's happening? Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed his chin tightly, and forced his head up. The old man's voice, full of excitement, echoed right next to his ear. "Look, Taoist, isn't the statue of the world-honored one magnificent?" But in his terror, Li Huowang shoved the old man away and bolted for the exit. Startled, the old man called after him, "Hey Taoist, don't go. It was so hard for you to get here. What's your hurry? What's all this about not being able to walk around because the grand salvation ceremony is coming up? They're obviously just afraid I'll discover their cheap tricks. The Zhengde Temple is nothing but a den of demons." The chanting transformed into a drawn-out, horrifying moan that seemed to echo up from hell itself. The statues on either side instantly morphed into chunks of raw flesh and quickly melded together, forming a giant, writhing, slimy monster. Li Huowang froze mid-step, the corner of his eye twitching as he glanced back. This thing is alive? A chill ran straight from the nape of his neck down his spine. No way. Gritting his teeth, Li Huowang turned and ran. He had to get out of this godforsaken place as soon as possible. Just as he reached a turn ahead, someone suddenly appeared, making Li Huowang jump in fright. The person's voice rang out, "Amitabha, your mind is not pure." The monks of Zhengde Temple were known for their solemnity and propriety, but after getting a clear look at him, all Li Huowang could see was a monster with a head of writhing tentacles. Trapped from both front and back with nowhere to run, Li Huowang had no choice but to charge forward. He quickly drew his sword and, in one fluid motion, cleaved the monster before him in two. It stopped. Was it that simple? Why have all these monsters suddenly stopped moving? The moment he finished his thought, a roar suddenly echoed from the void, creating a violent tremor. In that instant, Li Huowang felt as if he was being suffocated, an invisible pressure bearing down on him from above. All the surrounding temple platforms immediately crumbled. Terrified, Li Huowang stared at the colossal monster before him, wondering just how many lives it took to create it. The beast viciously smashed through everything in its path as it charged toward Li Huowang. He stared at it, stunned for a moment, then turned and fled. This thing is fundamentally not something I can deal with. I have to escape Zhengde Temple. They can't possibly keep all the citizens of the West Capital here. Seeing the true face of the world-honored one, the monster reached for Li Huowang, instantly shattering everything in its path. Rubble flew from the side. Li Huowang used the terrain, leaping across large slabs of stone to escape. Suddenly, he stopped short, his face aghast as he looked down below. It was the sect master, Xin Hui. "You think you can stop me?" Without a shred of hesitation, Li Huowang decisively drew his sword and lunged at the old man. But he never expected that as soon as the old man began to chant, "No eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, or mind, no color, sound, smell, taste, touch, or object of mind," everything seemed to be reversed. Li Huowang stared in astonishment as the weapon vanished from his hand. "My sword, how did you do that?" Xin Hui slowly turned around, his sleeve fluttering gently. Li Huowang's sword was somehow already in his hand. "Amitabha, patron Li Huowang, your 6 senses are tainted by the mortal world, and your 5 aggregates are not empty. It would be best for you to refrain from using such dangerous weapons." Suddenly, from a distance, someone came running and shouting, "We found him! He's over here! It's that despicable thieving Taoist. Don't let him get away." Xin Hui, annoyed, shouted loudly, "Silence! You are all members of this sect. What kind of decorum is this, acting so panicked?" The group of old beggars quickly explained, "Sect master, it's not that we disciples want to panic, but this Xuanmen disciple suddenly attacked senior brother Jianwei. We came looking for him to demand justice." "Why did you attack a disciple of our sect? Was his hospitality not to your satisfaction?" Li Huowang, showing no weakness, recounted everything he had seen. "Sect master Xin Hui, there's no need to pretend anymore. I saw the scene in the hall just now with my own 2 eyes." Xin Hui's face darkened instantly as he retorted, "Patron Li Huowang, what exactly did you see just now?" It was only after hearing this question that Li Huowang took a good look around. "Huh? When did that giant mountain of flesh disappear? What in the world is going on?" Returning to the temple platform from before, Xin Hui walked Li Huowang through each area, his voice booming, "Patron Li Huowang, are you saying that just now, these stone statues and disciples turned into black mud monsters and chased you? This is the one you personally cut down. If you don't mind, go ahead and check it." After he spoke, Li Huowang walked over and touched the statue's surface. It was, indeed, just ordinary stone. Xin Hui continued, leading him to another place. Arriving at the entrance of the hall, everyone outside was whispering amongst themselves. Xin Hui led Li Huowang inside and asked him again, "Patron Li Huowang, are you saying you saw those filthy things in here just now?" His eyes widened, and a cold sweat broke out. This can't be. It wasn't like this a moment ago. The grotesque monster and the eerie moans from before had completely vanished, replaced instead by a giant, golden Buddha statue. Li Huowang, in disbelief, screamed, "I clearly saw it just now. I saw it so very clearly. How can it possibly be fake?" Xin Hui turned to admonish him. "What illness you suffer from? Surely you must know better than us outsiders." At this, Li Huowang lowered his head and muttered under his breath, "Impossible. The large amount of black tai sui I ate before could only last for this long?" The group of old beggars outside looked in, chattering noisily. "After all that commotion, it turns out he's just a madman. Hurry up and ask him to leave, in case he has another fit like this." Xin Hui let out a long sigh and picked up a stick of incense. "It is one thing to disturb the disciples of the sect, patron, but it would be most unfortunate if you were to startle the world-honored one. It will be sufficient for you to light an incense stick for the world-honored one here." With that, he held the incense out in front of Li Huowang, but he didn't even flinch. Seeing this, Xin Hui asked again, "Patron, what are you hesitating for?" There was no more time to think. Li Huowang reached out and took the incense. At that moment, his mind seemed to become perfectly clear. The statue of the world-honored one is fake. The stone statues and the disciples are also fake. Everything right now is fake. Does Xin Hui really think he can deceive my senses? Ridiculous. After struggling between reality and illusion for so many years, you think I can't tell the difference between what's real and what's fake? I can't stay in Zhengde any longer. I can't stay in this West capital city either. At dawn the next day, Li Huowang immediately went to find Bai Lingmiao. She was surprised to see him. "Senior brother, Li, why are you back? Is everything settled at the Zhengde sect?" Li Huowang didn't have time to explain, urging Bai Lingmiao to quickly pack her things and leave this place. She hurriedly stood up to obey. "Okay, but Chief La and the others just went out." Li Huowang anxiously grabbed Bai Lingmiao's hand and pulled her along. "We're not waiting for them. We're leaving now." "Tell the pups to get ready," Bai Lingmiao asked him, confused. "Senior brother, where are we going?" Li Huowang replied coldly, "We're leaving." Meanwhile, at the Zhengde sect, Xin Hui sat in the middle of the hall, holding a newborn baby. The old man lifted it high, gently rocking it as if to soothe it. His voice was full of compassion. "You poor child. If we hadn't found you sooner, you would have been drowned by your own father." Suddenly, Jian Dun cautiously approached to report, "Sect Master, Li Huowang, he's escaped." The room fell silent. The smile on Xin Hui's face slowly faded. "He escaped?" the old man muttered softly, his eyes darkening. Even the 5 skandhas being empty couldn't delude his 6 senses. "Come over here and strike." Not daring to delay, Jian Dun immediately stepped into the circular formation at the old man's feet, knelt, and took the mallet to strike the wooden fish. The hollow, rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoed. Xin Hui closed his eyes and began to chant. "The moon hides the jade rabbit. The sun hides the golden crow, from which the tortoise and snake intertwine." Suddenly, the baby floated into the air, surrounded by chains of golden beads that coiled around it. When destiny is firm, one can forge a golden lotus in fire, completely reverse the 5 elements, and upon completion, one can become a Buddha or an immortal. In an instant, those golden beads pressed against the baby's body. As soon as they touched the skin, the tender flesh immediately convulsed and shriveled before they pierced deep inside, tearing it apart in a flash. A tragic cry erupted as flesh and blood exploded, splattering onto the floor. Xin Hui took out an ancient vase, and all the baby's blood and flesh flowed into it. He said to Jian Dun, "Since you are so reluctant, then go and bring Li Huowang back, but he can see through my techniques, so you must be careful." As he finished speaking, the old man lowered his hand. The baby, who just moments ago had all its limbs, was now just a head resting in a vase reeking of blood. Jian Dun grinned, obeying the sect master's words. Xin Hui proceeded to a room, pushing aside a long curtain to enter. The old man muttered as he placed the vase containing the baby back on the shelf. "That scoundrel Dan Yangzi is really lucky. I have no idea where he found Li Huowang, a psyche this rare." Looking closely, one could see not just one, but dozens of other small beings that the old man had used for his rituals. Wails and moans echoed incessantly throughout the room. The scene changes to Li Huowang's group's resting place. Puppy thoughtfully reminded Bai Lingmiao, "Senior sister, you should eat a few more bites. It's rare to have noodles." Seeing her staring down at her food without touching her chopsticks, Puppy paused and asked softly, "Senior sister, are you worried about senior brother Li?" She nodded slightly, her voice choked with grievance. "Yes. He brought us out of the city, but now he's just left us here." Puppy slurped up a noodle and replied, "I guess there must be some danger. Senior brother Li was afraid we'd slow him down, so he told everyone to hide here first. We should just wait here for senior brother Li." The atmosphere grew heavy. After a long moment, Bai Lingmiao gently clutched the hem of her clothes and said softly, "I know." Puppy glanced at her, thinking to himself, "It's a bit cruel to say it out loud, but I have to stop senior sister Bai's intention of going to find senior brother Li." Just then, with a loud boom, a massive aura erupted in the distance, tearing through the clouds and shooting straight into the sky. Puppy was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat as he stared in that direction. That disturbance. Is senior brother Li fighting someone? Bai Lingmiao, without a moment's hesitation, shot to her feet and turned to run. "Senior brother Li is in danger. Come on, let's go help him." Seeing this, Puppy hurriedly shouted to stop her, "But we're too weak. What help could we be?" But Bai Lingmiao didn't slow down, her voice suddenly rising. "Of course I know that if it weren't for senior brother Li on this journey, we would have died countless times already. We all owe him our lives." At this point, she turned back, her face more determined and calm than ever. "That's why I have to go find him. If anything happens to senior brother Li, I won't go on living either." He lowered his head, clenching his fists, his eyes turning cold. "I'm still not strong enough. To survive in this chaotic and bizarre world, I have to be strong enough. If even someone like Dan Yangzi can become like that, why can't I? Where does strength even come from?" As he was lost in thought, Dan Yangzi's giant hand suddenly appeared right above Li Huowang's head, along with his disgusting voice. "If you can't ask for it, steal it. If you can't steal it, rob for it. If you can't rob for it, play dirty." Li Huowang gritted his teeth, his whole body tensing up. Wait a minute. As he looked up, half of his face suddenly slid down, transforming into Dan Yangzi, who kept repeating, "Steal, dirty, rob." Terrified, Li Huowang lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. "This isn't right." Suddenly, the sound of chanting echoed in his ear. "Namo Ratna Trayaya." At that moment, Li Huowang realized it was the people from the Zhengde sect. They really came. Where are they? Suddenly, dark figures appeared in the forest. They stood motionless on the bamboo stalks between the tree trunks. Only their blood-red eyes stared intently at him. The chanting grew louder, and the dark figures suddenly grew larger and began to merge. "Namo Arya Avalokitesvaraya Bodhisattvaya. I am Jiandun," he said with a wide grin, preparing to enlighten the masses. "Amitabha. Benefactor Li Huowang. Your heart is not pure. You trash who worship monsters. Are you finally done pretending?" Li Huowang quickly leaped backward and summoned Old Master Yu, ordering them to attack Jiandun. Unfazed, Jiandun extended his hand and shattered Old Master Yu. "Benefactor Li Huowang, I don't understand what you're saying." But suddenly, his hand began to tremble slightly, and then it exploded. Li Huowang scooped up a handful of dirt, put it in his mouth, and started chewing. It worked on Old Master Yu. "Let's go. I'll bet another year of my life." Very quickly, more than 3 old masters, Yu appeared around him. Jiandun chuckled as he looked at him. "Benefactor, the fruit of Dan Yangzi is on your person. If you take it with you, I'm afraid the common people of the world will face a great calamity. It's best if you return with me to the Zhengde sect." Li Huowang didn't care. He stood defiantly, facing the monster before him. "If you want to go back, go by yourself. Forgive me for not joining you." Seeing that Li Huowang refused to listen, Jiandun began to chant, "Tathagatanuttara Samyaksa Abodhi." His hand suddenly glowed, and immediately after, a pool of blood appeared on the ground, transforming into a hand that absorbed Li Huowang's sword. He looked at his sword in horror. What kind of power is this? Without hesitation, Li Huowang quickly threw the Mengqing sword away. He broke out in a sweat, his whole body numb as he watched the scene before him. "This is bad. Old Master Yu has been affected too." Jiandun grabbed Old Master Yu by the head and muttered an incantation. Flesh and blood grow. Then with a cry, he crushed Old Du in his hand. Li Huowang looked around anxiously. "This power granted by flesh and blood is such a pain. I can't use my bell or my sword anymore." Jiandun raised his hand, looking down on the small Li Huowang like a superior being. "Amitabha Buddha. Do not cling to your delusions, benefactor. You should come with me." The atmosphere instantly grew, taut like a bowstring. Neither was willing to back down, both determined to fight to the end. Li Huowang smirked, mustering all his courage to refuse, his words laced with mockery. "I'm not going. If your sect truly wanted what's best for me, Then why not just let me go? Doesn't your sect always claim to be founded on compassion? As he spoke, he frantically searched his mind for a way out. If this keeps up, I can't beat him. My only choice is to run. But I don't know how fast this monster is. Suddenly, Jiandun began to repeatedly chant, "Founded on compassion. Founded on compassion." Every time he spoke, something on his back began to squirm and shift. In an instant, sharp, rib-like bones pierced through his skin, sprouting along his spine. Their sharp tips were covered in fresh blood that dripped to the ground. Li Huowang's eyes widened, his scalp tingling with fear. He immediately leaped backward. With a loud boom, the ground exploded, shattering trees and sending mud flying as the entire forest was thrown into chaos. Jiandun looked down from on high, his deep voice dripping with false sympathy. "Benefactor Li Huowang, you are correct. It is precisely because we are founded on compassion that I absolutely cannot allow you to leave." The sharp spines melted into thick pools of blood that flowed down onto Li Huowang's face. Every spot it touched made patches of his skin turn bright red before dissolving. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and struggled, but he couldn't break free. "Wait! Stop!" Jiandun paid him no mind, simply repeating his old intention. "It's all right if you do not wish to go, benefactor. I can take you back myself." The flesh and blood quickly spread all over Li Huowang's body, seeping into his every nook and cranny. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Huowang threw his head back and screamed, an aura suddenly flaring from his pupils. "I told you to stop!" As he finished speaking, a blinding pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky, making Jiandun jump in shock. Even from several meters away, his body began to sag from the pressure of the energy radiating from the pillar of light. He staggered back, his tone losing some of its edge. "Benefactor Li Huowang, I have no intention of harming you. Please calm down." With that, he immediately dispelled the binding spell on Li Huowang. Everything quickly vanished. He lay dazed in a pool of blood. What is this? Could this monster be nervous? Suddenly, Jiandun's voice softened. He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and said, "Benefactor, would you be willing to engage in a debate with me? I am confident I can persuade you to return to the Zhengde sect." But his answer was, "Of course," the same as before. Li Huowang let out a scornful laugh, slowly rising from the foul-smelling pool of blood. "Are you kidding me?" he thought in confusion. "What the hell is this monster playing at? He clearly has overwhelming power, so why go through all this trouble?" Suddenly, he noticed Jiandun was drenched in sweat, a flustered expression on his face. "This is no joke. Benefactor Li Huowang is a person who understands the greater good. I am confident I can persuade you." Seeing his demeanor, Li Huowang began to figure it out and casually dusted off his clothes. It was the same back at the Zhengde sect. The Xinhui sect master was clearly far stronger than me, but he still chose to use cheap tricks to deceive me. At that thought, he let out a small laugh, his pitch-black, bottomless eyes staring straight at Jiandun as he stated firmly, "No, you don't dare let me die. You don't even dare let my life be threatened. Am I right?" Jiandun tried to remain calm in the face of Li Huowang's words. "What are you talking about? You're afraid of Dan Yangzi, aren't you?" Faced with Li Huowang's razor-sharp words, Jiandun lowered his head and muttered, "Nonsense," then furiously shouted, "How could our Zhengde sect possibly be afraid of a mere fledgling like Dan Yangzi? Benefactor Li Huowang, please stop this wild speculation." Suddenly, Li Huowang's gaze fell upon his sword, which was stuck in the ground nearby. "I've just realized, it's actually pretty useful having Dan Yangzi with me. After all, he is my master. It would be a shame to get rid of him just like that." As he finished speaking, he walked over, grabbed the hilt of his sword, and pulled it free. Jiandun hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Benefactor Li Huowang, Dan Yangzi doesn't just concern you alone. He concerns all life under heaven." But Li Huowang couldn't care less. He swung the sword once and said calmly, "How about you talk to my master directly?" Hearing this, Jiandun's pupils immediately constricted. He stammered in panic, Directly? Wait, Benefactor Li Huowang, what are you doing?" The very next second, he pressed the sword against his own neck, his eyes glowing a maddened, furious red. He laughed as he spoke. "I mean, whatever you have to say it to Dan Yangzi directly." With a sickening slice, blood sprayed everywhere. Li Huowang lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. His vision swam up to the heavens, and suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky. Dan Yangzi laughed maniacally as his giant head flew straight down from it. As Li Huowang lay dying, continuously spitting up blood, he struggled to whisper, "So, you've come after all." A girl's voice, tinged with worry, could be heard as she ran. "Are you sure it's around here?" Puppy, following behind her, nodded firmly. Senior sister, I'm not wrong. Didn't you see it just now too? There was a flash of light and smoke coming from this direction. Just then, a faint sound was heard. Bai Lingmiao jumped, whipping her head around. What was that sound? Puppy immediately pointed forward, waving his hand. Senior sister, it's this way. Bai Lingmiao crept closer cautiously. The once lush green grass had suddenly turned a deep crimson. In the middle of it all, Li Huowang was hunched over, busily doing something. Bai Lingmiao trembled and softly called out, Senior brother Li. Hearing her voice, his entire body froze. He slowly raised his head, his mouth still chewing noisily on raw flesh, blood from the corners of his lips not yet swallowed. He turned his head to look at her, his strange, blazing red eyes filled with madness. He no longer looked human at all. Bai Lingmiao stood stunned, tears welling in her eyes as her voice broke. Senior brother Li. In the border town of the Nanping Kingdom, Puppy was bent over, secretly slipping a money pouch to a guard. Officer, sir, if you would. The guard glanced at it, hesitated for a beat, then waved his hand. Go on, make it quick. Puppy immediately bowed his head repeatedly. Yes, sir. Thank you, officer. Once everything was settled, Puppy excitedly held up a pouch of silver and giggled. See, senior sister? There's no problem that money can't solve. But, the official said that since there were so many of us, he charged us double. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao immediately became agitated, clutching the money pouch in her hand. Doesn't that mean we just lost 2 taels of silver? Her eyes fell, filled with worry. At this rate, our money will only last another month at most. Just then, from the cart, Li Huowang's weak, trembling hand reached up. His voice was hoarse and broken. Leaving. The pass is important. Seeing him awake, Puppy immediately started trembling all over and quietly obeyed. Oh, okay, senior brother Li. Bai Lingmiao rushed over, anxiously asking about his condition. Senior brother Li, how are you? Li Huowang was covered in blood, his neck tightly wrapped in bandages. The marks of compression were clearly visible on both sides of its jaw, looking both tragic and bizarre. He breathed heavily. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Continue your story. He looked up at her, his gaze heavy. You said that when you all arrived that night, you really only saw me? She nodded affirmatively. That's right, senior brother Li. At that time, we only saw you there. There was absolutely no one else. Li Huowang was stunned, half believing, half doubting. Impossible. Could it be that they didn't see it? He tried asking one more question. Did you hear any thunder? Bai Lingmiao pouted, tilting her head as she replied, I don't remember. Li Huowang struggled to sit up, thinking to himself, this isn't right. It's completely illogical. My episodes alone couldn't have dealt with those giant Buddha statues so easily. In the end, it still has to be Dan Yangzi. After a moment, he suddenly asked Bai Lingmiao, Tell me, since leaving Qingfeng Monastery, has my temper gotten worse? She looked at him, confused. Senior brother Li, why do you ask that? It's nothing, he replied softly, but a thought was rising in his mind. Why? Because I suspect that old man, Dan Yangzi, wants to be resurrected through my body. Li Huowang looked up at the gray sky and sighed, I can't go back to the Zheng sect. But to deal with Dan Yangzi, I'll have to find other sects in this world. Seeing Bai Lingmiao's silence, he gently took her hand. Bai Lingmiao blushed, flustered. Senior brother Li. Li Huowang smiled faintly, his eyes softening, but a hint of madness hid in their depths. Just leave everything to me. Leave it all to me. No matter how dangerous it is, I have to solve this problem called Dan Yangzi. Sometime later, as Li Huowang's body gradually recovered, his group quickly left the capital and headed towards the edge of the forest. Before setting off, he asked everyone, once we leave Nanping, we'll reach the state of Siqi. If anyone's family is in Siqi, you can prepare to go home. Chun Xiaoman, sitting by the fire, spoke up. Senior brother Li, my home is in Siqi. But as soon as she said it, the hand clutching her knife trembled slightly. Noticing Chun Xiaoman's downcast mood, Bai Lingmiao moved closer to her, concerned. Sister Chun Xiaoman, maybe. Seeing her fall silent, Li Huowang asked, All right, then tell me, what kind of place is this Siqi? Are there any major sects like the Zheng sect? Chun Xiaoman, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted her head and shook it. I don't know. Although I lived in Siqi, I never once left my village. The only time was when I was 9 years old. I saw a shaman performing a ritual at the edge of the village. Hearing her mention a shaman, Li Huowang's eyes lit up, and he asked for more details. A shaman performing a ritual? Tell me about it. Chun Xiaoman began to recall, telling him, "The time I saw one, it was because someone in the village was possessed by an evil spirit, crawling on the ground and barking like a dog. After the shaman saw him, the possessed person was cured the very next day and went back to work in the fields as if nothing had happened." Li Huowang's eyes were pensive. He looked straight at Chun Xiaoman and asked, "Sorcerer, does this group of people have a sect or a gathering place?" Chun Xiaoman replied, twirling the knife in her hand, "I heard that all sorcerers live in their own homes because they have to worship Dan Yangzi there." Li Huowang asked curiously, "Immortal Master, what Dan Yangzi? Does it have a name?" She nodded. "Of course, the elders in the village used to say it's called." But before she could finish, a strange voice spoke up right behind Chun Xiaoman, answering for her. "Hong, Huang, Bai, Liu, P." Immediately, everyone went on guard and shouted, "Who's there?" A man dressed in straw clothes raised both hands high. "Whoa, don't be so tense. We're all friends here, just friends," he began to explain, introducing himself in the process. "Me? I was just walking along late at night and saw a light up ahead, so I came closer to check it out. I never expected to hear you all discussing shamans. I thought to myself, isn't that a coincidence? My name is Li Ji, and coincidentally, I happen to be a shaman myself." Hearing this, Chun Xiaoman relaxed her guard and said to Li Huowang, "I've seen his kit before. It definitely belongs to a shaman." He frowned, but then his eyes widened in shock as he looked forward. Unexpectedly, a ghost in wedding attire appeared right behind Li Ji, its demonic aura anything but ordinary. Li Ji lifted the hem of his robe and took something out. "What's wrong? You don't believe me? How about I give you all a little demonstration?" He cleared his throat twice, then began to sing, invoking the god. His voice echoed through the mountains, but it didn't dispel Li Huowang's suspicion. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately took out his wind-cleaving sword and a bronze bell. He rang the bell once, the energy repelling Li Ji's aura. Then he charged forward with his sword to attack the man, but something quickly blocked his path. Li Ji looked at Li Huowang in confusion. "Li Huowang, what are you doing?" Just before the sword could touch his neck, the ghost's fingernails instantly grew long and parried the blow. Li Huowang's face darkened, his gaze ice-cold. "You're asking me what I'm doing? I was about to ask you the same thing. What kind of god are you invoking?" Li Ji calmly adjusted his shaman's hat and replied, "Li Huowang, you're not from around Siqi, are you? I just thought I'd show everyone what a great spirit dance looks like." Seeing that the man seemed to have no ill intentions, Li Huowang slowly withdrew his sword, adding a word of caution. "My friend, don't joke around like this in the middle of the night. It's easy to cause a misunderstanding. You should go." Not daring to provoke him further, Li Ji nodded in agreement. All right. Then, as if speaking to the ghost beside him, "Goose, stop staring. Let's go." Li Huowang carefully watched their every move, noticing that the ghost's fingernails had returned to normal. Before leaving, Li Ji waved his hand in a friendly gesture. "Honorable Taoist, I am Li Ji, a great spirit dancer. We'll meet again someday." After he was some distance away, Chun Xiaoman spoke up to remind him, "Senior brother Li, next time, pay attention to his drum. They always need to beat a drum to invoke a god." Li Huowang carefully committed this to memory and gave a slight nod. However, it seemed the entity beside Li Zhe had taken an interest in Bai Lingmiao. Its crimson eyes were fixed on her until they disappeared from sight. Bai Lingmiao noticed it, but wasn't too bothered. Was she looking at me? Early the next morning, Li Huowang was busy checking his injuries. He gently touched his jaws, the wound at the corner of his mouth. It's healing fast. Suddenly, a voice that was both strange and familiar sounded in his ear. "Good morning, Li Huowang." Li Huang immediately grew irritated and yelled, "You again! How did you get here? I told everyone to be on high alert during the night." Gower, his face sullen, replied helplessly, "Senior brother Li, there was nothing we could do. He just showed up this morning, and after he arrived, he voluntarily handed over his drum and just squatted here, fighting us for noodles." Suddenly, Li Ji spoke up, a noodle still dangling from his mouth. "Li Huowang, I thought about it all last night, and I realized, I must have frightened you, didn't I? That's why I came especially to apologize. I'm truly sorry about last night." As he spoke, he and the spirit beside him bowed deeply to show their sincerity. Seeing this, Li Huowang narrowed his eyes, but said nothing, trying to avoid any awkwardness. Li Ji and the spirit quickly moved away. Suddenly, Bai Lingmiao ran over and called to him, "Senior brother Li, maybe we should part ways with them." He paused for a beat, then replied softly, "No need to rush. I'll keep an eye on them." Suddenly, Bai Lingmiao hugged the drum to her chest, then lowered her head and confided in him in a small voice. Senior Brother Li, this great spirit dancer's power. It would be useful to you, wouldn't it? I'm sorry. I didn't think it through. If only I could be like you. Li Huowang placed a hand on her head, reassuring her. Don't overthink it. If you want to help, I'll teach you how to use the bronze bell later. Bai Lingmiao's cheerful mood returned. It seemed her wish had unintentionally reached the ears of Li Ji's spirit. From a distance, she silently watched Bai Lingmiao. Along the road, Li Ji and Li Huowang chatted constantly. Honorable Taoist, where are you headed with such a large group of people? To the nation of Liang. Wow, that's really far. And you, Brother Li Ji? Where are you going? In a few days, it's the grand birthday of my family's black third great-grandmother, so I have to head over early to offer my wishes. Suddenly, Li Huang turned and asked, Brother Li Ji, what do you vessel disciples do when you call upon an immortal? He replied cheerfully, Oh, lots of things. Exorcising demons, curing illnesses, changing fortunes, attracting wealth, officiating weddings and funerals, telling fortunes, geomancy for grave sites, all sorts of things. Basically, we do good work. Hearing this, Li Huowang was astonished. You can do everything? That's incredible. Li Ji nodded and continued. That's right, although each Dan Yangzi has different abilities. If you encounter a problem your own Dan Yangzi can't solve, you can just ask for help from another one. Haha, Honorable Taoist, you're asking so many questions. Are you thinking of becoming a vessel disciple? Li Huowang shook his head vigorously at the question. No, I'm just curious. Li Ji snapped his fingers and launched into an explanation. Even if you really wanted to, it's not that easy. To become a vessel disciple, it's not something just anyone can do. You need a karmic connection, and it's best if you're the type who's on the brink of death. If you're lucky, the immortal master will visit you in a dream and cure your illness. In the end, to repay the favor, you have to become their vessel disciple. Seeing Li Huang remain silent, when he heard the next part, he whipped his head around in surprise. Only 50 copper coins? Li Ji bowed his head and nodded slightly. A vessel disciple is essentially an employee of Dan Yangzi, so the tea money is just 50 copper coins. That's been the old rule for over 300 years. As for the immortal master, what Dan Yangzi would care about worldly possessions like this? Li Huowang asked curiously, so what does Dan Yangzi take? Li Ji folded his arms and shook his head. Oh my, I can't talk about that. To speak of it would be a taboo, but it's usually not a physical object like money. Suddenly, seeing Gower, Li Ji immediately changed the subject. Hey, you, when's the food going to be ready? Gower didn't even look at him, just shooed him away with a wave of his hand. Go on, go on. Who serves food this early? Li Huowang glanced after him, thinking. It sounded like this shaman might be useful against Dan Yangzi, but who knew what price Dan Yangzi would demand in return? It was best not to experiment until things were clearer. Suddenly, Bai Lingmiao weakly came over and grabbed his sleeve. Her voice was faint. Senior Brother Li, let's just rest here for today. She was drenched in sweat and looked dazed. Li Huowang turned back in alarm. Wait, why is your face so red? She tried to whisper a reply. I'm fine. Senior Brother Li. It's just a little. Before her entire body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Li Huowang cried out anxiously, Bai Lingmiao. The scene shifts to an old, run-down house. Bai Lingmiao was lying exhausted on the bed, with Li Huowang sitting silently beside her. He reached out to her sweat-drenched face, touching Lingmiao's forehead to check her temperature, his expression filled with worry. Suddenly, Chun Xiaoman walked in from the door, calling out, Senior Brother Li. He quickly asked her, Did you find anything out? Chun Xiaoman nodded and reported, I've asked around the village. The information I gathered is exactly what Li Ji said. The place we're in is called Half Moon Creek. It's a desolate spot, and it takes 10 to 12 days to reach the next place with lodging. Senior Brother Li. I also heard that Li Ji is about to perform a ceremony for a family in the village. Li Huowang asked, a bit surprised. Li Ji is going to perform a ritual? Chun Xiaoman immediately nodded. Yes. It seems a family in the eastern part of the village has been afflicted by some evil. Puppy is keeping an eye on things over there. Hearing this, Li Huowang got up from the bed and hurried out. Keep an eye on Bai Lingmiao. I'm going to check it out. After a moment of silence, Chun Xiaoman decided to speak up. Senior Brother Li. Maybe after Li Ji finishes his shamanic dance, we can ask him to take a look at Senior Sister Bai. Without turning back, he raised a hand and replied, I'll see what happens first. The scene changes to the eastern side of the village, where the sound of hushed chatter filled the air. Li Huowang walked up and asked Puppy, Puppy, is someone here possessed? Seeing him, Puppy jumped in surprise and replied, pointing ahead, "Senior brother Li, you're here. Look over there." In the middle of the courtyard, the sight made Li Huowang's eyes widen instinctively. A woman wearing only a bodice was sticking out a long, snake-like tongue, her eyes glowing like a wild animal's. She was being held down by 3 other women. Beside them, a man was desperately pleading with Li Ji. "Master Li, please, you have to save my daughter-in-law." He picked at his ear and replied casually, I know. You paid the money. I'll save her." But then he looked down and muttered thoughtfully, "How did she get possessed for real? I thought it was just hysteria." Suddenly, he turned his head and saw a familiar face behind him. Seeing Li Huowang, Li Ji called out cheerfully, "Li Huowang, you're here. Master, get over here. Why are you standing so far away?" He then eagerly sidled up to him with a tempting offer. "Hey master, want to lend a hand? When we're done, we can ask for a little extra and split it 50-50. How about it?" Li Huowang immediately held up a hand to refuse. "No thanks. Exorcisms aren't my specialty. You do it, but you'd better hurry up. Look at that woman. She's about to break her own bones." Hearing him say that, Li Ji had no choice but to get started right away. He turned to Li Huowang for help. "All right then, master. Just keep an eye on things for me. There are too many people here. Carry her into the house." A moment later, the scene changed. Inside the small, desolate house, Li Ji's intense chanting echoed continuously, accompanied by the frantic beating of a drum. "I summon the spirits." As the sun sets in the west and dusk falls, the dragon returns to the great sea, the tiger returns to the mountain. From within the girl's body, a large, fierce snake appeared, baring its fangs. The spirit accompanying Li Ji swirled around, following his chanting. The dragon returns to the sea to summon rain and wind. The tiger must return to the mountain to rest in peace. Li Huowang sat to one side, watching intently without blinking. This spirit summoning. It actually works. This family was lucky to run into Li Ji. Otherwise, in our situation, what would we have done? Li Ji's chanting gradually came to an end. He lit incense, held a long stick in his mouth, and wore 7-star glazed tiles on his head. He stomped on 8 wolf purple gold bricks, his feet on the earth, his head to the sky, lighting incense and beating a drum to summon the old immortal. From within the red skirt, Li Ji's deity's face appeared. With black hair, red eyes, and sharp fangs, she grinned with amusement, facing the green snake that was possessing the young woman. The possessed girl screamed frantically, get out now." Li Ji didn't move from his spot, continuing to sing and dance. "I dispatch my soldiers. I beseech Huang Tianba. I beseech Huang Tianqing. I beseech Huang Tianhe. I beseech Huang Tianhong, the great horse, the second spirit," the quick-tongued singer learning the pure form. Li Huowang stared in amazement. The white smoke in the house grew thicker, and it sounded like this Li Ji fellow could summon more than just one type of immortal. A moment later, the deity's claws appeared right in front of the girl. The deity used 2 fingers to pull the girl's mouth wide open and crawled inside. Old man Dan Yangzi leaves the Kodong, leaves the sacred mountain. 1 shake and it rings 3 times. 3 shakes and it rings 9 times. Immediately after, the snake was violently knocked out of the girl. It turned its head towards Li Huowang, intending to choose a new host. He quickly realized the problem and jumped back to keep his distance. "What's this? You can't beat the great immortal, so you're turning to me?" Li Huowang pulled out his bell and shouted, "Li Ji, what kind of game are you playing?" Then, without holding back, he shook the bell, gradually shattering the snake's soul. It was working. Li Ji remained in place, hopping on 1 foot and chanting his summons. "Old man Dan Yangzi, you wish to leave. I won't stop you." The tyrant king leads his horse out, first untying the reins, then removing the saddle. Old man Dan Yangzi cracks his whip, urging his horse back to the mountain. As the chant ended, the entire giant snake was snatched up by the deity and swallowed whole, not a trace left behind. Only then did Li Ji peek out from behind her, smiling. "Ha ha ha, I was busy summoning the god and wasn't paying attention. I think I heard you calling for me, master. Is everything all right?" After the ceremony was over, the sky had grown dark. A noisy crowd gathered around the possessed girl's house, gossiping. Looking at her dazed expression, Li Huowang thought to himself, physically, this woman seems perfectly fine. What kind of payment did that Dan Yangzi want? Could it be something on a spiritual level? Just then, he heard Li Ji's voice in his ear. He seemed to be talking to the homeowner. "Your daughter-in-law was just struck by a malevolent aura, so her body is weak, plus the feng shui of your house isn't good. I'm afraid more trouble will come knocking in the future. Hearing this, the homeowner immediately clasped his hands and begged, "Then, Master Li, what do you suggest we do?" Li Zhi immediately reached into his pocket. "How about this?" He took out a small statue and showed it to the homeowner. "Your family should invite a guardian deity home." Seeing the object, the homeowner's face twisted, and he said nothing. A while later, after placing the statue, Li Ji instructed the homeowner, "There, just put it here. You can rest easy now. I guarantee it will protect your family. Peace." Li Huowang stared curiously at the statue. "So this is a guardian deity?" Suddenly, he jumped in fright when he saw the statue's eyes glow bright red as its smile stretched from ear to ear. But it didn't stop there. Suddenly, Li Ji's deity spoke to him. "Don't look down on it just because of how it looks." Li Huowang was a bit surprised but still asked her, "Second God, is there something you want to tell me?" She gently reached out her hand and slowly lifted the veil covering her face. Just as she was about to say something, Li Ji's voice cut her off. "Goose, let's go." The second god froze, then returned to Li Ji's side. He sighed softly. "The service fee is 50 wen, and the guardian deity is another 50 wen. I've been busy all day and only earned this much. Goose and I will have to find a villager's house to borrow a bed for the night. Master Li Huowang, please make yourself at home. We're leaving." With that, Li Ji simply left, leaving a bewildered Li Huowang standing there. The night was quiet and still, under a bright crescent moon. Li Huowang sat on a roof, looking at the sky and thinking. A moment ago, the second god clearly stopped talking to me because of Li Ji. Is the second god avoiding Li Ji, but aren't they on the same side? Could it be? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard the pained moans of Bai Lingmiao. "Senior brother Li." Li Huowang immediately leaped down from the roof and went to her side. "I'm here." Bai Lingmiao was breathing weakly, her hair soaked with sweat. She struggled to get the words out as she asked him, "Senior brother Li, am I going to die?" He gently sat down beside her and comforted her. "How could that be? It's just a mild cold. You've taken the pill I refined for you. Just get a good night's sleep and you'll be fine." Suddenly, Lingmiao reached out and clutched Li Huowang's sleeve, whispering weakly, "I don't want to die. I want to keep living. With you." He froze, his eyes widening as he looked at her. Then he slowly bowed his head and murmured, His hand gently took hers as he replied tenderly, "You're not going to die. No one is going to die." The next morning, Li Ji was back, slurping noodles and whining in Li Huowang's ear. "Li Huowang, I heard your little sister is sick, huh? Need a hand?" Hearing this, Li Ji immediately retorted, raising the chopsticks in his hand. "Whoa there, master, that's not good. I've seen powerful Taoist priests draw a golden talisman, burn it to ash, mix it with water, and give it to someone to drink. No matter the illness, poof, it's gone, in an instant. How long has it been and she's still not better? If you ask me, we still need to summon an immortal. The Bai Jia Old Immortal is the best at healing the sick and saving lives. With me and my wife on the job, I guarantee we can solve the problem." After a moment of silence, Li Huowang slowly turned his head and said, "Healing the sick and saving lives. I should at least know who it is that's coming to do the healing, right?" Li Ji seemed not to understand, staring at him blankly. "Li Huowang, what are you talking about?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Huowang cut in. "All right, then I'll just say it plainly." He said, "Is your wife really just an ordinary second god?" As soon as the question left his lips, Li Ji's expression instantly darkened. "You're also a cultivator, but have you told me the secrets you carry? Just like I've never asked you where you found this group of crippled misfits. Hey, master, we're just trying to be nice and help you summon an immortal to cure her illness. So maybe it's better if we don't ask certain questions, eh?" As he spoke, Li Ji moved closer and put his arm around Li Huowang's shoulder, but Li Huowang didn't care and directly pushed his hand away in refusal. "Brother Li Ji, I appreciate your kind intentions, but it's just a cold. There's no need to summon a great immortal. I'm afraid we can't afford the service fee they demand." Unable to argue against Li Huowang's sharp tongue, Li Ji fell silent for a moment before putting his bowl and chopsticks on the ground. "You're right. You really can't just summon an old immortal carelessly. I guess I was just making trouble. Wife, let's go." With that, Li Ji and the second god turned and left. One of the disciples let out a sigh of relief, picking up the bowl from the ground and grumbling, "What kind of person is he? Mooching a bowl of noodles off us and not even washing the bowl." Suddenly, Li Huowang raised his hand to signal his disciple. "The preparations I mentioned this morning, have the brothers start on them tonight." Puppy obediently nodded. "Got it, Senior Brother Li." But then he asked, "Senior Brother Li, do you have some kind of beef with that shaman?" Li Huowang was a man of few words, offering only a single sentence. It's just better to be safe than sorry. After that, the atmosphere grew tense, his eyes glinting like a wild beast's. That night at Bai Lingmiao's inn, just as Li Huowang had feared, Li Ji's Shen really did come for him. Right before it could barge in, Li Huowang, who was leaning against the door, gave a cold command. The forest, the one at the edge of the village. I'll be there right away. Hearing this, the Shen's sharp claws retracted, and it slowly vanished. Li Huowang took a deep breath, his gaze lowering slightly. So, it's finally time. Huh? I hope tonight's preparations will be useful. A while later, he went to the designated place alone and called out, Miss Shen, I've arrived as promised. Suddenly, his entire body froze. He saw the enormous figure of the Shen standing under a lone tree, bathed in the light of the bright, full moon. He wondered to himself, isn't Li Ji here? Li Huowang cautiously approached. Miss Shen, is there something you wanted to tell me? But without a word, it suddenly slashed open the palm of its hand with its claws. Blood gushed out like a waterfall onto the ground. It used its own blood to write a message, quickly finishing. You must be careful of the Xin Su Xian. Li Huowang stared at the words on the ground, confused. What is a Xin Su Xian? Suddenly, the Shen lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him into the air. Only then did it finally speak, its voice dripping with contempt after sizing him up for so long. So, you Shinsu are all show, and no substance. In that case, don't blame me. But before it could finish, a sword slash struck its face, revealing a scruffy, dark-bearded man. Li Huowang used the opening to escape, leaping back to put some distance between them. So this is the Shen's true form? The whole time, it was just Li Ji in disguise. Li Ji tore off the veil covering his face. The silence was suddenly broken by the eerie sound of a drum. Li Huowang whipped his head around in surprise. A drum. Li Ji's real body must be nearby. At the same time, the Shen began to sing. Summoning the spirits, the sun sets, the sky turns black, every house bolts its door, crows fly to the great tree, sparrows hide under the eaves. But midway through the song, the Shen was struck hard in the head by something, staggering and collapsing. Li Huowang smirked cunningly. You came to test me, so why wouldn't I test you right back? A short while earlier, Puppy and Gao Dunok had followed Li Huowang's plan, quickly finding the real, hiding Li Ji and dragging him out. Puppy breathed a sigh of relief as they surrounded him. Good thing senior brother Li had us prepare in advance. This scoundrel really was hiding nearby. Back in the present, Li Huowang, radiating killing intent, raised his sword and spoke arrogantly to the Shen. I've already been deceived by Kong men once. Fool me once, shame on you. When I encounter strange people and bizarre things, I know to take precautions. Just then, Gao Dungok's group arrived, dragging Li Ji with them. Hurry up, don't keep senior brother waiting, Puppy called out happily, announcing their arrival. Senior brother Li, we got him. He chuckled softly and turned to look at them. Is everyone all right? Puppy grinned and threw the limp Li Ji onto the ground. Of course. What could happen? It's just like Chun Xiaoman said. This shaman has no real power. He relies entirely on his drum. Seeing Li Ji's drum rolling on the ground nearby, Li Huowang glanced down and stared intently at it. Knowing his intention, Li Ji, lying paralyzed on the ground, gasped, Don't. Punable. Please don't. But it was too late. Li Huowang plunged his sword straight through Li Ji's drum, and a sudden light flashed from it. As soon as the drum was destroyed, the malicious aura surrounding the Shen began to dissipate. Li Huowang calmly glanced at both of them. With the shaman restrained, the Shen became immobile as well. After confirming the body was no longer moving, he walked over to Li Ji, pressed his sword to the man's neck, and demanded, What is a Shinsu? Why do you people call me a Shinsu? Li Ji slowly turned his head and smirked at him. So you really don't know anything. I was fooled by that blood-stained outfit of yours. Seeing Li Ji dodging the question, Li Huowang grew angry and yelled, What in the world is a Shinsu? The man burst out laughing, praising Li Huowang. Li Huowang, your mind is truly sharp, but... Suddenly, Li Ji's voice trailed off. Half of his face began to swell and blister, covered in a web of blood vessels. It then spread across his entire face, completely transforming his appearance. He opened his mouth wide, stuck out his tongue, and shrieked, You can't fight old Qian! Li Huowang stumbled back in shock, watching as sharp, black thorns began to sprout from Li Ji's body, impaling him from the inside out. Immediately, he yelled for everyone to attack and kill him. A while later, the area returned to its original silence. Everyone gathered around Li Ji's corpse, watching it. Puppy and Gao Dungok spoke nervously. Hacked to pieces like this. He's gotta be dead, right? Yeah, he's dead. Senior brother Li, what do we do next? Even though it was over, Li Huowang still felt that something was off. He couldn't help but think, was that shaman really so weak? He died a little too easily. Just then, Puppy turned around and saw that the Air Shen was still alive. He screamed in a panic, Senior brother Li, that Air Shen is getting away. Li Huowang's eyes widened in confusion, but he quickly realized the truth. I clearly pierced his drum, so how can the Air Shen still move? That's not the Air Shen. The one escaping is Li Ji. The Li Ji who was cut down has turned into the Air Shen. So that's it. They swapped bodies. Having figured out their identities, Li Huowang immediately ordered everyone, you guys watch the Air Shen on the ground. If it moves at all, attack immediately. Puppy raised his wooden club, promising, don't worry, Senior brother Li. Got it, Senior brother Li. In the few short seconds that followed, Li Huowang burst forward with incredible speed, catching up to Li Ji in an instant. He said coldly, without your drum, let's see what other tricks you have left. Li Ji was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. He grabbed his collar and threw the garment in front of Li Huowang to block his view. Knowing his intention, Li Huowang slashed the dress to shreds with his sword. Now, Li Ji had nowhere left to run. He stood facing Li Huowang, his long, dark hair obscuring his entire face. Li Ji let out a weary sigh. Li Huowang, we spirit medium disciples aren't like you. There are some things I truly have no control over. Li Huowang didn't care, repeating his earlier question. You think saying that will suddenly make me take pity on you and let you go? Why do you call me a Shin Su? Speak. Li Ji chuckled lazily, his hand fiddling with his waist. Still stuck on that, are you? Suddenly, his hand tightened, and he slowly pulled his skin away, stretching it into a large sheet. Li Huowang, you didn't really think that shamans like us only have one drum, did you? On guard, Li Huowang immediately charged forward with his sword. He couldn't let him keep beating that drum. But it was too late. Li Ji began to dance and chant, using his own stretched skin to summon a god. The moment he finished, the head of the second god suddenly appeared from behind, opening its mouth wide in a roar before biting down hard on Li Huowang's shoulder, refusing to let go. Puppy and Gao Dunak rushed over. Senior brother Li, this thing is too fast, it's relentless. Standing before the second god's freakishly long neck, Gao Dunak raised his staff high and swung down, knocking its neck to one side. The second god, in agony, released Li Huowang, but not before tearing a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Blood spurted everywhere. Puppy screamed in worry. Seeing Li Ji still very much alive, Li Huowang quickly composed himself and gave chase. I'm fine. I'm going to kill Li Ji. You two just surround the second god. They all immediately nodded in understanding. Covered in wounds, Li Huowang desperately tried to track Li Ji through the vast forest. His chanting echoed as if coming from all directions. The sun set in the west, darkness fell, houses bolted their doors, and the old immortal brought the Sanzong immortal binding lock. The immortal binding rope made Li Huowang scramble everywhere as he tried to get closer to the sound of the chanting. He could feel that Li Ji was nearby. Ma Hu ran past with the soul-trapping jar, and suddenly, Li Huowang froze. He saw Li Ji standing not far from him, and immediately went on alert, shouting, I've found you! Die, Li Ji! But at that same moment, Li Ji's summoning ritual was complete. His entire body was stretched out, his skin on both sides forming a pair of wings covered in human faces. Li Ji hummed, his face lowered to the ground, as a heavy demonic aura emanated from him. With a loud boom, that aura blasted towards Li Huowang. His body seemed to split into multiple versions of itself, and the surrounding scenery slowly began to rustle and transform. Li Huowang looked down at his hands in a daze, only to discover he was wearing different clothes on each side. He was stunned, his mind in a whirl. What was this situation? A patient's uniform from the other world? Suddenly, Dr. Li's voice rang out. Li Huowang. He jerked his head up, startled to see the very scene he had longed for right before his eyes. Old Liu. Dr. Li, have I returned? The question repeated over and over in Li Huowang's mind. However, the very next second, when Old Li turned and slammed the drumstick on the ground, Li Huowang froze for a moment, then snapped back to reality. No, that's not right. The sound of the drum. It's fake. It's all a trick by the Xianjia. Confirming that everything was just an illusion, Li Huowang smirked, then grabbed the IV stand in his hand and charged straight at old Liu to attack. At the same time, Li Huowang's sword pierced through Li Ji's body, ending his life with a single strike. How's that for drumming? Li Ji was completely stunned, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Li Huowang decisively pulled his sword back, causing his body to lose its balance and fall backward. From the wound in his chest where the sword had pierced through, a strange, thick liquid began to ooze out. Li Huowang stood coldly before Li Ji, looking down at him provocatively. If you have any other tricks, bring them all out. His face was lowered to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Haha, this time, I'm really out of tricks, Li Huowang. I'm truly sorry, Li Huowang scoffed, and slowly crouched down to face Li Ji. You're about to die, and now you're pretending to be a good person? I suppose the one who was just trying to kill me was someone else, right? Li Ji trembled, his face visibly turning ashen. He used his last bit of strength to explain himself to Li Huowang. I truly had no other choice. From the day I started my practice, there was no escaping it. At that moment, Puppy and Gao Dungok came running with the second god's corpse to find Li Huowang. Puppy looked relieved to see the second god was no longer moving, guessing that senior brother Li must have dealt with that scoundrel. At the same time, Li Ji's life was also fading. He wiped the sticky blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice raspy as he spoke. A mere human can't fight against Dan Yangzi. I tried to resist once too, but it was truly useless. Li Ji let out a long breath, his eyes growing dim. You carry a heart essence formed from the transformation of Tai Shui. It has form and substance but has not yet become a physical entity. It's called heart essence. Heart essence is the origin of matter, but it has not yet taken shape. As he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly began to bleed, and green veins bulged beneath his pale skin. I'm just a crude country fellow. I don't understand any of this stuff. But this is the first time I've seen them so happy, so I'm guessing this heart essence must be something incredibly good. Hearing Li Ji's words, Li Huowang fell silent. His gaze lowered, heavy as if weighed down by a torrent of chaotic thoughts. Am I some kind of rare thing in this world? But besides having a mental illness, I'm obviously no different from a normal person. Dan Yangzi isn't just randomly looking for a medicinal catalyst. Other bizarre cultivation methods might also require a medicinal catalyst, like me. Just then, Li Ji's trembling voice cut through his thoughts. Casmos. Li Huowang. Could you do me a small favor? Li Huowang lifted his head slightly and gave a short reply. Go on. He gave a bitter smile, his breathing already faltering. I, Li Ji, have been poor my whole life. I don't want to be a poor ghost even in death. After saying this, his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. But as if holding on to one last bit of obsession, he managed to whisper, Before, you said you wanted to exorcise evil spirits, go south and find the people in black robes, the nuns in black robes. They can reluctantly be considered good people. They're skilled at dispelling evil spirits. But no matter how many times Li Huowang asked, there was no answer. He paused and looked closer. Only then did he realize that Li Ji was already dead. His body lay motionless, his eyes wide open, unable to close, as if carrying a lifetime of grievances that had never been voiced. A while later, he reunited with Gao Dungok's group and told them to bury Li Ji's and the second god's bodies together in one place. Puppy froze, unable to stop himself from asking, Bury them? Why, senior brother? They were evil men who killed without blinking. Li Huowang was silent for a moment. The wind blew past, carrying the lingering smell of blood. He spoke softly, his voice very quiet. Li Ji wasn't exactly an evil man. His gaze fell upon the corpse, his expression turning somber. If Li Ji hadn't been a sham shaman, perhaps he and I could have become good friends. At that thought, he turned away and gave a firm order. Bury them. After you're done, we're heading back. Puppy didn't ask any more questions, bowing his head and replying clearly, Yes, senior brother Li. But at that moment, when no one was paying attention, one of the second god's eyes suddenly twitched and shot out of its body. From within it, a tiny mouth slowly emerged and then slightly opened. At the Bai Lingmiao's resting area, her room door creaked open, and a long trail of blood led inside. The creature headed straight for Lingmiao's bed and quickly scurried over. Soon, it had crawled right beside her. A strange voice echoed in Lingmiao's mind. Do you want it? She snapped her eyes open, but then realized it wasn't senior brother Li's voice. She immediately questioned the being that had brought her to this space. Who are you? Where is this place? From beneath the calm water, the second deity emerged, bearing the likeness of Bai Lingmiao. She began to speak. The power of the immortals. Do you not wish to accept it? You can borrow our strength. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Lingmiao asked, What do I have to do? Instantly, the deity's hand rose from the water and wrapped around Lingmiao's. She pulled the girl into an embrace, whispering, There's a good girl. Fall just. Leave everything to me. Early the next morning, Puppy and Li Huowang finally returned. Seeing that she was awake, he was startled and rushed over, snatching the water bucket from Lingmiao's hands and immediately starting to scold her. You still have a fever. What are you doing carrying water? Go lie down inside. Lingmiao just smiled, brushing her bangs aside and presenting her forehead for Li Huowang to check. I'm all better. If you don't believe me, senior brother Li, feel for yourself. After confirming she was no longer warm, Li Huowang exclaimed in disbelief. Was the medicine I concocted really that powerful? Are you sure you're all right? Lingmiao cheerfully turned and walked away. Of course I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Half convinced, Li Huowang tried to urge her to rest, but Bai Lingmiao wouldn't listen, turning to leave. Don't be such a worrywart, senior brother Li. Isn't it a good thing that I've recovered? At that time, Li Huowang had no idea that Lingmiao's soul had already been swapped with another's. A few days later, by a large river at the edge of the forest, Li Huowang did as Li Ji asked and burned paper money for him. Puppy yelled, any bastard who dares steal this will be reborn as an animal in their next life. Li Huowang, sitting by the fire with his head down, asked quietly, does shouting like that really work? Puppy immediately answered with conviction, of course it does. My third uncle taught me. If you shout like that, wandering ghosts and spirits won't dare to steal the money we're burning. A silence fell between them. Li Huowang watched the flames dance, his gaze growing distant. Is that so? He said, his voice flat. But what if, when Li Ji died, that was it? What if he didn't become a ghost and left nothing behind? Hearing this, Puppy froze and stammered, left nothing behind? A chill ran down his spine, making him tremble. Senior brother Li, that's a terrifying thing to say. Of course, Li Ji and his wife became ghosts when they died, and after that, they would absolutely go to the underworld to be reincarnated. That's a fact. Li Huowang slowly stood up, dusted off his clothes, and asked, and how are you so sure? Did you see it with your own eyes? Puppy didn't answer right away. He reached out, touching the pieces of joss paper fluttering in the wind, his voice growing quiet. Because that's what everyone believes. A short while later, Bai Lingmiao and Chun Xiaoman returned together. Senior brother Li, we found something out. Li Huowang spun around, startled. What is it? Lingmiao nodded and said quickly, those nuns in black you asked about? Senior brother Li, they might be on Mount Manhwa. Did you find out if they have any special characteristics? For example, the legend about the Zhengde sect being very effective for those praying for a child. Lingmiao averted her gaze, thinking for a moment. Special characteristics? I only heard that the nuns there are all very fat. He paused for a second, then asked, very fat? You consider that a special characteristic? Anyway, did you find out how to get to Mount Manhwa? Just then, a boat slowly approached the shore from across the large lake. The group cheered. The ferry's here. It finally came. Excellent. Chun Xiaoman, standing next to Li Huowang, explained, we take this boat across the lake, and after a few more days' travel, we'll be at Mount Hanghua. All these people are refugees fleeing the war. We can just follow them. The boatman, Yuan cheerfully came over to announce his price. Come on, get on the boat. 70 wen per person. The war's about to break out here, so what if I raise the price a little? Anyone who wants a ride, pay up. If you think you're tough enough, go ahead and swim across. Lingmiao frowned and looked to Li Huowang. Senior brother Li, what do we do? After a moment of thought, he told everyone to hand over the money. It's better to avoid trouble. A short time later, the ferry slowly carried its passengers across the pitch-black lake. The water was unnaturally still, as if it were swallowing all the surrounding light. Sitting on the boat, Li Huowang's eyes darted around restlessly as a growing sense of unease washed over him. Why is this water so black? He walked over to Yuan who was rowing the boat, and asked him directly, hey boss, there's nothing man-eating in this lake, is there? Yuan chuckled, his hands never breaking rhythm. What a silly question. I've been on this lake for nearly 20 years, and I'm still here, aren't I? Don't worry. Those are just stupid rumors made up by people with nothing better to do. As he said that, Li Huowang's eyelid began to twitch. He stared coldly at the boatman. Made up, huh? I certainly hope so. Suddenly, the ferryman's mate at the stern shouted, Boss, we're here. Li Huowang frowned. All around them was nothing but endless water. Then, Yuan walked to the bow, slowly removed his hat, and turned back to them. That's right. We've arrived. At the place where you pay the extra fee. As he finished speaking, men from both the bow and stern of the boat leaped into the water. The passengers erupted in panic. People fell overboard. It's the crew and the captain. The boat's going to tip. Li Huowang's voice cut through the chaos, sharp as a blade. Sit down, all of you. Do you want to capsize this boat for real? Just then, an arrow whistled through the air and thudded into the side of the boat. In the distance, dark silhouettes began to emerge from the misty surface of the lake. The leader, standing on an opposing boat, roared with laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, toss over all your bags, luggage, gold, and silver. We are the righteous heroes of Mount Heng, robbing the rich to help the poor. We swear we won't lay a single finger on any of you. But, if we find you've hidden even a single wen. He let out a wicked smirk and licked his lips. Well, then you'll just have to choose. Get sliced up like noodles, or dropped in the water like a wonton. Bai Lingmiao quickly rushed over and handed Li Huowang his sword. Senior brother Li, they're water bandits. They even brought their families. Looks like this is the family business. Li Huowang took the sword. He slammed the hilt against the deck. His aura surged, radiating a calm but oppressive pressure. My friends, just take us to shore, and I will pretend none of this ever happened. The water bandits stared at him in silence for a moment, the smile slowly vanishing from their leader's face. His voice deepened as he spoke. Brother, announce yourself. Li Huowang ignored him, repeating his demand to be taken ashore. The bandit leader sneered. You little whelp. You're probably not even old enough to shave yet. A pissant Taoist like you? This old man has already chopped up 7 or 8 of your kind. The leader took a step forward, his voice dropping to a growl. Let me tell you something. This lake is the territory of our Yuan family. Here, a dragon must coil, and a tiger must kneel. You will bow to me. It seemed negotiations had failed. Li Huowang wasted no more time and plunged a hand into his robes. He pulled out a handful of dirt, stuffed it into his mouth, and started chewing. Then, he shook the Zhaoyu bell and gave a cold command. Kill them for me. The water bandits erupted in laughter. Look at this guy. Did we scare this priest out of his mind? He's eating dirt and shaking a bell. But only a few seconds later, their corpses were floating in the cold, dark water, their mouths wide open in silent screams. Or are you just in a bad mood today and want to see some blood? Is that old man the patriarch of the Yuan clan? Li Huowang didn't even bother to look, turning back to the people on his boat. Does anyone know how to row? Come over and lend a hand. The atmosphere froze. Across the water, the old Yuan patriarch's voice lowered, filled with absolute menace. Our lives may be worthless, but after killing so many of our Yuan clan, you think you can just leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Immediately after, the men behind the old man brought out several living creatures. Seeing this, the child's face paled as he screamed. Senior brother Li on the other side pushed everything off. Pigs, cows, and sheep were thrown into the water. But why were there children too? He snapped his head back in shock. What? The Yuan patriarch lifted a child and began to recite a ritual prayer. Sons of the Yuan clan, family of the Yuan clan, water of the Yuan clan, none are to be trifled with. If an evil dragon descends upon us, we respectfully invite the river god Hebo to reveal his true form. With those words, he mercilessly hurled the child straight into the lake. As the child sank deep into the dark water, a creature with long, writhing tentacles began to appear, slowly coiling around the small body. The next second, the lake's surface erupted in waves, causing the ferry to rock violently. Everyone cried out in panic. Senior brother Li, the boat is shaking too much. What's happening? Senior brother Li, look at the water. From the bottom of the lake, a colossal creature slowly opened its eyes. 6 glowing purple eyes appeared in the black water, and dozens of gigantic tentacles twisted and writhed around the boat. Li Huowang's eyes widened, his heart tightening. Is this the river god Hebo? With a loud boom, one of its giant tentacles shot forward, crushing the entire boat to pieces in an instant. Li Huowang and everyone else were immediately thrown into the lake. The freezing water instantly swallowed everything. Li Huowang gritted his teeth and held his breath, trying to open his eyes and look around. Bai Lingmiao, puppy, no one can die. His body grew heavier and heavier, sinking deep to the bottom. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged past him, and then wrapped tightly around him. The massive, slime-filled mouth of Hebo opened wide, preparing to swallow him whole. In that very moment, Dan Yangzi appeared. He grabbed Li Huowang's sword, his hoarse laughter echoing. Kid, leave the rest to me. After summoning Hebo, the Yuan clan assumed the matter was settled and turned their boat back to shore. A man was forced to kneel before the Yuan patriarch, trembling as he confessed, Patriarch, this is all my fault. I acted too rashly and set the trap without fully understanding our prey's background. But before this, second brother tried to use the secret code with that Taoist, and he couldn't respond at all. Before he could finish, the Yuan patriarch cruelly shoved his cane straight into the man's eye and coldly pulled it out. A mistake is a mistake, yet you still want to blame others. Truly useless. If he survives this, the matter is dropped. If he doesn't, just bury him. For now, wait until tomorrow for the corpses in Zhang Lake to float to the surface. Then we'll retrieve them first. Just as they were about to pack up and leave, someone suddenly screamed, "Quick, look at the lake!" The Yuan patriarch immediately turned his head and saw that the lake's surface had turned red. Hebo's corpse was floating in pieces everywhere. The men screamed in terror, "It's Hebo! Has Hebo been killed?" Not only that, but they quickly spotted someone else walking up from the bottom of the lake. It's that Taoist. Impossible. How could he still be alive? Li Huowang was completely drenched, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. A sword was pierced straight through his neck. He advanced slowly, terrifying them to their very core. The Yuan patriarch screamed in panic, "Quick, shoot him with arrows! Kill him! Don't let him ring the bell." But before the words had even left his mouth, Li Huowang moved like lightning, grabbing the old man's head and easily ripping his spine out of his body, taking the cervical vertebrae along with it. The Yuan clan members froze for a moment, then scattered in a panic. Run! At this point, Li Huowang had completely lost control of his body. His eyes were glowing red, and blood trickled down his cheeks from their sockets. Behind him, Dan Yangzi's voice whispered, "Kid, when it comes to killing, you either don't kill at all, or you kill them all." And so, in the quiet of the night, bodies piled up everywhere amidst horrifying screams. Everyone was ruthlessly cut down by Li Huowang. The Yuan clan was quickly slaughtered to near extinction. A child's voice rose up, sobbing and calling for their mother, quickly catching Li Huowang's attention. They sat amidst the corpses, struggling to save each other, but in an instant, Li Huowang lunged forward, grabbed the woman by the neck, and squeezed tightly. He lifted her into the air, giving her no chance to survive. Deep in his subconscious, witnessing everything, Li Huowang clutched his head in terror and screamed, "No more killing, stop killing." But Dan Yangzi, now possessing his body, didn't care. He coldly asked him, "Kid, on what grounds should you not kill?" Hearing that, Li Huowang froze for a moment. Just then, from outside, a stone flew straight into his head. A child's choked, trembling voice cursed at him from the side. "Bad guy, go away, don't bully my mom." Dan Yangzi circled Li Huowang with delight, adding fuel to the fire. "Kill them. On what grounds can these river bandits kill our people? But I can't kill them." Li Huowang completely lost control, throwing the woman's body to the ground with a thud and bursting into laughter. "Haha, that's right, kill." He drowned in the pleasure, his hands stained with red blood, his eyes glowing brightly, looking like a bloodthirsty wild beast. Suddenly, Lingmiao's voice came from behind. "Senior brother Li?" On second thought, there was even another person's voice. Li Huowang. He froze and slowly turned to look at her. It was Bai Lingmiao. She asked him worriedly, "Senior brother Li, this sword. Are you okay?" Her words reminded him. Li Huowang gritted his teeth, grabbed the blade, and tried to pull it out. As he squeezed, his flesh was instantly torn open. Fresh blood dripped down the blade. A low groan escaped his throat as Li Huowang decisively yanked the entire sword out of his neck, sending a spray of dark red blood flying. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward. Yang Na hugged his arm tightly, her voice trembling, almost breaking. "Li Huowang, wake up. I'm begging you. Please stop hurting yourself." Li Huowang froze. The smile on his lips gradually softened, becoming strangely gentle. He looked at her and asked softly, "Bai Lingmiao, you're not dead?" At the same time, Dr. Li's voice spoke to Yang Na. "Quick, answer his question. Play along with him." Yang Na's chest tightened. She paused for a beat, then bit her lip and replied. In Li Huowang's eyes, Bai Lingmiao appeared again, nodding slightly, her voice as soft as water. "I know how to swim, Senior brother Li. There was a pond in front of my house. I used to play there when I was little." Li Huowang's eyes suddenly lit up. He hugged her tightly, as if afraid she would disappear if he let go. "That's great. That's so great. You're still alive. That's great." In another world, Yang Na also hugged him tightly, her voice trembling as she replied, "This is great." A short while later, in another corner of the Yuan clan's camp, the man who had been punished by the Yuan patriarch was struggling to stay afloat in the ice-cold water. He was trapped inside a cramped wooden cage, with no way to escape. From above, a guard leaned down and spoke. "Big brother, please bear with it. If the old ancestor finds out I went easy on you, none of us will be able to handle the punishment." The man below just sighed, his voice still calm. It was my fault. I led the raid and got so many of our brothers in the camp killed. I deserve this. I don't blame you. Before he could finish, the man above suddenly froze, his eyes glued to the water's surface, his tone changing abruptly. Wait, what is that? Below the lake's surface, they started to see heads floating up right in front of their leader. The head of the Yuan family's elder stared wide-eyed right at him. The leader froze solid, his pupils shrinking, his throat tightening, before he suddenly let out a piercing scream. At the same time, with Li Huowang's group, most of them had struggled ashore, gasping for breath. Only 3 cold bodies lay on the ground. Bai Lingmiao and Puppy recounted with choked voices. Junior brother Sun and I are decent swimmers. After the boat capsized, we risked our lives diving into the lake to pull people out. But there are still 2 we haven't found. Sun Baolu clutched his chest, his voice trembling. Senior brother Li, the 3 we did pull out are already dead. And the fool. He drowned too. Li Huowang was silent. He looked at the fool's gray, ashen face, water still trickling from the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Fool, I shouldn't have kept calling you fool. I should have at least given you a proper name. It would have been easier to write on your tombstone." His voice grew deep and cold. These water bandits. Death is too good for them. As he finished speaking, he angrily slammed his fist into the fool's stomach. The still body suddenly convulsed, and a torrent of water spewed from his mouth. Puppy jumped back, screaming, "The fool's a reanimated corpse." Li Huowang worriedly checked on the fool. "Are you all right?" But the fool's first words were, "Senior brother Li, I'm hungry." Bai Lingmiao and Puppy happily ran over. "You idiot, it's so good you're still alive." Li Huowang pulled the fool to his feet and told the others, "From now on, don't call him fool anymore. Call him Gao Dungok." With that, he helped the fool walk away. Puppy overheard and muttered the new name. Jijian pouted at Li Huowang. "Senior brother, I'm hungry. I'm hungry." He gently led him away, consoling him. All right. We'll go find some food right now." A little later, Puppy, decked out in gold and silver, ran up with shining eyes to show off to Li Huowang. "Senior brother Li, there's more gold and silver in this camp than we could fit in a whole cart." Li Huowang waved his hand dismissively. "Don't take any more silver. Only take the gold jewelry." Puppy looked at him, confused. "Senior brother Li. But this is silver. It's so bright and shiny." Suddenly, Li Huowang's eyes became bloodshot. In a tone that sounded eerily like Dan Yangzi, he turned and glared at Puppy. "I said, only take the gold. Once this cart is full, we're leaving." Puppy froze, then nodded, thinking to himself, "What's wrong with senior brother Li? If he doesn't want the silver, fine, but why get so angry? I even startled him a moment ago." Li Huowang silently lowered his head and kept walking. "My emotions are starting to be influenced by that scabby-headed bastard. I need to hurry and find those nuns," Li Ji mentioned. Suddenly, a demonic aura shot towards Li Huowang. He couldn't dodge in time, and it blasted a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Bai Lingmiao, standing behind him, asked urgently, "Senior brother Li, what's wrong?" Li Huowang immediately ordered, "Everyone, spread out and find cover. There are still water bandits in the camp." As he spoke, he grimaced and pulled the white fragments that had just embedded themselves in his shoulder to examine them. "What the hell is this?" From deep within the forest, the figure of a Taoist priest emerged, snarling, "You bull-nosed bastard. What are you hiding from? Come here. So, you can be this useless after all, huh?" Startled, Li Huowang spread his arms to shield the people behind him. He watched him warily. What kind of trick is this guy using? Seeing Li Huowang's group frozen, the priest sneered, opened his mouth wide, and clamped a pair of pliers onto his own tooth. Scared to make a move, the next second, he decisively wrenched the tooth out and shot it forcefully towards Li Huowang. "Then die." Li Huowang quickly dodged to the side, his hand simultaneously touching his Dharma bell, using his own teeth to cast offensive spells, pulling out his own teeth like that. Doesn't he feel pain? Compared to this, Old Master Yu seems a little more normal. Quick as a flash, Li Huowang summoned 3 Old Master Yus and launched an attack. But it seemed the priest had anticipated this. The leader showed no surprise at all. In fact, he looked almost eager. "Here it comes, the ox-nosed Taoist's signature move. But you think I don't have one of my own?" After speaking, he took out a bundle of bamboo slips, held it before him, then dropped it from above, beginning to chant. "One sutra, great thousand. One tongue, wheel turning. One sutra, great thousand." In that instant, all sound around Li Huowang vanished, leaving only the echo of the leader's voice. The bundle of bamboo slips unrolled and spread out before him. The leader knelt down and continued to chant, "Unspeakable wondrous realms, extremes beyond words, beyond language's power to convey." From within the unfurled bamboo slips, demonic auras began to surge out, enveloping everything in the area. Old Master Yu was completely immobilized by it. Heaven favors gods and ghosts, gaining the mother chi. As he spoke, he gouged out his remaining eye, offering it to the ritual. Li Huowang's entire body froze. He trembled, staring at the scene before him. What has he done? This is wrong. I have to stop him, quickly. But it was too late. The leader raised his head, lifting the bloody eye high, his crazed voice echoing, "My Lord Jigao! My Lord Jigao!" The moment Li Huowang looked up, his whole body went rigid. Before his eyes, everything was a dark, crimson red. The entire sky was blotted out by thousands of grotesque eyes, all staring down at him. From the void, a whisper echoed, "In this domain, who dares cause a disturbance? Who dares?" Li Huowang's body suddenly stiffened and fell backward, as if being pulled by something. His perception began to warp. What's happening to me? Am I hearing this, or am I smelling it? No, I'm seeing it. All 5 of his senses were completely jumbled. His handsome face suddenly transformed into that of a hideous monster. Terrified, Li Huowang clutched his face and staggered. This is all wrong. I can't feel anything properly. To complete the ritual, the leader drew a short sword and sliced open his own stomach, sacrificing himself. He screamed, "Ba Shi!" Li Huowang fell silent, his body seemingly no longer under his control. "Ba Shi? What is that?" In an instant, the entire world collapsed. There was no sky, no ground. He was left floating in an endless void, a place where he couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Li Huowang constantly reminded himself, Don't look. I can't look." By the time he realized it, he had already seen one of his hands turning into rotten straw. Just a single glance, and his own hand. Crazed thoughts surged like a tidal wave. Should I kill myself to summon Dan Yangzi? No. In the face of this thing, Dan Yangzi is nothing. The power gap is too vast. I have to think of a way. I can't just wait here to die. But suddenly, the leader let out a soft groan. It hurts. It hurts so much. The curse immediately stopped. Li Huowang's eyes widened in confusion. The transformation. It stopped? Realizing what he'd done, the boss lifted his now ruined face and roared in defiance. "No, I don't feel any pain anymore. I can still." But before he could finish his sentence, Li Huowang's sword flashed, sending the man's head flying. The illusion was instantly torn in two. Li Huowang's arm was restored to normal. He wondered to himself, "Is it over?" He then turned back to check on the others. "How are you guys? Is everyone all right?" Bai Lingmiao, panting, asked him, "What just happened?" Puppy was still paralyzed with fear, sitting limply on the ground. I think I just turned into a hairy caterpillar." Li Huowang looked at everyone, half believing. Is everyone back to normal? All that terrifying power, and this is the only result? He slowly turned his head to look where the boss had been standing, glancing down at the man's bamboo scroll. Bai Lingmiao went to help Chun Xiaoman up. "Chun Xiaoman, are you okay?" "I'm fine," she replied softly. Suddenly, Lingmiao noticed Li Huowang standing quietly in a corner, reading the bamboo slip, and she cautiously approached. He was murmuring the words, one by one. "Bai Huan Zhen Lu, swallow its belly, pull out its bones." Lingmiao asked curiously, "Senior brother Li, what's written on that bamboo slip?" He unrolled it to explain it to her. "This slip is called the Da Tian Lu. It's a cultivation manual. No, it's more accurate to call it a transaction ledger. It's all about how to use one's own pain, blood, and flesh to trade for power from some entity. The mildest one teaches you how to use a bamboo sliver to pry off all your own fingernails, or how to chew a large bag of rusted iron filings and swallow them. There are also methods for sacrificing your own flesh and blood to make a deal with those beings." Suddenly, Puppy peeked over, asking anxiously, "Senior brother Li, what kind of effect did that technique the pirate used have on us? Don't tell me we've been cursed or something?" "That pirate couldn't stand the pain during the process, and he broke off the ritual. That's why nothing happened to us." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their fear finally subsiding. Li Huowang looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with deep thought. Behind this Da Tian Lu, could there be a sect similar to the Zheng De sect? 3 sacrifices. A short while later, Li Huowang jumped onto a boat, carefully inspecting every nook and cranny. After confirming there was nothing wrong with the boat, he turned back and gave an order. "Gao Dun Guk, have the others bring all the gold from the camp over here. We're taking it all with us. Gao Dungok obediently answered with a, "Yes, sir. I'm not greedy. You just have to give me a really awesome name. That's all. The more awesome, the better." Seeing his childish demeanor, Li Huowang couldn't help but chuckle. "You want an awesome name? How about I call you Gao Dunok? Think you can handle that?" But the depths of Puppy's foolishness were truly profound. He actually thought the name was great, instantly switching from Puppy to Gao Dungok without a second's hesitation. "Huh? Gao Dungok? That's a great name. It sounds so powerful. You idiot. I already called you Gao Dungok. Even you must call me Gao Dunok." Jijian stammered in reply, "Cao. Gao Dungok." As time passed, the sky gradually brightened. Bai Lingmiao shouted to announce, "Senior brother Li, it's all loaded up." He nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let's go." After massacring the entire Yuan family, Li Huowang single-handedly burned the whole place down before they set off. The scene changes to a small town at the foot of Mount Manhwa. Li Huowang couldn't help but feel bewildered looking at the bustling surroundings. Is this supposed to be some kind of nice place? Why? Why are there so many people? Gao Dungok raised his hand and answered cheerfully, "Senior brother Li, I know. Today is the first of the month, which is market day. People from all the surrounding villages come here for the fair." Hearing this, he immediately understood and nodded slightly. So that's how it was. No wonder it was so crowded. He just didn't expect Li Huowang to go along with it so easily this time. He smirked and replied, "That's right, today is the first. Old Master Du will also be at the market." Dan Yangzi giggled, clinging to Li Huowang's body, and whispering, "Tell me, if you ring the soul-melting bell here, how many Old Master Dus will pop out of this market? By then, Old Master Du will have cleared everyone out, and it won't be so noisy anymore." Provoked by the old man, a dazed Li Huowang slowly looked down at his own robe, muttering as he shook the bell. Bai Lingmiao appeared, tugging on his sleeve and calling out, "Senior brother Li, we've arrived at the inn. Let's go inside and rest." With that, she pulled him away, snapping him out of the earlier illusion. Seeing the distinguished guests, a staff member warmly came forward to greet them. "What would you esteemed guests like to order? This humble one isn't boasting, but our 2 dragons playing with a pearl, 3 rams ushering in spring, and carp leaping over the dragon gate are all famous dishes." Before he could finish, Li Huowang cut him off. "Waiter, no need to order just yet." He asked him coldly, "Do you know about the nuns in black robes on Mount Hanghua?" The waiter scratched his head in confusion. "Are you guests talking about the Ansi Nunnery? The offerings at Ansi Nunnery are worse than a local earth god shrine. What's there to ask about?" But before he could finish, Li Huowang tossed the waiter a small piece of gold. Holding it in his hand, the man's whole body froze, his eyes widening. "The widow from my second sister's nephew's village went to Ansi Nunnery to become a nun." Seeing he was willing to talk, Li Huowang asked, "Then do you know why the nuns of Ansi Nunnery have to wear black robes? The other day, a few nuns came down the mountain to sell pigs, and I saw one of them rubbing her neck. And guess what? She rubbed off a ball of black grime the size of a jujube." Hearing the waiter's story, everyone couldn't help but look completely baffled. Li Huowang shot up and asked the waiter, "If I climb the mountain next to the town, I can find the Ansi Nunnery, right?" The man rubbed his hands together and nodded. "That's right, distinguished guest." Suddenly, Bai Lingmiao asked him, "Senior brother Li, are we going to the Ansi Nunnery?" But Li Huowang replied coldly, "This isn't a sightseeing trip. What use would you be if you followed me?" Li Huowang's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Bai Lingmiao's heart. The hurt was visible on her face as she lowered her head, saying nothing more. Just then, he sighed, realizing he might have been a bit too harsh. Forget it. Before leaving, he put down a gold ingot to order food for everyone. "Bai Lingmiao, you must lead everyone away from here immediately. Understood?" She kept her head down and softly said, "Yes." Then she looked up, her bright eyes following his retreating figure. "But Senior brother Li, I'm not a burden anymore." 4 hours later, Li Huowang finally reached the Ansi Nunnery. Panting, he gulped down mouthfuls of air, then turned to look at the long, endless flight of stairs behind him. Weren't the nuns said to be fat and lazy? How could they herd pigs down such a high mountain to sell them? Before stepping inside, he noticed the characters written on the sign. Are these even words? Or something else? Why can't I read them? He called out in a loud voice, "Is anyone here?" But after a moment, no one answered. Li Huowang looked around suspiciously. Is no one here? Could it be the nuns have also gone down to the market? Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from the dilapidated house in front of him. What's that sound? It's coming from the main hall. Huowang cautiously stepped inside. Excuse me, is anyone here? Li Huowang from the Qingfeng Temple has urgent business and requests an audience. But the only response he got was a gurgling sound. Huowang froze, stunned. There it is again. Is it the Buddha statue? No, it's behind the Buddha statue. With that thought, he leaped up and landed on the statue's head. When he saw the scene before him, he stopped short. Right in front of him, dozens of obese nuns were sprawled out on the floor, asleep, their stomachs constantly gurgling. Suppressing his disgust, Huowang jumped down and approached the nearest nun to speak with her. Reverend Sister, Li Huowang of the Qingfeng Temple has an urgent matter to discuss. But the nun didn't say a word, merely moaning as drool trickled from her mouth. Huowang pouted slightly and looked down. No reaction. Is she pretending to be asleep? Li Huowang of the Qingfeng Temple has an urgent matter to discuss. The loud noise finally woke her up, but as soon as she sat up, the only thing on her mind was food. She rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "Is it time to eat already?" The other nuns quickly woke up as well, whispering, "Time for dinner?" They gave off a foul stench that made Huowang wrinkle his nose in disgust. One by one, they quickly got to their feet. "Ah, it's time for dinner. Let's eat." They were about to ignore Huowang and leave. He hurriedly blocked the path of a nun named Miao Yu, saying, "Reverend Sister, Li Huowang of the Qingfeng Temple has an urgent matter to discuss." Miao Yu didn't care. She replied coldly, "If you want to pray to Buddha, do it yourself. Don't make me late for my meal." But suddenly, she sniffed the air, her eyes lit up, and she moved closer to him. "You smell of gold, Huowang." Unable to stand the overwhelming fragrance, he instinctively backed away. Miao Yu's attitude changed completely as she cheerfully engaged him in conversation. "Are you here to buy pigs or to eat a vegetarian meal? The pigs are in the sty, and the vegetarian meal is 200 coins per serving." Huowang forced a smile, trying to edge away. Close. Way too close. He took a gold nugget out of his pocket and tossed it to the side. Seeing the gold, Miao Yu seemed to lose all reason and lunged for it. She slowly turned her head back to look at him, still gnawing on the gold nugget. "Exorcise evil spirits?" Hearing him say that, all the nuns immediately fell silent. Miao Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing so hard she cried. "You're a Taoist priest yourself, so why are you asking Buddhist nuns to help you exorcise demons?" Realizing they had a point, he froze. "That's right, I'm a Taoist priest. Yet I'm asking nuns to help me with an exorcism." The nuns' laughter echoed endlessly, and Huowang found himself starting to laugh along with them. But he quickly caught himself and clapped a hand over his mouth. "Why am I laughing with them?" Huowang coughed twice, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. "Reverend sisters, please stop laughing. This trouble of mine is truly urgent. One wrong move, and I could lose my life." Miao Yu immediately got serious and quoted her price. "The guide's fee is 2 gold beans. Hand them over, and I'll take you to see the abbess." On the way, Huowang kept trying to make conversation with her. "I am Li Huowang of the Qingfeng Temple. May I ask for the Reverend Sister's Dharma name?" Huowang curiously asked Miao Yu. "Excuse me, Reverend Sister, what script is this on the plaque?" She replied, "This type of writing is called Nushu script. It's only passed down from woman to woman, never to men." With that, she stomped ahead, grumbling at him. "Stop staring at the script. If you don't, there won't be any food left for me when we get back. The abbess's meditation room is just ahead. Stay close." After walking for a while, they finally reached the main hall. Miao Yu peeked inside and told him, "We're here. The abbess is right inside. I'm not going in there. To be honest, I'm a little scared of her." Huowang didn't ask any more questions, watching Miao Yu's series of strange actions with confusion. "Oh, all right." The next second, she turned tail and ran for her life. Before disappearing completely, she had the courtesy to give him a warning. "Oh right, the abbess's Dharma name is Jing Xin. Taoist, you're on your own. Good luck." Huowang gave a slight smile as he watched her go, then stepped inside. Miao Yu, from this Ansi nunnery, is certainly interesting. But I wonder what kind of person this abbess Jing Xin is, to make even Miao Yu so terrified. A few minutes later, Huowang opened the door to the room and went in. A foul stench immediately assaulted his nostrils, making him cover his nose and mouth. The smell in here was even worse than in Miao Yu and the other's room. Nom, nom, nom. What's that sound? Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut, making Huowang jump. The woman in front of him spoke in a deep, booming voice, accompanied by the sound of smacking and chewing. "You can light the lamp. I am blind and have no use for it." Huowang looked at her warily. The person speaking was Abbess Jing Xin. He obediently complied and pulled out a lamp to illuminate the room. Seeing the sight before him, Huowang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Abbess Jingxin was a giant woman with wrinkled, sagging skin. She picked up a piece of meat and chewed on it greedily, then let out a small chuckle. Heh, how rare. So, a Shintuo has come to find me. Huowang was startled and instinctively fell back into a fighting stance. How does she know about Shintuo? Could it be that here, too? But it was different from what he expected. The abbess simply raised her hand to greet the light and gently reassured him. What are you so panicked about? I can tell you're just a kid who doesn't understand anything. Since when did our Ansi nunnery need any other ingredients? With that, she blew gently, and the light transformed into shimmering dust particles that floated in the air, illuminating the entire room. The abbess spoke with a hint of sadness. My son is also a Jintuo, but he has gone mad now. Huowang thought in disbelief. There are other Jintuo in this world? He didn't know if the story about Jingxin's son was true or not. He had to find a way to verify it. If Jingxin says the black Tai Sui is useless, then she must be lying. What will her answer be? But contrary to Huowang's suspicions, the abbess replied, I've used it. Of course, I gave it to my son, but you can't just eat the black Tai Sui carelessly. A little bit is bearable. If you eat too much, it can take over your entire stomach. Eventually, the whole thing will burst right out of your body. Hearing this, Huowang lowered his head, biting his lip in frustration. Dan Yangzi was never a good person. Even the medicine he gave me has severe side effects. Knowing what he was thinking, Jingxin chuckled and leaned down to poke Huowang on the top of his head. What? Trying to test me with that talk about the black Tai Sui? In that case, I'll tell you another secret about the Jintuo. You must feel like you don't belong here, right? You think you've come from another, greater world? Huowang was so shocked, he froze completely. A world completely different from this one? Just then, an image of himself in a hospital flashed in his mind. They both exclaimed in unison, You actually know. It's because of my son. Wait, so he transmigrated from the real world, too? After a moment of silence, Jingxin rubbed her belly and replied, What are you so flustered about? Young people these days have no self-control. My own son used to say things like that, but I gave birth to him from my own womb. That's an undeniable fact. Young man, are you the man dreaming you're a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming you're a man? Don't be so certain about the state of the world, and that includes everything inside your own head. Li Huowang fell silent and asked quietly, What are you trying to say? Jingxin pointed at him and retorted, Have you never considered it? That perhaps the reality you believe in is fundamentally fake? That strange, great thousand world and everything in it. Why couldn't it all be something you, the person standing in this world, simply hallucinated into existence? In that instant, Li Huowang's entire world came crashing down. He looked down at his trembling hands. I'm not a transmigrator. I've always been from here. There was never any modern world. Everything I remember about reality was just something I imagined. Ugh. No. That can't be right. There has to be a flaw in that logic somewhere. Suddenly, he remembered the image of Yang Na's study materials, given to him by the teachers themselves. A thought, a tiny glimmer of hope, flashed in his mind. That's right. A person might be able to imagine an entire world, but they absolutely cannot imagine knowledge they've never learned. Knowledge. With that thought, he dropped to the ground and began reciting a stream of facts he had once studied. Scandium, titanium, vanadium, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc. Seeing Li Huowang have a mental breakdown and start retching, Jingxin felt a pang of pity. She let out a long sigh. What an idiot. Li Huowang quickly regained his composure, wiped the corner of his mouth, and asked her, To put it bluntly, Abbess Jingxin, just get to the point. What exactly is a heart element? The heart element is you. It includes the delusion in your heart, the karmic obstacles in your mind, and the causality that follows you. He frowned, asking irritably, You're being so vague. What is that even supposed to mean? Jingxin patiently explained, Judging by the smell of the items on you, you must know a little about cultivating the unseen arts. For any sect, besides external artifacts, the most important thing is one's own state of mind. And the delusions and various karmic obstacles on a heart element are much purer and more stable than a normal person's. Some sects have techniques for consolidating their state of mind that require the delusion from a heart element. Even if you don't sell the heart element to those who need it, you can still make a huge profit. After hearing this, Li Huowang pushed himself up to his feet, replying confidently, A deluded state of mind? I don't have a single shred of delusion left. I am absolutely certain that even if I fall into an illusion again, I'll be able to tell what's real and what's not, whatever you say. This old nun can't be bothered to argue with you. You can go home now. He stared at her, stunned and bewildered. Go home? Abbess Jingxin. Actually, I came here this time to ask you to perform an exorcism. Jingxin picked up a mouthful of meat, put it in her mouth, and mumbled while chewing. Oh, so you didn't come to ask me how to deal with the heart element situation? Then what was all that small talk about? Don't you know how to get straight to the point? Li Huowang apologized sheepishly and began to tell his story. After listening, she sat bolt upright in shock. He became an immortal? In this day and age, someone actually became an immortal? With that, she reached into her cap, pulled out two dark-colored objects, and threw them on the ground. Li Huowang watched in silence. Is she divining? The two objects immediately gave a result. One face up, one face down. Jingxin said nothing. You didn't eat your master, did you? Hearing the question, Li Huowang recoiled in horror. What? I didn't eat him. I... Jingxin sighed, dismissing his answer. Why am I even asking a heart element like you? Then, she used her magic to summon a golden orb in her palm. Instantly, Li Huowang's entire body went rigid. He felt his body in terror. What kind of spell is this? It feels slippery and itchy all over. Sensing his thoughts, Jingxin calmly reassured him. Don't move. Just bear with it. Immediately after, Li Huowang's entire body levitated into the air. Jingxin withdrew her hand, licked her fingers, and began to bargain with him. I have a way to deal with your master, but it will consume a great deal of my merit and magical artifacts. So, why should I help you? Hearing this, Li Huowang understood. She wants something from me, doesn't she? He pulled out the scrolls he was carrying and replied, as long as you can deal with Dan Yangzi, you can take your pick of anything I have on me. Smelling the faint aura of evil, Jingxin jumped back and yelled, What is all this trash? Get it out of here, especially that great 1,000 records scroll. Get it as far away as possible before it defiles the grounds of my Ansi nunnery. Seeing her terrified expression, Li Huowang was taken aback. Suddenly, Jingxin sniffed the air and said to him, I smell gold on you. Li Huowang felt a flicker of hope. She wants something I have, so this should be easy. He spread his arms wide and said magnanimously, No problem. I'll donate all of it to the Bodhisattva of Ansi Nunnery to plate the statue. But things were never that simple. Sure enough, besides the gold, Jingxin still needed Li Huowang to fetch something for her. 200 miles east of Mount Manhwa, there is a forest. In that forest lives an evil creature named La Yue Shiba. Bring me its eyes. The next morning, Li Huowang was back on the road with his companions. Gao Dungok followed behind, muttering non-stop. Chun Xiaoman had the same question. That's right. What is senior brother Li doing? Why did we turn back? Gao Dungok answered with a sniffle. Senior brother Li said, We have to go somewhere to get something. Chun Xiaoman scoffed and followed along. All right, Gao Dungok, hurry up and tell us. What's really going on? Gao Dungok recounted. Senior brother Li said we have to go to a forest 200 miles east of Mount Manhwa to get something. After he gets it, he'll take us home. Bai Lingmiao asked curiously, What are you getting from the forest? Gao Dungok just shook his head, tears streaming down his face as he replied, How would I know? Senior brother Li never discusses anything with us. The fact that he broke his habit and said a few extra words to me today was rare enough. Chun Xiaoman looked at Gao Dungok, confused. If you're going, you're going. What are you crying about? At this, Gao Dungok began to wail even more miserably. I'm crying because senior brother Li gave all our gold to those nuns. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have bought myself a wife first. Chun Xiaoman was shocked to hear this and berated Gao Dungok. He gave it all away? Why didn't you try to stop him? You know there's something wrong with senior brother Li's head. Gao Dungok tried to defend himself. I did try to stop him. When he was giving away the gold, I tried to stop him the whole way, but it's not like I could actually succeed. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao's heart grew heavy as she watched his lonely figure from behind. That night, by a small stream, Chun Xiaoman was staring blankly up at the starry sky, complaining, How could senior brother Li give all that gold to those nuns? Suddenly, Bai Lingmiao's voice rang out. Sister Chun Xiaoman, were you talking? She turned and replied, Yeah, it's me. Don't worry, junior sister Bai, I'm on watch. Those stinking men wouldn't dare try anything. But when she saw Bai Lingmiao naked, even Chun Xiaoman, a woman herself, was stunned for a moment. Bai Lingmiao cheerfully ran over to chat with Chun Xiaoman. Chun Xiaoman, I'm done bathing. Do you want to take a turn? Chun Xiaoman immediately refused. No, I don't need to. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao continued to persuade her. Chun Xiaoman, if you want to bathe, I can keep watch for you. but Chun Xiaoman still waved her hands dismissively, saying, "There's no need." She quickly urged Bai Lingmiao to come back. "Let's just head back. What's the point of washing this black fur of mine? Even the 60-year-old bachelors from my old village wouldn't dare touch me." Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao pulled Chun Xiaoman into a hug and gently shared her thoughts. "But I like you the most, Chun Xiaoman." Her soft fur really was comfortable to hug. Chun Xiaoman gave an embarrassed little laugh. "Comfortable? What are you talking about? Stop saying such silly things." After a moment of silence, Chun Xiaoman then asked her, "Junior sister Bai, are you really planning to marry senior brother Li? Don't you want to reconsider? Senior brother Li may have helped us, but he's that kind of person. After all." Bai Lingmiao took off her towel as she answered Chun Xiaoman's question. "He might be that way, but am I any better? My whole body is completely white, and other people are scared when they see me. But senior brother Li has never looked at me differently. He's even saved me a few times. I think he's a very good person." A moment later, Bai Lingmiao got dressed and said to Chun Xiaoman, "You should head back first. I want to stay here a little longer." Chun Xiaoman left without any suspicion. "All right then, be careful." Once she was completely alone, Bai Lingmiao quietly fiddled with her long hair, then looked down at her reflection in the water. She whispered something in a language only she could understand. Bai Lingmiao sadly covered her face and began to cry softly. "I can't kill her. Stop rushing me." The next morning, Gao Dungok's group was sitting around a table, playing cards together. Gao Dungok cheerfully asked, "Whose turn is it to play?" Dummy scratched his face and stammered, "Gao Dungok, it's your turn, Gao Dungok." Sun Baolu curiously asked the group, "Hey, why haven't we seen senior brother Li all day? Just a few days ago, he was in such a hurry to get going, but now that we're almost there, he suddenly decided to stop here." Gao Dungok replied as he played a card, "Senior brother Li went to find the blacksmith in the village. It seems he needed something forged." Suddenly, Chun Xiaoman walked over and said to Gao Dungok, "That's right, puppy. Didn't senior brother Li tell you to go into the village and gather information? You're just sitting here playing cards. Aren't you afraid he'll scold you when he gets back?" Gao Dungok sulkily pointed at himself to correct Chun Xiaoman. "What do you mean, puppy? Call me Gao Dungok. And what's so hard about gathering intel in a tiny village like this? I already asked around." Just then, someone from outside announced, "Senior brother Li is back." Gao Dungok immediately ran over like an eager puppy. "Senior brother Li, is the thing you needed already forged?" Li Huowang, carrying a bag full of tools, replied, "It's all done." Gao Dungok froze, staring at the pile of tools he was carrying on his shoulder. "Senior brother Li, what are all these things? They don't look like weapons. They look more like torture instruments. Like these pliers, for example. You can't kill someone with them, but they'd be perfect for pulling out teeth." As he said it, the image of that water bandit immediately flashed in Gao Dungok's mind. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. His jaw dropped and his whole body trembled, unable to say a word. Li Huowang calmly walked past Gao Dungok and asked, "I told you to gather information. How did it go?" The frightened boy stammered in reply, I'm done, scouting. There's a man-eating giant snake in that forest. The villagers around here don't dare go there, but the snake seems to keep to itself. It has never come out." He remained calm, said nothing, and slowly packed his things. A great serpent? Then it shouldn't be a problem. Once he was ready, the rest of them set off. That night, in the silent bamboo forest, Li Huowang stood alone on a treetop, swaying with the wind. He gazed into the distance, feeling that this bamboo forest seemed unremarkable, but before he could finish the thought, a strange sensation washed over him. Li Huowang turned his head, and before him, the rumored monster had appeared. The bamboo stalks twisted and turned, forming a giant vortex, and in the center was a single, piercing yellow eye, with other golden rings surrounding the entire forest. Startled, he recoiled, his hand immediately going to the tool pouch at his waist. "This is the Lap Nuyet Thap Bat. Impossible. When did it appear? Wait, that's not right." Suddenly, leaves with eyes on them flew through the wind, passing straight through his body. Li Huowang calmed down and realized, bamboo fireflies. This isn't the Lap Nuyet Thap Bat. It's my own hallucination. The effects of the black tai sui are getting weaker. I can't drag this out any longer, or things will get even more troublesome later. With that thought, he leaped down and quickly headed back. A while later, Li Huowang regrouped with everyone. They all sat around a campfire. The group that once numbered in the dozens was now down to just a few souls. Bai Lingmiao curiously asked Gao Dungok, "Gao Dungok, do you know what this Lap Nuyet Thap Bat that senior brother Li mentioned is?" he replied while eating. Lap Ngyet Thap Bat? How would I know? Senior Sister Bai. Are you that worried about Senior Brother Li? Bai Lingmiao answered sadly. Senior Brother Li went through so much trouble to bring us along. I was just wondering if maybe I could. But before she could finish, Li Huowang suddenly appeared behind her and cut in. There's no need. You all just need to follow me. Understand? Everyone immediately cheered. Yes, Senior Brother Li. But then he slowly turned his head, seeing Bai Lingmiao's sad expression. If my behavior or actions seem abnormal, you all need to keep an eye on me. Don't let me do anything rash. Hearing this, Bai Lingmiao immediately brightened up and smiled. Yes, Senior Brother Li. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Gao Dunjok looked around nervously and asked, Senior Brother Li, are you sure this is the place? This bamboo forest looks completely empty. Could we be in the wrong spot? But he didn't bother to answer, lost in his own thoughts. Master Jingxin said the Lap Ngyet Thap Bat was 200 miles from An Tu Temple. But I'm not a machine. A small margin of error is normal. Suddenly, a bamboo stalk snapped in half on its own and shot straight down at Li Huowang. He quickly leaped backward and shouted a warning. Everyone, be careful! But the words had barely left his mouth when dozens of bamboo stalks were already raining down on him. With a loud crash, dust and debris filled the air. From within the pile of bamboo, a brilliant light flashed. Li Huowang gently rang a bell, deflecting everything away. His eyes glowing, he asked everyone, Are you all right? Zhijian had used his large body to shield the others. Gao Dunok poked his head out and replied, We're okay, Senior Brother Li. Suddenly sensing something, Li Huowang spun around and demanded, Who's there? Show yourself. From a distance, an old man's voice called out, Aya, my bamboo grove. You youngsters are cutting down the bamboo of Wujia village. What are we supposed to do now? He was the head of Wujia village, Wu Qing. Li Huowang stood still, observing the man from head to toe. His lantern isn't red, and he isn't wearing a single speck of red either. It seems he's not La Yue Shiba. Could I have come to the wrong place? Hearing this, the old man snapped at him. Even if you're lost, that doesn't give you the right to be so rude. Suddenly, Li Huowang cheerfully pulled out a few silver taels and handed them to Wu Qing. Sir, please take this silver. It's getting dark, and we're tired from our journey. I was wondering if you could let us stay for one night. Seeing the money, the old man's eyes lit up, though he didn't say a word. Wu Qing immediately took the money and agreed to lead them. Fine, fine. But our Wu family village has many rules. If you boys want to stay here, you must follow them. On the way, Wu Qing repeatedly reminded Li Huowang's group of his village's rules. In Wu family village, the first rule is, you do not talk back to your elders, especially not to me. Li Huowang and Gao Dungok scratched their heads in disbelief as they looked at him. Is that the only rule? Isn't that just a family rule? Are you really going to use your own family rules to manage outsiders? Hearing this, Wu Qing shot them an annoyed glare. Li Huowang quickly covered Gao Dunok's mouth. Please continue, sir. We're listening. Thwack, he continued. The second rule concerns the animals living in this bamboo forest. They've done our Wu family a great service. Whether it's a rat or an owl, you are not to hit or step on them. If you meet them on the path, you must even give them the right of way. Hearing this, Li Huowang paused for a moment, looking at the white rabbit hopping at his feet. Oh, just talking about this gets me all worked up. And just like that, he rambled on for the entire walk. Chun Xiaoman complained in frustration. What a tiny temple for such a big demon. Why does this rundown village have so many ridiculous rules? Maybe we shouldn't stay here. Bai Lingmiao heard this and reminded her, Sister Chun Xiaoman, let's not interfere with Senior Brother Li's plan. After a while, Wu Qing still wasn't finished talking, and Gao Dunok was yawning uncontrollably from exhaustion. Rule number 11 is that after entering the village, you must not light lamps at night, and you must not leave your house. And the final rule is that at any time, once you step into Wu family village, you must wait for someone to face you before speaking. You absolutely must not speak to someone while their back is turned. Li Huowang was puzzled. With a sense of caution, he asked him, These last two rules are a bit strange. Old man, what happens if we break these rules? Wu Qing replied calmly, Break the rules, and you pay a fine. 1 violation, 1 silver tael. Violate it again. Pay again. We'll keep fining you until you don't dare to do it again. Don't say we're bullying you outsiders. People from our own village are dealt with the same way. Scared now, aren't you? It's only because I'm old and can't bear to see others suffer that I'm telling you all this. Just before entering the village, Wu Qing blew out the lamp and led everyone inside. But unexpectedly, right after entering, Li Huowang's group immediately tied up the entire family of village chief Wu. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "First, look for any writing. Then, look for anything else unusual. The weirder it is, the more attention we should pay. For example, Buddhist tablets or ancestral altars." Hearing this, Wu Qing suddenly started to struggle excitedly, but since he was completely tied up, there was nothing he could do. Li Huowang, dressed in blood-red robes, sat under the full moon with his long black hair, but his face was completely lifeless. He looked around and asked if anyone had found anything, but they all shook their heads. They hadn't found a thing. Li Huowang was confused and moved to another spot, looking all over the village. How can there be nothing? Could it be that La Yue Shiba is still back in that forest? This village is surrounded by forest. If La Yue Shiba is hiding somewhere, it has to be in the village, Bai Lingmiao asked, bewildered. "Senior brother Li, what should we do next?" He replied coldly. "If we can't find him, then we'll just have to ask village chief Wu." With that, Li Huowang jumped down, pulled the gag from Wu Qing's mouth, and leaned in close to ask, "Old man, I want to ask you a few things." The moment the gag was out, Wu Qing immediately snapped back. "Ask my ass. I'm not afraid of you bandits." Li Huowang cast a lifeless gaze down at him. Faced with his pale face, Wu Qing stammered out a threat, his voice growing quieter and quieter. "I'm telling you, this is the Wu family village. Everyone in this village has the surname Wu. If you want to start something, you'd better know your place." Li Huowang lost his patience, immediately grabbing Wu Qing by the collar and yelling, "Where is La Yue Shiba? What is your relationship with him?" The old man looked at him, confused. "What La Yue Shiba? Didn't we just pass the Qingming festival? The ghost festival is still a long way off." Hearing him say that, Li Huowang fell silent, then threw him to the ground. "Very good, Scholar Lu. You dare to play dumb with me." Li Huowang turned and ordered his men. "You guys, go get the flints. Light up all the lamps in this courtyard." Bai Lingmiao asked confusedly, "But isn't it against the village rules to light fires?" Li Huowang ignored Wu Qing's pale face and sneered mockingly. "Aren't rules made to be broken? I want to see what happens when we light the lamps. If there's anything else suspicious about this village, it has to be those so-called rules." A few minutes later, the entire village was lit up. Bai Lingmiao approached him to report, "Senior brother Li, all the lanterns in the courtyard have been lit. Is there anything else you need us to do?" Li Huowang leaned against the wall and replied, "Next, we wait." But no matter how much time passed, there wasn't the slightest movement. Some members of Li Huowang's group couldn't take it anymore and began to yawn. Li Huowang sat impatiently on the roof, observing. Nothing had happened even after all this time. Could I have really come to the wrong place? Just then, a laugh was heard. From an alley, a little girl emerged and started talking to him. Hee, mister. You broke the rules." Li Huowang frowned, observing her, and noticed a flickering, bright red aura around the little girl. He stood up alertly. With that thought, he went over to answer her. "I broke the rules, but you're not any better than me. Aren't you not supposed to be out at night? So why are you still out here?" The kid answered, while slowly backing away, her voice becoming more and more terrifying. "I'm a kid. You adults aren't allowed out, but of course we children can come out and play." Li Huowang calmly faced her. "She doesn't seem to have any ill intent. I can play along and try to figure out who she is." He asked softly, "So, what do you want?" The little girl replied from behind a wall, "If you give me candy, I won't tell anyone." But then, she suddenly appeared on the roof above, with only her head peeking out. Bai Lingmiao ran to him in fear and warned, "Senior brother Li, be careful. There's something not normal about this child." Li Huowang narrowed his eyes, his guard raised even higher. Just how did she move like that? Moving along the top of the wall without using her hands? In other words, she wasn't crawling on the wall, but simply standing on the other side of it. It had the head of a 5 or 6-year-old child, but its body was 6 meters tall. What kind of creature was this? The child's eyes lit up. It giggled and asked him, "So, are you going to give me candy or not? If you don't, I'm going to call for someone. Is greater than. That's all for now. Everyone, if you want to keep following this series, be sure to smash that subscribe button, and while you're at it, gently tap that like button. Thanks for watching until the very end. Bye-bye, my loves. Model.